You look at the economic crisis. It's a crisis over production. It's a ridiculous society where people go hungry because there's too much food. People have no clothes because there are too many clothes produced. People have no houses because we've got too many houses. There was a time, ladies and gentlemen, when people starved because there wasn't enough food. There was a time when people didn't have houses because there were not enough houses. Under the conditions of capitalism, people starve because there is too much food. The system has outlived its sell-by date. It is time to dispose of it. And the only way working people can begin to live happily, free of destitution, free of deprivation, free of unemployment, is when this system is got rid of. What have we got here? First of all, the crisis of overproduction takes place. The bankers have played their part in bringing it to fruition, whereby you would find that hundreds of millions have been given by each of the imperialist countries to their bankers to rescue them from the very market forces that they claim are the bedrock of our stability, that the market will correct itself. The market does not correct itself. The bankers have been given money. As a result of it, the states are nearing bankruptcy. And what are the bankers doing? Bankers have come back to the merrymaking, they're making lots of money now, and are telling the governments, unless you get rid of the deficits, we are not going to lend you any money. You are going to be without money. So the governments are tightening the screws and imposing cuts in expenditure and increasing taxation. And over the next 4 years, in Britain, 113 million is due to be taken out by the government through taxes and through imposition of cuts. And that means millions of people more will lose jobs on top of the 7.6% who are unemployed already. Ever since 1825, the productive forces have developed to such an extent that they are out of control of the people who run them. Capitalism has the capacity to produce as though there is no tomorrow. But at the same time, whatever is produced, huge amounts of it must go as a tribute to the owners of the means of production and distribution, which means working people are too poor to buy the things that are produced. And that creates, on a regular basis, crisis of capitalism. Capital does not produce unless and until it can make a soft buck. When you listen to people like Mr. Marshall, they say they're running a hedge fund. The average person is deluded into thinking they're running some kind of an environmental project. No, they're not. They're racketeers who are out to exploit and screw anybody around. That's what they are after. Under capitalism, the means of production cannot be used to produce unless and until they have first been converted into capital. Which means the capitalist must be able to make some money out of that. And if the working people are poor and they cannot buy the product produced by capitalism, then there is a crisis of capitalism. I actually admire the audacity of these people that at a time when financial giants are collapsing, housing market is slumping, the stock market is plunging, and capitalists have to be bailed out by the government. They have the temerity to come and say here, capitalism can save the world and socialism has nothing to offer. Do not talk to me about what benefits capitalism brings. Do not talk to me about the freedom of the market. No, I'm not accepting any interruption. Being a Stalinist, I do not like interruptions. You are telling me about the freedom of the market. I know you are students, some of you students even of economics at this august university. And the bourgeois professors are constantly telling you about the freedom of the market. Freedom of the market disappeared about 1890 or the turn of the century. Certainly by the year 1900, the freedom market had disappeared. But that is monopoly capitalism. But that's not just because it's monopoly. Monopoly capitalism has certain characteristics. It came on the stage at a time have already been divided up. Capitalists fight with each other in order to get the maximum share of the world's loot. And if the world is already divided up, it can only be redivided. There are no empty parts as at the time of the scramble of Africa at the end of the 19th century. And that's what caused the ding-dong. We started a serious business when the president of the union led you to pay homage to those who died in the First World War. I'm surprised that neither my side nor the other side has referred to the question, why did so many millions die in the First and the Second World War? Because the capitalists of the major countries were fighting each other over the loot of the world, and they were prepared to kill 100 million people in the two world wars. That's the price of your freedom of the market. That's what we are paying. It's not delivering in the heartlands of capitalism either. Look at Britain. At the moment, there's 8% of the population, or just under 8%, that's unemployed. A third of the people live in poverty. A third of whom are children. There are 3 million children in this country that live in poverty. It's one of the richest countries where 40,000 people die each year of hypothermia. Look at the United States, the richest country in the world. 42 million people are on food stamps. 40 million people, despite the Obamacare, which has been subject to so much debate, have no health cover. 16% of the households go hungry, according to the Agriculture Department of the US. There are millions of people who are poor, who live in poverty. Millions of people who are having their homes possessed, repossessed. That's the position in a country like the United States. And yet in the United States, there's 1% of the population that owns 25% of the wealth of the United States. Similar figures can be produced for this country and of every other capitalist country. So capitalism really just does not deliver. On top of that, it's involving people in endless wars, not only the First and the Second World War, the war in Vietnam, the war in Korea, the war against Yugoslavia, the war against Syria, the war against Libya, the war against Iraq, which killed over 2 million people, the war against Afghanistan. It's constantly waging war against people abroad, and it's attacking working people at home. So I put it to you that capitalism is imposing too high a price. It's a flawed system. It cannot work.
El orden internacional, nacido del fin de la Segunda Guerra Mundial, que en buena medida es el que hoy prevalece, es heredero del colonialismo, de la historia de explotación, saqueo y esclavitud, que enriqueció un conjunto específico de potencias coloniales y sus sociedades a costa del sufrimiento, el desarraigo, la destrucción, la sumisión y el subdesarrollo de los antiguos territorios colonizados. El imperio como sistema de dominación no es un fenómeno nuevo. Sin embargo, la era de la globalización neoliberal ha tomado formas más sofisticadas y menos visibles. Ya no se trata únicamente de la ocupación territorial directa, aunque esta sigue como práctica vigente, como sufren en carne propia los heroicos hermanos palestinos. Se manifiesta también en el control de mercados, recursos naturales, cadenas de suministro y sobre todo de la tecnología y la información. Las oligarquías que hoy dominan el mundo no solo acumulan riqueza, sino que concentran poder político, cultural y social, perpetuando un beneficio que favorece a unos pocos a expensas de muchos. Las grandes corporaciones industriales, los conglomerados financieros y los gigantes tecnológicos han tejido una red de influencia que trasciende fronteras. Sus decisiones afectan la vida de millones de personas, desde el acceso a medicamentos hasta la privacidad de nuestros datos. Estas élites no solo buscan maximizar su ganancia, sino también consolidar su hegemonía, imponiendo estándares y normas que perpetúan la dependencia de lo que crecientemente se reconoce como el sur global. Si bien se abolió el colonialismo casi absolutamente en la segunda mitad del siglo XX, sus condiciones y rezagos han prevalecido con nuevas modalidades. Esa es la esencia del orden internacional actual y explica la realidad inaceptable de que la brecha entre los países desarrollados y los subdesarrollados tiende a ensancharse, lejos de estrecharse, sin perspectivas de que cambie esa tendencia. Sobran los documentos, declaraciones, discursos y resoluciones de las Naciones Unidas y sus agencias que describen ese escenario. Las propuestas de cómo responder y qué hacer tienen ya una historia que data por lo menos de la década de 1960 del siglo pasado. Se conoce bien que la posibilidad de un cambio y la perspectiva de un orden internacional más justo y sostenible han encontrado la férrea resistencia de las grandes potencias económicas y militares, representativas en gran medida de las antiguas potencias coloniales. Las naciones en desarrollo, y en especial sus pueblos, tienen derecho a soñar que un mundo mejor es posible y tienen el derecho y el deber a luchar por él.
Before you all leave, make sure you get a bag, one of the white bags on the table, because in that bag you'll find a couple free books as well as a nice T-shirt with this image on it. Brought to you by my wife. She felt pretty. So, George Washington, first president of the United States. When I was in school, what they taught us about George Washington was that he had wooden teeth. He had wooden teeth. He was the guy with wooden teeth. And then I had a 6th grade teacher, and she said, well, actually, he didn't have wooden teeth. His teeth were made out of ivory. And so then I remember when I was in high school, I was on a church mission trip to Eagle Butte Native American Reservation in North Dakota. And I spent 2 weeks out in Eagle Butte, and we ran like a daycare in the neighborhood, and we also cleaned up some of their graveyards. And then the final night of the mission trip, we actually went to Mount Rushmore. And so we were all gathered in front of Mount Rushmore, and they turned the lights on, and they had the presents up there. And the park ranger said, is there anyone here who knows any interesting facts about any of the presidents? And there was dead silence. I thought, no one here knows any facts. I raised my hand. They called on me. I said, Lord, what do you know? And I said, well, George Washington, they said his teeth were made out of wood, but they were actually made out of ivory. And so I won a prize. They gave me like a coffee mug or something like that. I felt, wow, okay, I'm the only one who remembered that. And from what I understand, that's contested. Now there's even other stories about where his teeth may have come from and such. So it's kind of stupid, and that kind of shows you how American education really kind of obscures things. I mean, you think the founder of the country, that's what we remember about him, is whether his teeth were made of wood or ivory or, that's the important thing. But, when he was leaving office, George Washington actually gave a farewell address that was a bit more poetic and important and deep than what we just heard from Joe Biden when he was leaving office. And there was a line in that speech. He said, it is our true policy to steer clear of permanent alliance with any portion of the foreign world. That's what he said. And many people reference George Washington's farewell address when he's speaking about how we should avoid foreign entanglements and we should not have any permanent alliance. And that's interesting because NATO has certainly been a permanent alliance. U.S. support for Israel has certainly been a permanent alliance. Certainly flies in the face of U.S. policy. But it actually points to something a lot deeper, because the real question in the American Revolution was an economic question. We have a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, we're told. What is the pursuit of happiness? It's the right to expand your economic condition, to get a better life, to have your children have a higher living standard than you have, to have economic opportunity. Pursuit of happiness meant economic growth and economic empowerment. And what's interesting is at the same time that we had our revolution in the United States, there was another country in our hemisphere that had a revolution, and that was Haiti. The Haitian slaves who were colonized by the French broke their chains. And some of the founding fathers were slaveholders, and they did not like the Haitian Revolution. But some of them did. And Alexander Hamilton was very outspoken in his support of the Haitian slave revolution. And he wanted the United States to diplomatically recognize the revolutionary slave government of Haiti. Alexander Hamilton. And Alexander Hamilton, he gave birth to an economic school of thought that was continued by one of the top advisors to Abraham Lincoln, Henry Charles Carey, which, according to some sources, is the originator of that plan to build a bridge over the Bering Sea. And Henry Charles Carey, he wrote a very, very important pamphlet opposing slavery and opposing the economics of slavery and explaining what he believed was the basis of slavery and a slave system in the United States. And that pamphlet was read by Karl Marx, and he actually recommended it. He said that Henry Charles Carey was the only American economist of any worth, of any importance. And that pamphlet, the end of it says this: two systems are before the world. One looks to exporting men to occupy desert tracts, the sovereignty of which is obtained by aid of diplomacy or war. The other to increasing the value of an immense extent of vacant land by importing men by millions for their occupation. One looks to the concentration of wealth and power in a great commercial city, which shall rival the great cities of modern times and which has been supported by aid and contributions of exhausted every nation subjected to them. The other to concentration by aid of which a market shall be made upon the land for the products of the land, and the farmer and the planter to be enriched. One looks to increasing the necessity for commerce, the other for increasing the power to maintain it. One looks to underworking the Hindu and sinking the rest of the world to his level. The other to raising the standard of man throughout the world to our level. One looks to pauperism, ignorance, depopulation, and barbarism. The other to increasing wealth, comfort, intelligence, combination of action and civilizations. One looks toward universal war, the other toward universal peace. One is the English system, and the other we may be proud to call the American system, for it is the only system ever devised, the tendency of which was that of elevating while equalizing the condition of man throughout the world. And such is the true mission of the people of the United States. And Henry Charles Carey was describing how at the time that England was emerging as a colonial power, it was holding back economic development. British bankers were using their monopoly to keep countries in poverty. And he talks about underworking the Hindu. That's about the brutal colonization of India.
Well, it's really an honor to be invited here to this important gathering of labor activists and organizers. I know that I'm looking out into a room full of experts, people who have refined and crafted the art of organizing working people, empowering them to fight for justice. I'm invited here today, from what I understand, because of my expertise in the field of economics and politics. I'm going to speak about the global economy, price of oil, and what can be done about it. I thank you for the invitation. I want people to sit back in your seat, relax, and get comfortable. Take in a few deep breaths. I'm going to hit you with a lot of information in the next hour or so, but I think it will clarify a lot of things. I know that there is a lot going on in Brazilian politics, which is directly linked to what I'm about to explain about oil. I'm not going to directly comment on these things. I'm going to talk about the global economy and put everything in context. So let's start with a question. Who are the richest people in the world? Often this question will be answered. They'll give us names like Bill Gates, Carlos Slim, Warren Buffett, some Arab sultan or prince. Forbes magazine publishes a list of the 100 richest people in the world. This is all utter nonsense. All of these men are poor compared to those who have the real power. These people are listed as the richest people in the world because they are so poor that they have to keep their money in their own name. Those who are really rich, those with the most wealth and power, they have such astronomical amounts of wealth that often their net worth can't even be calculated. The richest people in the world, they can really be described with two words: oil bankers. The House of Rockefeller, the House of Morgan, Carnegie's, the Rothschilds, the Mellons, DuPonts. These oil and banking dynasties sit at the center of a small network of deeply entrenched and powerful influence, dominating the economies of the United States, Western Europe, and most of the planet. Let's take as a case study the Rockefellers. When Nelson Rockefeller, one of the many heirs of John D. Rockefeller, when he was being questioned by the U.S. Congress in 1974, some of the most brilliant investigators and journalists, economists, they all assembled, and they tried to determine exactly how much money he had. And none of them could really figure it out. In his own name, Mr. Rockefeller had a few $billion. The rest of his money was tied up in an elaborate network, thousands of trusts, small corporations, and foundations that he directly controlled. When testifying before Congress, Nelson Rockefeller was asked about his control of Chase Manhattan Bank. He answered honestly. He said, "I don't own a single share of Chase Manhattan Bank." He was telling the truth. He personally did not have a cent invested in Chase. However, one of the trusts that he personally controlled owned well over 325,000 shares of stock in Manhattan Bank. And that was back in the 1970s. Today, the wealth and influence of two of the most important important oil banking cliques is combined. The House of Rockefeller holds control over the largest super-major oil company. ExxonMobil is their personal property. In addition, this powerful family jointly controls an entity called J.P. Morgan Chase with the Morgans. The Morgans are another powerful family in the United States. They're the owners of General Electric, the sixth largest corporation in the United States. If you look at the billions of dollars in the hands of the Rockefellers and the Morgans, as they exercise control over the biggest bank, the biggest oil corporation, the biggest electronics manufacturer, you can see that their money and their ownership has also bought them a large amount of power and influence. There is no key aspect of the global economy that the oil bankers haven't put their stamp on and tried very hard to influence. General Electric ranks 21st among corporations that are contracted by the U.S. military. This entity, controlled by the Rockefellers and the Morgans, has over 6,600 contracts with the Pentagon. They bring in $2 billion a year in U.S. military projects alone. You can bet that the U.S. military brass is very concerned about making sure that the Rockefellers and the Morgans are very happy about whatever decision they make. Furthermore, the global media conglomerate called NBC Universal is their personal property. Universal Studios, one of the big six in Hollywood, it's also their property. Most art museums in the United States depend on money from the Rockefellers and the Morgans. If it weren't for their influence, we might never have heard the names Andy Warhol or Jackson Pollock. Almost every major college and university in the United States depends on money from Rockefeller foundations. So academia is under their direct control as well. The U.S. Central Intelligence Agency crafts its policies and conducts its research in a private foundation. It's called the Council on Foreign Relations. ExxonMobil and a variety of Rockefeller foundations and the Ford Foundation, they bankroll this powerful institution. The Council on Foreign Relations, controlled by the oil bankers, is essentially the brain of the CIA. They find the smartest minds in the United States. They pay them six-figure salaries to make proposals and calculations about how the United States should wield its influence around the world. The Council on Foreign Relations thinks it up, and the CIA does it. Even the manner in which the CIA operates around the world is directly accountable to the Rockefeller, Morgan, and Ford dynasties. The CIA does very little work on its own. CIA agents aren't generally the ones getting their hands dirty, conducting coups, kidnapping people, torturing people. The CIA generally has the job of finding dupes and allies in the country of interest. They advise them, they instruct them, and they let them carry out the tasks that serve the interests of U.S. foreign policy. And the key to the CIA in helping their dupes and allies is connecting them to Wall Street-controlled non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and Rockefeller-controlled foundations. The CIA goes into a country, finds people to carry out its mission, and then the network of wealthy families that control the four biggest oil companies in the world, they pay them to do it. The National Endowment for Democracy, the Open Society Institute, a whole network of organizations controlled by George Soros, they are part of the effort to maintain the power of the oil bankers. You can find the money of the wealthy oil banking families in the United States. You can find their money all over the world.
Hey everyone, it's Noah, and I guess this is my appeal to you to join CPI today on Black Friday, or whenever you end up seeing this. I wanted to talk a little bit about why I joined CPI, and what it's done for me. So I guess we can roll back the clock to when I joined. So at the point when I began to consider joining CPI, I had been watching online from a distance for some time. And at that point in my life, I'll be honest, I was quite miserable. I had just dropped out of school because I could no longer afford to go. I had to move back in with my parents. I was sleeping on a couch. I was working a job that I hated, that afforded me no freedom. And I was about, I'm 5'7", I was 300 pounds. I was quite overweight. And, I was interested in changing the world. I had been interested in politics since I was very young. But it didn't really seem like something that I felt I was capable of doing. And what changed that for me was two things. On the one hand, around that time, I read Huey P. Newton's autobiography called Revolutionary Suicide. And in the beginning, there's a manifesto where he talks about misery and despair. At the time, he's talking about black young people, young men in particular, who have a high propensity to kill themselves. And he talks about how rather than giving into despair, which would be what he called a reactionary suicide, you should, instead of throwing your life in the garbage, what would be better to do is to give the whole of your life to the struggle for justice, and to, not to wish death upon yourself or upon anyone, but, to accept the consequences of the kind of work that you do. And this resonated a lot with me because, as a young person, I struggled a lot with mental illness when I was younger. And I was in a really rough place in my life. And I saw, and I was at that point, I decided I was going to start getting my life together. And around this time, this was when CPI disillusioned for the first time, when it disbanded. And I saw that this was a group of people who, who I'd been following for some time, on the internet. And I decided that for once I was going to get my life together. I was going to be a better person, and that part of being a better person, part of being true to myself and being honest with myself, with the reality, with coming to terms with the reality, as I understood it through the study, through which I had only really, looked at from afar through books and etc., was to get involved with a real group that was doing things. And so when CPI came back together around December or November of that year, I joined. I decided I was going to do everything in my power to become a better person, and that part of being a better person for me was making a commitment to change the world, of staying with this organization and doing everything I could to make sure that CPI accomplishes its goals. And in doing so, I accomplished a lot of goals myself. I lost 100 pounds since I joined CPI. I work a job that allows me, gives me the ability, the time and the energy to do the activist work that is very important to me. And CPI has done so much for me. It's empowered me to speak and to be creative. And, I have comrades and people who I talked with regularly, as somebody who was very, very lonely up until that point. I've made so many friends, and, so I have the ability to go to meetings, and it's given me the ability to travel all around the world, to go to Russia, to meet Russian President Vladimir Putin, to do all these amazing things, to speak and to write. And, maybe that's not something that everybody would want to do, all those things in particular, but, there is an aspect of CPI that I think everybody can get behind, because I think that everybody wants to, to live their life better. And I think part of picking your life up is making a dedication to make the world better. Because there's a lot of self-help in the world, a lot of gurus, etc. And their idea of making your own life better is to sort of selfishly do everything in your power to get to the top of our society that is quite sick. And while I think that can be somewhat helpful, for a lot of people, I think it rings hollow. And I think that there are a lot of people in our society, many of whom are probably watching this stream, who understand that we live in a sick society, who understand that the world could be so much better, and know that they could make a contribution, but I guess aren't willing to take that next step. And I guess my plea to you is to make that next step, because it is so worth it. It is so worth it to come to our weekly meetings and talk with like-minded people. And CPI will empower you to unleash your potential as a person and to be creative. And the process of changing the world is so fulfilling and so worth it. So yeah, anyway, I hope you guys have a good Black Friday. I hope you have a good holiday.
Bit of wisdom that was passed down to me You know, we can be critical of different figures, but Sam Marcy, an important leader of communism in the post-war years, he would often talk about how at the anti-war protests that happened during the 1960s, where you'd have hundreds of thousands of people marching against the Vietnam War, there'd be these beautiful puppets that they would build. They'd have puppets of, you know, Richard Nixon with his money or whatever. They'd have puppets of the heroic Vietnamese people fighting for their liberation, these beautiful puppets. That there were whole communities of people, and they weren't members of any communist group, but they were against the Vietnam War and had a general leftist, anti-imperialist view, and they made it their mission that when there was a big anti-war rally, they would come together and they would make these beautiful works of art as their contribution to opposing the war in Vietnam. And there were whole communities that built these puppets. It was their project, their way of being creative, of building community and coming together. And there were couples who met each other through the process of making those puppets. And a couple of years later, they were there making the puppets with their little kids that they had just had. And there were whole communities of people, and they made it their mission. This is something that we can do. Imperialism is the enemy of humanity. The Vietnam War is horrible, and this is something we can do. We have a 9-to-5 job, we have a regular life, but this is something that we can do. And we can do it together, and we can bond, and that's beautiful. And what Sam Marcy would tell his followers is that that community that built those puppets, that's 1,000 times more valuable than some kid who thinks he's Lenin. You know what I'm saying? A community like that has longevity. People are doing that their whole life, and they're taking on a contribution. And that you know, if you've been doing this as long as I have, which is, you know, not that long, relatively speaking, but you realize that there are some people who come around and they see that they don't get the immediate result that they want. They see that they don't, you know, they don't fulfill their dictator fantasy that they have. You know, they see that you know, they see that this isn't exactly the way they want to resolve their parental issues or whatever. And then they go away after a year. They go away after a year. For a year, they know more than everybody. No one knows anything better. They can debate everybody, but they're gone. But those people who came together to build the puppets and build community around it and learn to work together, they keep going. And generation after generation, year after year, they build those puppets. And that is what we need to build with the Center for Political Innovation. We need a network of people who are committed to opposing imperialism, who learn to trust each other and rely on each other and carry out operations, build some beautiful puppets, some beautiful artwork, put on beautiful conferences, and keep this movement alive. That is what we need to build. We need a network of people who love each other and trust each other and can work together and can serve the purpose of representing the anti-imperialist movement in America. That is what we need, and that is what I want us to build with the Center for Political Innovation.
Organization, what the hell is this, these trains? Well, now it's happening. It's actually happening. So that's some vision that I can respect. I also want to acknowledge, you know, a couple friends that are here. You know, both Irving and Kevin, they're both former transit workers who came out tonight. So we love you, Irving, we love you, Kevin. Glad to have you here. And now Marnie, and that was a great presentation, Marnie. Marnie and I go way back to Occupy Wall Street. And Marnie was part of Occupy Wall Street. She wore a lot of crazy costumes back then, and kind of she was part of the entertainment of Occupy Wall Street. What's so amazing is she kept protesting, and she kept doing things, even as so many people, when it stopped being trendy, when it stopped being cool. Marnie is keeping Occupy Wall Street alive, and you know, every year she does an anniversary of Occupy Wall Street. You know, actually, I've had the honor of attending several of these anniversary OWS gatherings. So Marnie is keeping Occupy Wall Street alive. And, you know, I came to New York City about 9 months before Occupy Wall Street. And I came to this city on a Greyhound bus. But I came to New York City from Cleveland, Ohio. And I had actually done some activism in Cleveland, Ohio, before I came to New York City. And in Cleveland, Ohio, there's an organization, I think it still exists. It's called Black on Black Crime Incorporated. And this is an organization that's led by Art McCoy, who's the owner of a barber shop in Cleveland. And this organization, Black on Black Crime Incorporated, it's kind of a black nationalist-oriented community empowerment group, a lot of ministers, a lot of Muslim imams, a lot of you know, community businessmen and others. And I tell people that in a country where you have a real communist party or a real revolutionary organization, That's what it looks like. Because I would go to the meetings of Black on Black Crime Incorporated, and every week, Wednesday, they'd have like 80 people there. And they would talk about the stoplights, and they would talk about issues like rent rising in the community. They talk about, garbage being collected. They would talk about all kinds of issues. And every week, it was like a citizens' power council in Nicaragua. It was like a Soviet, in the Bolshevik years. It was the community coming together to address the needs of the people. It was really a beautiful organization. And police brutality wasn't always a trendy issue to talk about. There has been a rise, Black Lives Matter, and what happened in Ferguson, and then what developed, and later with the situation with George Floyd, and now it's something that a lot of people talk about. But it wasn't very trendy to talk about at one point. It was kind of an issue that the media stayed away from. Black on Black Crime Incorporated, it got us involved in some community struggles around police brutality that were pretty horrendous. There was one case, and this woman. Young woman, 19, 20 years old. She'd had a little bit too much to drink one night, and her father didn't want her to get into the car, and so they had an altercation. The father called the police. The police showed up. One of them was on drugs at the time, and just beat the hell out of this woman. And then her mother stepped in to try and protect her, beat the hell out of her. And of course, they then charged them with assault on a police officer. And they said she tried to steal their firearm when there were no fingerprints on the firearm. And eventually these charges were dropped, but they spent 2-3 years in court. And year after year, court date after court date, just dragging it out. And the mother lost her job, and the daughter, was facing much more serious charges, and she's wondering, is she going to go away for 10, 15 years? And eventually, it gets to trial, and they drop everything, but they've already taken this family through 2 or 3 years of hell before they finally get to trial, and then they say, oh, okay, I guess we'll drop it down to nothing. That's how they operate. They destroy people's lives. They get people to plea bargain to things that they didn't do in order to make the charges go away. And I remember going to court with the family that was involved in that case, and seeing what they went through, and it was horrifying. And I mean, we were raising money so they could keep the electricity on in their house while they were going through this ordeal. The other thing is that it was through outreach around that particular case that I happened to be outside of Collinwood High School in Cleveland, which is a Cleveland high school on the east side. And I was outside of Collinwood High School, and the kids told me they were planning a walkout against teacher layoffs. And so me and my roommate, we went to that walkout that happened at Collinwood High School. And only about 9 kids got out the door because the police chained the doors to the school shut, which is completely illegal. And so they were kind of assembled outside, and then the police brutally attacked 2 young women, 2 sisters. And I was there, and I filmed it, and it was my video that actually got them acquitted in juvenile court after the police tried to charge them with assault on a police officer. And so I think about the issue of police brutality a lot. And, again, now it's trendy to talk about, but there was a time where certainly the black community was talking about it. People like Minister Louis Farrakhan were talking about it. The New Black Panther Party were talking about it. Communists were talking about it. But it wasn't a trendy issue. And that was the time when the rise in incarceration was happening, and the media was ignoring it. And that was also the time that the American people, first in California, got to know about this person.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Kamala Harris, if you look at her career, her history is the history of mass incarceration. She was the queen of mass incarceration. People may not know the details, but Kevin Cooper was hours away from receiving lethal injection. Hours away from it. His lawyers asked that DNA evidence be acquired in order to make sure he was actually guilty of the crime. Kamala Harris's office tried to prevent DNA evidence from being acquired. They wanted Kevin Cooper to be executed, but the governor of California disagreed. They acquired DNA evidence, and the execution was stopped. Now that tells us everything we need to know about our vice president. The New York Times tells us that she feels really bad about it, for whatever that means. And people can also recall that while she was head of the California State Attorney General's office, over 1,000 people were locked up for smoking marijuana. She presided over jailing a lot of people. And on top of that, the drug labs in the state of California that were being used by the police were turning up false positive results. They realized that the drug labs were showing people testing positive for drugs when they weren't actually, correct, that they were turning up false positives. And Yet Kamala Harris's office did not tell the defense attorneys or the judges about this. They knew that the drug labs were turning over false positives, and people went to prison because her office concealed that their drug labs were turning up false positives. And of course, when Kamala Harris was then asked if she'd ever smoked marijuana, she laughed about it.
They say you oppose legalizing weed.
That's not true.
I know.
and look, I joke about it, half joking. Half my family's from Jamaica. Are you kidding me?
You ever smoked?
I have.
Okay. Like
And I inhale. I did inhale.
But after Kamala Harris said, half my family's from Jamaica, what do you think, when asked about it, we heard from somebody that Kamala Harris rarely ever speaks about. And that's a man named Donald Harris, who is her father, who lives in Jamaica. And after Kamala Harris made those comments, Donald Harris gave a very brief statement saying that he denounced her presidential campaign. He called it a travesty of identity politics, and he said he speaks for her entire Jamaican family when he made this statement. Now, that did not get a lot of media attention. But somebody approached me, someone who knows Donald Harris, and said, Caleb, you really ought to look into this. So I started looking into this. What's particularly interesting is, you remember when Barack Obama was running for president. We knew everything about Barack Obama. We knew all about Barack Obama's pastor. We knew about Barack Obama's father from Kenya. We knew he was... Dare to struggle. Dare to win. Dare to struggle. Dare to win. Dare to struggle. Dare to win. Now, why do we chant dare to struggle, dare to win?
Because we're a cult.
Well, because perhaps, but we also want to win. That's part of it. And that's actually what this next section is about. We already did the basics, the kindergarten stuff, what we want, what we're against, and all of that. But this whole section is about how we can actually win. And a lot of people have pointed out that there's a lot of literature that talks about all this that has a chapter 5 problem. Right? That they're very good at chapter 1, telling you what the problem is. Chapter 2, telling you how bad the problem is. Chapter 3, telling you how really bad the problem is. Chapter 4, telling you how even worse the problem is. And then chapter 5 ends with, be a liberal activist, maybe. Vote for Bernie. Yeah. And that this is really the crux of what we're getting at, right? And that's why we're saying dare to struggle, dare to win, right? But I actually want us to sing that song we sang at the beginning of the day again, right? Because that really kind of points to what we're getting at, right? So shall we sing that song one more time? Step by step, the longest march can be won, can be won. Many stones can form an arch, singly none, singly none. And by union, what we will can be accomplished still. Drops of water turn a mill, singly none, singly none. So we're hitting on something that's very important, because what Peter was talking about with fandoms is that fandoms are an individual thing. It's about you being an individual consumer, you being satisfied by the fandom producer, you then competing with other people to prove that you're the best fan. It's a very individual thing. But the whole way that we've ever won anything in this world has been not with an individualist mindset, but rather with a collective mindset, seeing our common interests and working together as a group. And the ideology that defines the Western world, they talk about liberalism, which is an ideology that celebrates individualism above all else. And the right focuses on market liberalism, which is the idea that the state and society shouldn't control the economy. And the left focuses on personal and social liberalism, which is the idea you have no obligation to your country, your family, or your community. You can just pursue your own interest. You can just be yourself. And we are trying to cultivate collective consciousness, to get people to see what they have in common and how they can work together for a common aim. And so we are what they call, and they say is the greatest evil, we are an illiberal movement. We are rejecting liberalism in favor of illiberalism. So there we go. So speaking of that, who wants to hit this first quote? Because this is directly from the Communist Manifesto.
I got it. The collision between individual workmen and individual bourgeois take more and more the character of collisions between two classes. Thereupon, the workers begin to form combinations, trades unions, against the bourgeois. They club together in order to keep up the rate of wages. They found permanent associations in order to make provision beforehand for these occasional revolts. Here and there, the contest breaks out into riots. Now and then the workers are victorious, but only for a time. The real fruit of their battles lies not in the immediate result, but in the ever-expanding union of the workers. Marx, 1848.
So he's saying that as the conditions of capitalism get worse, and as the wages go down, and as the economy becomes less and less stable, workers realize they need each other. They can't do it on their own. And, you know, an individual workman might go up to his individual boss and say, if you don't give me a better wage, I'm coming back. And he'll say, all right, well, I'll hire somebody else. But if all the workers get together and they say, we're going to withhold our labor, right, they can force a better concession, right? And that's the formation of the labor movement. But combinations are not just the labor movement. The common translation of the Communist Manifesto says workers begin to form combinations, and then it usually says in parentheses afterwards trade unions. But that I don't think is necessarily the case. Combinations can also be unemployment associations. Combinations can also be places where people are taught skills. Combinations are people forced by economic conditions to come together and work in their own interest. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of that pretty soon. I've been talking about a concept called strategic equilibrium. And that in a revolutionary movement, right, you generally have three types of organizing, three periods that you can organize in. The first one, can I have a marker? The first type of revolutionary organizing, here, I'll do that, is called strategic defensive. And that's the period we're in right now. And in a period of strategic defensive, the conditions in society are at the point that it's very hard to have a revolutionary organization, that you're just struggling to hold the group together, right? And that's strategic defensive. And we've been in strategic defensive in the United States since the 1950s. Since McCarthyism, where it's very, very difficult to hold together a revolutionary organization. And periods of strategic defensive are very difficult because the conditions among the masses are not to the point that they would want to join our organization. Society is stable enough that people would not, be receptive to our message, and that there's not divisions that allow us to exist. And so, as a result, we split, we divide, we don't see progress. You can go out and do exactly the right thing, but not get any results. You're in strategic defensive. But then, conditions in society deteriorate a little bit further to the point that, number one, the conditions in society get worse to the point that people can't survive on their own. And because they can't survive on their own, they have to form combinations. The only way they're able to live is if they're relying on other people. Under those conditions, when things are getting worse, when people need to rely on each other, what also is happening? The ruling class begin fighting with each other because their system is in crisis. Ronald Reagan used to say, we're all friends after 6 o'clock, right? He said, we're all friends after 6 o'clock, Democrat, Republicans. They're not all friends after 6 o'clock today. We can see that. Look at January 6th. Look at what's happening in this election. They are not all friends after 6 o'clock. They're trying to put each other in jail. And we are rapidly approaching, I think in the next 5 years, a different period of organizing called strategic equilibrium. And strategic equilibrium is a period in which, because of the conditions in society and because of the divisions in the ruling class, a mass revolutionary organization can begin to function in society because there will be conditions among the masses where they'll be suffering enough, they need to be taken care of, they need to join some kind of organization. And because the ruling class will be fighting enough among themselves, they'll see organizations that would lead the working class, they will see them as useful and necessary in their divisions, and they'll allow them to exist. Now, strategic equilibrium, we haven't seen that in this country really since the 1930s. That's when we saw strategic equilibrium. There was possibly the opening of it a little bit in the 70s, but it didn't fully happen.
Was that the New Deal? Was that equilibrium?
Yeah, and we're going to talk about it. The late 1930s was the last time we saw strategic equilibrium. The Communist Party was a mass organization that had membership in every major city. There were members of Congress that were sympathizing with it, and they had mass influence because conditions were bad enough with the Great Depression, and the divisions among the ruling class were to the point that they could be such a thing. Now, strategic equilibrium can then lead to, ultimately, strategic offensive. A period in which, during strategic equilibrium, there's been enough of a mass movement.
What the American Revolution was really, really about, right? If you know that the 50 states, that's the 50 stars, but the 13 stripes are for the 13 colonies. And the 13 colonies wanted economic development, whereas the British Empire just wanted them as a temporary trading hub, as a holdout, a trading post in their global sea-based empire. And you could argue that there's a very extreme similarity in what Henry Charles Carey was describing about the English system and the basis of the American Revolution, and what was written by Vladimir Lenin when he wrote about the Bolshevik Revolution, and when he explained his theory of imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. And actually, I wanted you guys to go get another flag that I have. I have the Chinese flag. It also has stars on it, no stripes. But the Chinese flag, on the Chinese flag, this star represents the Chinese Communist Party. But these 4 stars, they represent what was called the block of 4 great classes. The workers, the peasants, the urban merchants, and the national capitalists. The block of 4 great classes that Mao built in alliance against imperialism. Classical Marxist theory was it was the workers versus the capitalists. But Lenin came along and he said, actually, capitalism has entered this stage of imperialism, of monopolies, holding countries in poverty. And that the revolution isn't going to come from the Western countries, and it's not going to be the workers versus the bosses. It's going to be nations that have been kept in poverty fighting to break free and establish their economic independence. And that was the Leninist theory of how socialism would come into the world. So thank you very much. And what's also interesting is that now, if you go to China, you go to Russia, standard classical Marxist-Leninist stuff isn't as popular, but there's a rising school of thought called geopolitics. And geopolitics talks about civilizations of the East versus civilizations of the West, and civilizations of the sea versus civilizations of the land. And they talk about how there are empires in history that are sea-based, that build mighty navies and control trade routes. And there are empires and civilizations that are land-based, and they control great land masses. And that they have a fundamental difference in how they orient people. Because if you're simply controlling the trade routes, all you need to do is build up a mighty military. Whereas if you're developing on the land, you have to build roads. And you have to connect different ethnic groups and different nationalities and different religious groups with each other. And that if you compare the civilizations in China's history and the civilizations in Russia's history, if you compare the Persian Empire that existed in ancient Iran with the Roman Empire that was based on the Italian peninsula, a sea-based empire, or with the British Empire that later emerged, their economic relationship was different. And their culture developed in a different way. We associate the East with more collectivist ideas and a more collectivist notion of what it means to be a person, whereas we associate the West with more radical individualism. And that this school of geopolitics, how our relationship with the land affects how we relate to each other. This is being widely studied, right? You know, in the Cold War, they just talked about communism versus capitalism. But now, in the Eastern countries, they're saying it's much deeper than that, and that there are deep issues in civilization and global perspective that have a much deeper root. So shall we go to the next section? Alrighty. So, in the lead up to the Second World War, in Europe, you know, basically you have the far left, social democracy and communism. You have the emergence of, you know, various fascist and far right schools. There's one grouping that advocates, you know, laissez-faire free markets, and it's what people call the Austrian school. Ludwig von Mises, Friedrich von Hayek, Murray Rothbard, and they argue that you should keep the economy, the classical Gilded Age, keep everything privatized, free markets. That's what they're for. Now, oddly though, they seem sympathetic to the fascist forces, even though the fascist forces don't agree with their free market perspective. And I actually, Ludwig von Mises, when Mussolini was in power, he writes this essay basically saying that he thinks that, you know, the fascist governments that were emerging were necessary to fight communism. Right? That communism is the greatest threat, communism is the greatest evil. So Mussolini, you know, he may be, you know, having heavy government involvement and all that, but at least he's killing a lot of communists, right? At least he's killing communists. And that seems to be the attitude that the Austrian school has. They don't approve of Nazi economic policies, they don't approve of fascist economic policies, but at least they kill communists, right? And they're preserving Europe, they're protecting Europe from the Red Menace, right? That's kind of their argument. So then, now, we come to an individual by the name of Ayn Rand. Now, Ayn Rand was born in in Russia,
And her father was a chemist and a business owner, and their property was seized during the Russian Revolution. And she felt like this was a huge imposition on her family and their rights. She was very, very opposed to the socialist government that emerged in the Soviet Union. So she got a degree in cinematography from a Soviet university. And I will add that that was a free, she got a free degree in cinematography. And that was a great place to study cinematography at the time. That was Sergei Eisenstein, the guy who invented the montage, and the Soviet Union, despite being a very, very poor country at that point, that was before the 5-year plans, they actually had a very, very vibrant cinema, and that they were having some great breakthroughs in film. She got a degree in cinematography, and then she moved to Chicago, and she moved in with her family members in Chicago. She fled the Soviet Union. She supposedly came to the United States to continue her education in cinematography, but she was just fleeing. It was a fake visa, and she lived in Chicago with her family. And at the time in Chicago, there was a man named William Hickman, and he had strangled his wife to death. The judge said to William Hickman, if you will show some remorse, if you will apologize for murdering your wife, we will not give you the death penalty. And William Hickman said he had no regrets for strangling his wife and was given the death penalty. Ayn Rand fell in love with William Hickman and had pictures of her, pictures of him, and she just thought he was the greatest man. And it's quite strange. She then moved on. She went to Hollywood with her degree in cinematography. She worked in the offices of screenwriters, and she wrote a novel that was published in 1943. And it was called The Fountainhead. And it tells the story of a kind of a non-conforming architect named Howard Rourke. And Howard Rourke, he designs buildings in ways that are just unconventional and non-conforming. And so he's persecuted and all of this. And, at one point in the novel, The Fountainhead, Howard Rourke actually breaks into the apartment of a woman and violently rapes her. And Ayn Rand's narration portrays this as a heroic act, as this is a man asserting his will, and it's quite extreme. Now later, but The Fountainhead, she was pretty obscure. She wasn't very well known. But then, when the House Un-American Activities Committee began, she had worked in this screenwriting office, so she knew all these writers who had been associated with the Communist Party. So she became a friendly witness to the House Un-American Activities Committee, testifying about how much influence the Communist Party had in Hollywood. And she immediately became like a celebrity. And her book Atlas Shrugged was published. It's a book that tells the story of rich men going on strike because the world doesn't appreciate their greatness and they have to pay too many taxes. So the rich people all go on strike. And she starts, her philosophy is objectivism. And, one line from her book, Atlas Shrugged, she says, money is the source of all good in the world, kind of playing on. And she's an atheist. Unlike most conservatives at the time, she's an atheist. And she says that religion is bad because it encourages people to be compassionate. And she says that altruism, compassion, and empathy are the greatest human defects. And that, that people caring about each other, this is weakness. People should just be purely self-interested. And one of the people who starts working with her is a guy named Alan Greenspan. A young student named Alan Greenspan just kind of falls in love with Ayn Rand, becomes very, very close to her. She builds kind of an inner circle. There's a psychologist named Nathaniel Braden, and they form kind of this inner circle, and they jokingly call it the collective, even though they're against all collectivism. And they, Ayn Rand, shoots up, amphetamines and gives these very, very exciting lectures about how no one should have compassion and about how selfishness is the point of all good. There's an essay by Leon Trotsky where he says Marxism is that A can never equal A because, the first A in no way can never be identical to the second A, showing that the universe is always in motion. She says that her philosophy of objectivism is instead that A always equals A, and all that exists is simply matter, and she's trying to counter Marxism. And if you read it, her novels are written in a way, it's inspired by socialist realism and Marxism, and she's trying to make pro-capitalist propaganda inspired by the Marxist propaganda coming out of the Soviet Union. And she's, her novel Atlas Shrugged is about, the figure Atlas who held up the world, and she's doing that. Now, later in the 1970s, she starts to get funding from the Ford Foundation. And the Ford Foundation starts promoting her, and she gives a lecture in 1972 at Ford Hall Forum. And she actually greatly offends her audience, because a lot of her audience are young 1960s libertarians who are attracted to her ideas about, wanting free love and, freedom and not having the government interfere. But in the lecture she says the military draft is absolutely necessary. because she says if you won't fight against the communists, you should have no right to enjoy our free society. She then goes on to say that the Native Americans deserved to be killed. And she said if they didn't do anything with the soil of the United States, they shouldn't have the right to keep it, and they deserve to be killed. And then she says the same for the Palestinians, right? She says, look, the Arabs, they do nothing with their soil, so the Israelis come there and kill them and start building. That's good, that's progress. She says that actually Israel is the first political cause she ever donated money to, interestingly. Now, people might think this is just an obscure intellectual, but Paul Ryan actually cites Ayn Rand as his greatest influence and says that she's the person that influenced him the most. Ted Turner, the founder of CNN, he actually sponsored a whole bunch of billboards with the phrase, "Who is John Galt?" and information about promoting Ayn Rand. Alan Greenspan, I'll go on to the next one. Alan Greenspan, who was her close protege, was friends with her until she died, and actually used to go to jazz clubs with her here in New York City until she died in 1982. Alan Greenspan, he gets a job in the White House, and that picture on the last page is when he got his first job after the removal of Richard Nixon. When he got his first job in the White House with Gerald Ford, Ayn Rand actually went to the White House with Alan Greenspan to be sworn in at the White House. Now, Alan Greenspan eventually becomes the director of the Council on Foreign Relations. Now, the Council on Foreign Relations is the most important and powerful think tank in the United States. It's basically the brain of the CIA. It's where U.S. foreign policy is thought of, basically. It's a lot of academics, and they're paid by ExxonMobil and the Ford Foundation and a lot of very, very wealthy think tanks to come up with foreign policy. So he's the director of it from 1982 to 1988. And then he becomes the chairman of the Federal Reserve Board from 1987 to 2006. And he pushed for deregulation of lending. The idea was the government should not interfere in how people lend money, just let them lend how they want. And he's actually been, Time Magazine and a number of other publications have listed him as considered to be most responsible for the 2008 financial crash. And he actually admitted as much before Congress. This is his testimony from October 23rd, 2008. He says, "I made the mistake in presuming that the self-interest of organizations, specifically banks and others, were such they'd be capable of protecting their own shareholders and the equity of firms." So he's asked, "You found that your view of the world, your ideology was not right and that it was not working?" And he says, "That's precisely the reason I was shocked, because it's been going so well for 40 years with considerable evidence that it was working exceptionally well." So he basically admits that his philosophy that he gave his life to was very much responsible for the financial crash. It's also worth noting that he was very much an advocate of removing Glass-Steagall. And he thought that Glass-Steagall, this idea that that commercial banks and financial banks should be separate, he didn't believe in that. That was government interference. Banks should be able to do whatever they want. That's Alan Greenspan. He's probably one of the most powerful people in the United States. From the 80s up until the early 2000s. And it's worth noting that he was a personal friend and protege of this philosopher Ayn Rand, who believed compassion and empathy were great human flaws and defects. But we should talk about Milton Friedman. Now, Milton Friedman, he's also an economist. His parents, they were immigrants from Hungary. He owned what he admits was a sweatshop that his parents owned in New Jersey, where people were kind of being worked very hard, paid very little. He was an advisor to Barry Goldwater. Barry Goldwater ran for president against Richard Nixon in the primary, but then against LBJ, Lyndon B. Johnson. And he runs against him, and he's portrayed as just kind of being very extreme and right-wing. And he loses to Lyndon Johnson. Lyndon Johnson is pushing the Great Society, and we need a bigger welfare state. Barry Goldwater is saying we need to cut, there's too much government spending, and people are lazy and need to get a job. And Milton Friedman is his economic advisor. Barry Goldwater loses the campaign. However, he then reemerges to be the campaign advisor of Richard Nixon when Richard Nixon runs for president. And this is in the middle of the turmoil in the 1960s. Richard Nixon is running he says he's the law and order candidate, and that he's going to restore law and order, and that he speaks for the silent majority that don't approve of the civil rights movement, don't approve of the anti-war protests that are taking place. So Richard Nixon takes office, and Milton Friedman is his top economic advisor. And he, is pushing, Nixon to deregulate, and, they start having huge amounts of inflation, and you have a big economic downturn. So then Nixon expels Milton Friedman from the White House. And that's the famous quote from Richard Nixon. He says, "We're all Keynesians now. We all buy into the idea the government should spend on the economy. Milton Friedman's philosophy that we should just privatize everything and have total free market, he doesn't buy it." So Milton Friedman's kicked out of the White House. And there's actually, interestingly, National Review magazine, which is a very conservative magazine, says, well, it makes sense that Richard Nixon would kick Milton Friedman out because really the only way Milton Friedman's ideas could really be applied was with some kind of dictatorship, with some kind of totalitarian regime, because people just, if you cut government spending the way he wants to do, people just won't go along with it. So, Friedman's at the University of Chicago School of Economics, that refers to, him, and he's getting funded. 10 more jumping jacks, then we're good? All right, 10 more jumping jacks.
We want to take people from just being viewers and passive to being active and doers. And that's really the thing. So right now we're working at developing that mechanism, basically, because different people have different skills. And a lot of people don't know what their skills are yet. Or
I'll say it again, in the land of the free, use your freedom of choice, your freedom of choice. In nature Rome, there was a poem about a dog who found two bones. He licked the one, he picked the other. He ran in circles till he dropped dead. Freedom of choice is what you got. Done.
Do two poems. One I'm going to try to do from memory, and then the other one I'm going to have to read. I met a traveler from an antique land who said, "Two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that its sculptor well those passions read, which yet survive, stamped on these lifeless things. The hand that mocked them, and the heart that fed. And on the pedestal, these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away." All right.
That I find myself agreeing with them sometimes, amazingly, in recent years, right, on issues of foreign wars and anti-imperialism, but they call it anti-globalism. They're also against monopoly. So really, anti-monopoly is kind of another way to say anti-imperialism, or if they want to say anti-globalism, so like making these kind of connections where you can explain like one part. You don't have to say, here's the whole program,
And so I cry sometimes when I'm lying in bed, just to get it all out, what's in my head. And I'm feeling a little peculiar. And I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real high, and I scream at the top of my lungs, what's going on? And I said, hey, 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 hey. I said, hey.
are masters of their fates. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves that we are underlings. Brutus and Caesar. What should be in that Caesar? Huh? Why should that name be sounded more than yours? Write them together. Yours is a spare name. Speak them. It does become the mouth as well. Weigh them. It is heavy. Conjure with them. Brutus will start a spirit as soon as Caesar. Now, in the names of all the gods at once, upon what meat doth this our Caesar feed, that he has grown so great? Hate, thou art shamed, Rome! Thou hast lost the breed of noble bloods! When went there by a time? Since the great flood. Yet it was famed with more than with one man. When went there by a time? When those who talked of Rome, that her wide walls encompassed but one man. Now, it is Rome indeed. And room enough when there is in it but only one man. Oft you and I had heard our fathers say, there once was a man that would have brooked the eternal devil to keep his state in Rome as easily as a king. That's it. That's that
one. We don't need no education. We don't need no thought control. No dark sarcasm in the classroom. Teacher, leave the kids alone.
Oh, come on.
Scared.
There it is.
Okay, now use your feet. The next one is by Caitlin Johnstone, and this is probably too young of a crowd to apply to most of you, but you all probably know somebody it does apply to, and she calls it, "Show me an old rebel." Do not show me a young rebel whose eyes are bright and whose tail is bushy. Young rebels are fine and good, but they are merely doing what the young are meant to do. Show me an old rebel, one who keeps punching when his hands are arthritic, when her hair is white, when his friends are all dead, when her knees are shot, when it hurts him to pee, when her shoulders are so bad that it would be much easier to punch down than to punch up. Show me an old rebel who keeps standing up after being knocked down over and over again, year after year, decade after decade, who after the 1,000th blow merely spits out a tooth and says, "Son, you have no idea what you're dealing with, do you? Are you a young rebel, sticking it to the man? Are you upsetting the gray brainiacs and knocking over their word castles? That is fine. Youth will be youth. But show me a young rebel who became an old rebel, who stuck with it through the attack, through the setbacks and the beatings and betrayals, who watched the hippies become yuppies, and the protesters become pundits, and still kept the fire lit amid the monsoons of infiltration and the hurricanes of heartbreak, who will close their tired eyes for a final time without ever once having cast them to the ground or peered up in imploring subordination. That, my friends, that is a true spirit. If you are still a fiery rebel, even as everything is ripped away from you, I will be humbled and awed by you, because I will know that you will carry that with you to the grave. And I will know that whatever you find on the other side will be met with that same defiant glare. And I will sing your song when you are gone.
More than anything in the world, I'd like to sit down with Georgia B. Been some things the past few years been bothering me. Well, all ain't well, I'm mad as hell, and I'm living daytime TV. But I'm dealing with the feeling there's one or two things CNN don't want us to see.
And then you're going to place your hands in your lap like this, with your right hand first, and then your left hand, with your thumbs barely touching. And you're just going to breathe. And the object of this is to let go of thought, not to hold on to thought, because that's what we're doing a lot. Is just like we wake up in the morning, we start thinking, and we're just like nonstop thinking.
And I said, hey, 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 hey. I said, hey, what's going on?
When communists say party, they mean something different than what most Americans think when they think party. A communist party, in the Leninist sense, is a group of people that are organizing in order to take power. And a political party in the American sense is a group that runs people in elections. If you call yourself a party, most Americans hear you and they say, oh, when are you on the ballot? Who are you running? And if you're not able to answer that question, already people are like, huh? You know, so already you've confused people, number one. Number two, an actual party in the Leninist sense is not something we have right now. I mean, it doesn't exist. An actual party, I've used this analogy many times, an actual party is like an orchestra. You know, it has trombones and pianos and trumpets. An actual party has people doing educational work like we do, but it has people in labor unions, it has people who run for office, it has a newspaper, it has all kinds of stuff. If a party came into existence, CPI would be one division of that party. And we're not a party. And unlike the parties, we're honest about that. Many of these parties think they're parties, and they ain't. And we're honest about the fact we're not a party. We exist to carry out one specific task of socialist education, anti-imperialist education. And we hope that someday something that could call itself a party in the Leninist sense can emerge. And we also hope that someday something electoral can emerge also. I mean, you know, that would exist. But the other thing is, I looked around the world, things have changed. You know, and a think tank, that's what people form nowadays. You know, and nowadays when people are trying to carry out a function or a task like we're doing, they form a think tank. The whole form a party thing is a Marxist orthodoxy. It's basically, more or less. Right. And that's why we're not doing that. You know what I mean? And it's something it's communists going through the motions. Or we formed the party, we had the Central Committee, now we're publishing the Vanguard newspaper. Now
right.
it's just
our leader grew a mustache.
Yeah, right, yeah, exactly. So there you go.
They're gonna say that I'm a communist, unpatriotic, dope smoking, degenerate hippie. Fuck them redneck, white trash motherfuckers sitting on their ass watching CMT. Well, commercial propaganda's got the whole damn country thinking we're on God's home team. Well, they might control the whole damn world, but they ain't gonna control me.
Does somebody want to like give me an object or tell me a topic or something that this is not planned or anything?
Syria.
Syria? What?
Syria.
Trotskyism. So yeah, somebody give me a beat.
Syrian Trotskyists.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. It does. Somebody throw a beat or clap or something. Thank you. He's good. He's the human beatbox. There's a human beatbox is your entertainer. No other style could fit this guy plainer. Right. The Trotskyists in Syria. What do you hear of you? I don't really hear of them. Are they even Syrian? You can't hear much about them. But you know somebody's funding them. I want to make fun of them, but they're not quite funny, son. The Syrian Trotskyists, they are not hot for this. Because I am a Stalinist, their least favorite kind of communist. They know that we're onto this. Their funding is from the US. And it's from NATO. We know that we don't play, so the Syrian Trotskyists, they're all up onto us. They're funded by the LaRouche. I'm just kidding. But that's what Ben Norton told me. But he's kind of a douche. And I'm just being the truth. Talking to the youth here. We want to spit the truth here, but it's like a game of truth or dare. And in CPI, we chose truth, so be aware. All right.
Concrete examples. I haven't seen this on the other campaigns, maybe because I haven't been looking as hard, but I've been looking a little bit. But RFK Jr., he has a tool on his website right now for finding 4th of July parades in your area. You type in the zip code and then the radius.
It's on the beat drop again. I got it. Hopefully. Got one more gripper for E. Ready? It's easy now.
Don't try to make them go away. Just notice that you're thinking and let it go. Don't pursue the thoughts. Just release it and come back to your breath. And just come back to your breath. So we're just going to do this for about 3 minutes. We're just going to keep our gaze. You're not focused on anything.
Once I was young and impulsive. I wore every conceivable pin. Even went to the Socialist meetings. I learned all of the old Union hymns. But I've grown older and wiser, and that's why I am turning you in. So love me, love me, love me, I'm a liberal. Woo! There we go.
To help them develop and get them active, like doing things, because when you do that and you take ownership of like a piece of the organization, then it's, it becomes part of your life in a different way. So that's my answer to that as far as next steps.
Oh, for shame! The wind is at the shoulder of your sail, and you are stayed for. Then, my blessing with thee, and these few precepts for thy memory. First, look thou character. Give thy thought no tongue, nor any unpurported thought his act. Those friends thou hast, in their adoption tried, grapple them unto thy soul with hoops of steel, but do not dull thy palm with entertainment of each new-fledged, unhatched comrade. Beware of entrance to a quarrel, but being in it, beware that the opposed may beware of thee. Ooh. Give every man thy ear, but few thy voice. Take each man's censure, but do reserve thy judgment. Costly thy habit as thy purse can buy, for For clothes oft do, for apparel oft do proclaim the man. And they in France are of a most select and generous chief in that. Neither a borrower nor a lender be, for loan oft loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. This above all, to thine own self be true. And it must follow as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. Farewell. My blessing season is in thee.
After the Second International is when Lenin and the Bolsheviks transitioned from being social democrats to being communists. Right now we're in this position where socialism, communism, it's not even something that people disagree with. It's a word that means something else apart from what you're saying. So I don't, when I speak to coworkers who I agree with politically, I never, ever, ever say the word. And if the word does come up, it's them accusing the Democrats or the globalists or Ron DeSantis of being a Marxist, a communist, or whatever, So in the moment that I say, well, no, it's something that they're wrong. It's like I'm using a completely different vocabulary where I'm in a fringe where I'm speaking a foreign language to everybody else. They're not speaking the foreign language to me, right? I'm the minority person. So what do you do?
Maybe we should just be anti-imperialists, because that's the essence of what we're doing. We're against imperialism. We're with the forces around the world that are against imperialism. That's the essence of what we're doing.
But then what are you pro?
The city-building tendency.
Weep a slumber, America, land of brave and true. There's castles and clothing and food for all belongs to you. Every man a king, for you could be a millionaire. Belonging to others, there's enough for all people to share. And sunny June and December too, and winter time or spring, there'll be peace without end. Every neighbor a friend, with every man a king.
We have come to confirm the unity of all people.
We have come to confirm the unity of all people.
To salute our comrades who have died.
To salute our comrades who have died.
And pledge our word that skillful hands.
And pledge our word that skillful hands.
Keen brains.
Keen brains.
And bold enthusiasm.
And bold enthusiasm.
Shall never more be wasted in war.
Shall never more be wasted in war.
CPI!
CPI! CPI! CPI!
That has been created, that there's basically a polarizing question in society that the society cannot escape. It's which side are you on? And the revolutionary movement is on one side, and they are the bulk of the one side of that question. They are the biggest force on the one side of that question. And so as that question becomes resolved, they move in to take power because they're on one side of a question that divides society. And this is how revolutions tend to happen. They tend to go like this. Right now we're in strategic defensive. We could soon be in strategic equilibrium, and then, hypothetically speaking, strategic equilibrium could lead to a situation where such a big mass movement has formed and society is divided right down the middle over a key question that as resolving that key question, we could move into strategic offensive and move into the creation of a socialist society. And this is the way to understand these questions. Now, yes?
Like what kind of key question has ever brought people into a successful revolution?
Okay, well, we'll jump into that right now. The Russian Revolution, what was the question? The question was World War I.
Will we continue fighting in World War I or not? And the Bolsheviks, it had been strategic defensive. They had been an isolated small group, but the conditions in society got to the point that there was a big division over the question of will we continue fighting in World War I? And the Tsar was viewed as incompetent, and the Tsar was brought down in the February Revolution. He was toppled, but then there was still division. Do we continue the war, just not with the Tsar, or do we end it? And there was a big division in society, and the Bolsheviks had built up this mass organization that said we want to end World War I immediately. And then they, as the anti-war guys, the biggest mass movement in the biggest bloc that was against continuing World War I, they were able to take power. Most of the time we've seen revolutions, it's been over the question of fascism. It's been, the Nazis are invading the country, and the communists that already have a mass base among the population become the biggest anti-Nazi or anti-fascist fighting force, and they're able to take power. In China, it was Japan. On the Korean Peninsula, it was Japan, right? The society is divided. Are we for the Nazis? Are we against them? Are we for Japan or against them? Well, the communists are the biggest fighting force, and they ultimately do this. And if you look at, this is how these things tend to happen. But a big part of this is divisions in the ruling class, which is a really important point, because people, again, in this fandom mode, they want to be like, well, we're not aligned with any capitalists. We're for revolution. And that's complete silliness. And if you read this next quote from the Communist Manifesto, he talks about divisions in the ruling class being key in how revolutions come about. So who wants to read the next quote? Oh, go ahead, Ellie. All right.
The bourgeoisie finds itself involved in a constant battle. At first with the aristocracy, later on with those portions of the bourgeoisie itself, whose interests have become antagonistic to the process of industry. At all time with the bourgeoisie in foreign country, in all these battles, it seems itself compelled to appeal to the proletariat, to ask for help, and thus to drag it into the political arena. The bourgeoisie itself, therefore, supplies the proletariat with its own elements of political and general education. In other words, it furnishes the proletariat with weapons for fighting the bourgeoisie. Finally, in times when the class struggle nears the decisive hour, the progress of dissolution going on within the ruling class, in fact, within the whole range of old society, assumes such a violent, glaring character that a small section of the ruling class cuts itself adrift and joins the revolutionary class, the class that holds the future in its hands. Just as, therefore, at an earlier period, a section of the nobility went over to the bourgeoisie, so now a portion of the bourgeoisie goes over to the proletariat.
So what happens? The crisis in society is intensifying, and the rich and powerful are fighting with each other, but they can't fight their own battles. They need to recruit working people to be their foot soldiers, which is happening right now, in case you haven't noticed, right? They're recruiting us to be their foot soldiers as they fight with each other. Black Lives Matter, Occupy Wall Street, the Tea Party, January 6th. You're right. I mean, there's many examples of, as the rich and powerful are fighting.
Versus Harris, is that?
Yeah, the factions in the ruling class are fighting with each other, so they need to build mass movements of working people to be involved in politics to fight the other capitalists on their behalf, right? And that is what happens in a crisis. Usually they don't want any kind of mass movement happening. Well, you know, when they're all friends after 6 o'clock, they would prefer that no mass movement happens. But when there's a crisis, one faction needs to have their own army to battle another faction that has their own army. And so they have to allow mass organizations to come into existence. But they all realize it's very dangerous, and it's a little bit of a game. But if you look at how this is played out in American history or in the history of different countries, I mean, we could talk about it. We talked about the Russian Revolution earlier. So let's talk about another example, which is the Bolivarian Revolution in Venezuela. In the 1990s, Venezuela's economy was devastated.
1890s.
No, 1990s. Yeah. 1990s, after the fall of the Soviet Union, Venezuela was forced to cut its public budget to get IMF development loans. And so they drastically, they would go back to the International Monetary Fund. They'd say, we'll give you another development loan, but you got to cut the public sector. So we'll lay off public workers, we'll lay off workers in our power plants and in our transportation. And then they'd go back the next year and they'd say, all right, we'll give you another loan, but you have to cut more and more. And this devastated the Venezuelan economy. And, they had the Caracazo, I believe in 1989, where the
cost of public transportation went up very significantly, and the population of Caracas went out and rioted against the cost in public transportation. So what happened? There were a number of wealthy capitalists in Venezuela who were not benefiting from this. It was Wall Street and the American corporations that were devastating the Venezuelan economy. There's a lot of Venezuelan business owners and Venezuelan capitalists that weren't benefiting from this. So they got this guy in the military named Hugo Chavez to try and have a military coup to stop the cuts in public spending, to defend the Venezuelan economy. And he tried to have a military coup and he failed. He went to prison. Then he got out of prison and he ran for president on a popular platform. And there was a mass movement, and he said he was for neither capitalism or socialism, just whatever was good for Venezuela. And he got elected. And almost immediately after he got elected, they called him a dictator, and they were accusing him of being a communist. And because the communists had been so essential in his campaign, he appointed a member of the Communist Party to his cabinet. And then we know what happens. Then 9/11 happened, and he was against the U.S. invading Afghanistan. And he said 9/11 was awful, but it doesn't justify what the USA is doing in Afghanistan. And on top of that, he was saying no to the Western banks, Wall Street banks, et cetera. And so because of that, there was an attempted military coup against him. And so he was arrested, and the military tried to remove him. But then the rank and file soldiers rose up and rescued him and brought him back to office in 2002, and they defeated the coup. And after that, he came out and he said, all right, the only way that we can save Venezuela from the cuts that have been imposed on the country is we need to move toward 21st century socialism. And so he put the oil of Venezuela, which had been nominally nationalized, but was basically controlled by BP and Chevron and American Oil, he put it under actual state ownership. And then he started using the oil money to provide services and rebuild the infrastructure. And with that oil money, they started to transition Venezuela towards socialism. And it was an alliance between the national capitalists of Venezuela, who wanted a stronger economy, but realized they needed the working class to have their back. And as things proceeded in Venezuela, the national capitalists became less and less important, but this mass movement that they had created got stronger and stronger and stronger, and that's what led Venezuela to where it is today. And if you look
at the time the Vietnam War was happening, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., this is the holiday in his memory, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., he came out against it in 1967. And he was condemned by the NAACP for coming out against it. They told him not to come out against it. It was hurting the civil rights movement. He should just focus on civil rights.
Estimated that we spend $322,000 for each enemy we kill in Vietnam, while we spend in the so-called war on poverty in America only about $53 for each person classified as poor. The promises of the Great Society have been shot down on the battlefield of Vietnam, making the poor, white and Negro, bear the heaviest burdens both at the front and at home.
And he went to Riverside Church in Harlem in New York City, and he gave a very powerful speech condemning the Vietnam War. And in that speech, he said the following thing: these are revolutionary times. All over the globe, men are revolting against old systems of exploitation and oppression. And out of the wounds of a frail world, new systems of justice and equality are being born. The shirtless and barefoot people of the land are rising up as never before. People who sat in darkness have seen great light. And we in the West must support these revolutions. That was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. a year before he was assassinated. And what he was really saying there was that the Vietnam War wasn't about capitalism versus communism. It was about Vietnam, which is a deeply impoverished country historically, fighting in order to industrialize, fighting to take control of its country and build itself up. That they were under the domination of the French, they were under the domination of American and British corporations, and they wanted economic independence so they could build themselves up. That was really what the issue was. And Noah and I, we got to attend the World Youth Festival in Sochi, Russia. And we actually got to meet people from Vietnam, representatives of the mass youth organizations of Vietnam. And right now, Vietnam is experiencing what the World Business Forum has called an economic miracle. They have given their country a high-tech upgrade, internet access all across the country. They have provided education on massive scale. Since the end of the Vietnam War, they've seen their life expectancy go up by 17 years, and it just continues rising. the Vietnamese government has proceeded to raise people up from poverty. And it's not just Vietnam. I mean, you go to another part of the world, part of the reason we're pushing this bridge is because there is an economic expansion happening very, very rapidly. The rise of the BRICS countries. There's whole sections of the globe that we were taught about in school that they just kind of glossed over. It was like they weren't even important. Big sections, big land masses in Russian Far East, Mongolia, Central Asia, all these places that they just didn't used to matter. They're becoming electrified. And there's railway going through them. And there's people rising up from poverty and getting running water and electricity and modern technology. And what is happening in the Far East is very, very exciting. Meanwhile, here in the West, our economy is getting worse and worse and worse. I tell people that they're unpaving roads in the United States while they're paving roads in the most rural, isolated parts of China. They're literally unpaving the roads here in the United States. 27 different states have situations where local municipalities can't afford to maintain paved roads. They pull up the asphalt. We saw the Francis Scott Key Bridge that collapsed. Remember that? That was in this part of the country. More recently, we saw the wildfires raging in Los Angeles. And then we found out part of the reason that the wildfires got so bad is because the local Democratic Party, Samantha Power and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris sent a bunch of the fire protection equipment to Ukraine. And that, I mean, and so rather than having it there to provide and protect people, the fires were raging because they didn't have the proper equipment. Absolutely outrageous. And it seems that our leaders in the United States are not loyal to the United States. They're loyal to an international financial system. They're loyal to defending this British Empire, globalist, imperialist way of doing things. They're loyal to Atlanticism and the international financial system that concentrates wealth in great cities like Wall Street, New York, like the London Stock Exchange. And not only does it suck the life out of the countries under its domination, but it's sucking the life out of the heartland of America. And we're getting poorer and poorer, and an internationalist elite is getting richer and richer and richer. And at this point, we have to ask ourselves, what kind of country we want to be?
Oil banking dynasties, they use their money like sports gamblers, but like expert sports gamblers. They realize if you bet on both teams, you're almost guaranteed to win every game. If you want to find the people who run the world, quietly powerful global elite, you don't have to look for the Illuminati or the Freemasons or some secret society. Look at the major oil companies and the banks that are connected to them. The 4 major oil companies in the United States, the super majors, Chevron, British Petroleum, Royal Dutch Shell, that's owned by the Rothschilds, and ExxonMobil, controlled by the Rockefellers and the Morgans, they function as much like a trust or a cartel as is legally possible in the United States. They set the prices of gasoline together. They discuss increases and drops in production among each other. There's a number of smaller corporations which are indirectly owned by the same people that own the Big Four. For example, an oil company called Marathon is technically an independent company, but it's really just a subdivision of ExxonMobil, another descendant of Standard Oil, started by John D. Rockefeller. U.S. foreign policy cannot be separated from the Big Four oil companies. This should be obvious from a distance. What countries have been the biggest enemies and military opponents of the United States in the last 3 decades? Iraq, Libya, Venezuela, Russia, Iran. All of these countries are major oil exporters. Who pays for the Council on Foreign Relations? Who does business with the Pentagon? Who owns the banks at the center of the European Union? Who funds both the Democratic and Republican parties in the United States? Who funds the Labour Party, the Conservative Party, and the Liberal Democratic Party in Britain? The very ground on which the United Nations headquarters is built was a personal donation from the Rockefeller family. Henry Kissinger, one of the most influential figures in setting U.S. foreign policies, is a complete creation of the oil bankers. He worked for the Rockefellers before he worked for Washington. Look at the think tanks where decisions are made by powerful leaders. You'll see that roughly the same people work at all of them. The same people fund them also. The Asia Society, the Brookings Institute, the American Enterprise Institute, the Hoover Institution, the Heritage Foundation. It's not hard to find out where all of these policy-setting institutions get their money, and you can trace it to the oil bankers. So with that in mind, I'm going to answer the following questions. Why did the oil price drop in 2014? Why does it remain around $30 a barrel? What is the relationship between oil and development? And why is the global economy facing a crisis? Let's go back to the first years of the 21st century. Following 2001, the policies crafted by the Council on Foreign Relations and carried out by the Bush administration, they had a very obvious impact. They drove oil prices up. When Iraq was invaded on March 19th, 2002, the U.S. military destroyed the country's infrastructure with a torrent of missiles they called shock and awe. The country was destroyed. It was removed from the world market. Millions of Iraqis died, and the price of oil went up. And almost immediately after Iraq was destroyed, the US, Britain, and Israel began to escalate an international campaign against one of Iraq's neighbors, one of Saddam Hussein's biggest enemies, the Islamic Republic of Iran. A barrage of media propaganda insinuated that Iran was trying to develop nuclear weapons, and the international community was rallied to put sanctions on the Islamic Republic of Iran. The sanctions restricted Iran's ability to sell oil. Iranian oil was removed from the market, and the price of oil went up. In 2008, the US-aligned regime in Georgia had attacked the Russian-aligned territory of South Ossetia. This sparked a war between Russia and Georgia. As a result of this war, the international community was rallied to put sanctions on Russia. Russia's oil was put on the market, taken off the market, and the price of oil went even higher. As Bush left office in January of 2009, the oil prices had reached the highest in world history, over $110 a barrel. The Council on Foreign Relations, the Pentagon, and the CIA, directly linked to the major oil companies, they had carried out a series of policies engineered to drive the price of oil up. You can't dismiss that as a mere coincidence. However, in the process of engineering U.S. foreign policy toward making astronomical profits, the four supermajors had created a problem for themselves on the international markets. In 2003, as oil prices were rising, Chavez drastically altered the nature of Venezuela's nationalized oil resources. He reoriented Venezuela's oil so that the proceeds would go almost entirely to the domestic budget. Chavez became amazingly popular as he provided free health care and free education and other services to the population with the oil proceeds. Russia also got stronger. During the 1990s, in the aftermath of the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia was in an economic disaster. Mass unemployment, massive crime, the country was depopulating as people fled. But with the oil boom, Putin was able to restart the Russian economy. Putin was able to put the economy back in order by exporting oil, as well as natural gas. The booming oil prices enabled Putin to launch what he called the National Priorities Project. They vastly improved the state-run health services. They subsidized housing for low-income Russians. And they created an apparatus of anti-imperialist media. With state-controlled petroleum and natural gas, the industrial output of Russia increased by 125%. The wages of Russian workers tripled during the first 8 years of the Putin administration. The Russian state, centered around high oil and natural gas prices, aligned with the Russian Orthodox Church, it formed a new kind of anti-capitalist Russian nationalism. The Russian state apparatus is influenced by the legacy of the Soviet Union. It takes pride in the defeat of Adolf Hitler in the Second World War. People call it the new Russian patriotism. Russians are urged to reject Western concepts like individualism and selfishness and be part of a collective effort to build a strong country. In the Islamic Republic of Iran, the high oil prices strengthened figures in Iranian politics that they call principalists. In the US media, they derogatorily call them hardliners. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the Basij, the Islamic University system. These are the networks that emphasize the anti-capitalist goals of the 1979 revolution. And with the high oil prices, they found themselves with a lot of money. So while Chevron, BP, Royal Dutch Shell, and ExxonMobil were making record profits, their hired analysts were warning them that the world's situation was slipping out of their fingers. And it was beyond Russia, Venezuela, and Iran. The Islamic Socialist government of Libya grew more powerful due to high oil prices. Gaddafi was elected as president of the African Union. Ecuador saw significant economic growth. In this country, your government-controlled oil company called Petrobras, it became the third largest corporation in the entire hemisphere. Petrobras, a company that is not controlled by the big four oil corporations, but the majority of the shares in the hands of the Republic of Brazil was larger than BP and ExxonMobil and larger than Microsoft. Publicly controlled natural resources all over the world were becoming the basis for economic independence. The Eurasian alliance between Russia and China became essential. Countries did not need to do business with Wall Street as they once had. And not only on the global stage was there a new slew of opponents and competitors, but within the United States, because of shale gas and hydraulic fracking, the competitors with the big four oil companies, they got stronger as well. The big four oil companies, the super majors, we can call them big oil. What was getting stronger was what you can call little oil. Because of the boom in oil prices, started accessing oil and natural gas in the shale of the United States, and their profits started going up. ExxonMobil, the Council on Foreign Relations, the entrenched old money oil bankers, they began to move into the Democratic Party around 2007 and 2008. This is a rational decision for anyone who closely follows U.S. politics.
School he went to in Indonesia, but Kamala Harris, barely anybody knows anything about Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is this mysterious figure. You know, she was in California politics, first woman vice president, first woman of color vice president. We should just be happy about it. Nobody wants to really talk about these things. Well, Kamala Harris's mother, who's now deceased, was from India, was a cancer researcher. And Kamala Harris's father, Donald Harris, was a Marxist economist and is a Marxist economist, a professor at Stanford University. He was an advisor to the government of Michael Manley in Jamaica. And he and Kamala are estranged from one another. He did not attend Kamala's inauguration as vice president. They're not on good speaking terms. And another thing about Kamala Harris, I don't know if people saw, but there's a video of Kamala Harris where she's bragging about how she jailed the parents of children who were truant from school. Have you seen the clip?
I would not be standing here were it not for the education I received. And I know many of us will say the same thing. And I believe a child going without an education is tantamount to a crime. So I decided I was going to start prosecuting parents for truancy. Well, this was a little controversial in San Francisco. And frankly, my staff went bananas. They were very concerned because we didn't know at the time whether I was going to have an opponent in my re-election race. But I said, look, I'm done. This is a serious issue, and I've got a little political capital, and I'm going to spend some of it.
Wouldn't be anywhere in my life if it weren't for my education, and so not giving a child their education is a crime, and so I jailed parents, and she's giggling about it. It's just so great. And, you know, I see so much in U.S. media. They like to trivialize incarceration. There's so many shows on Netflix and all of that where it ends towards the end where someone goes to jail, but it's part of the happy ending. It's okay. And they don't seem to realize what that means. You know, when one member of a family, when a father or a mother goes to prison, or a brother or a sister, it hurts the entire family. And when Kamala Harris is up there giggling about, I locked up these parents because their kids weren't in school. Yeah, kids need to be in school. If kids aren't getting to school, it's a problem. But the worst thing you could do is then throw their parents in jail. That's not going to help the situation in any conceivable way. But when she's joking about it, and she's laughing about it, Kamala Harris, she says, what did she say? She said, well, I wouldn't be anywhere if it wasn't for my education.
I would not be standing here were it not for the education I received.
It's about her. It's about her. And we all remember the big line when she was calling out Joe Biden, when she was trying to contend with Joe Biden in the presidential election. What did she shout at Joe Biden? She shouted, "That little girl was me! That little girl was me!" And then her campaign started churning out T-shirts with the face of 10-year-old Kamala Harris on them. Do you remember this? Yeah. Kamala Harris actually references her own childhood quite a bit throughout her speeches and throughout her campaign. It's very odd. It's very, very, very odd. Indeed, she's told stories, and it's almost like she wants us to vote for her because she was once a 10-year-old child. I mean, that's what it sounds like. But it's interesting, because there's a lot about Kamala Harris we don't know. She spent her childhood in Oakland, California. When she was a teenager, she moved to Quebec in Canada. She spent most of her teen years in Quebec. She says absolutely nothing about it. In her autobiography, she says nothing about the years that she spent in Quebec. She just talks about it as if it didn't happen.
And she doesn't know any French.
Well, there you go. But the more you look at it, it's very clear that Kamala Harris sees herself as a victim. The way Kamala Harris speaks, the world has been unfair to her. The world has treated her badly. She's had bad experiences in life. And she blames Donald Harris for that to some degree or other. We don't know why. We also, there's rumors, we don't really know what happened when she was in Quebec. We just know she never talks about the years that she spent in Quebec. But Kamala Harris thinks that she is a victim. And she wants the whole world to know that that little girl was her. And she wants vengeance. And she wants to make people pay. And she wanted to make Kevin Cooper pay. And she wanted to make those parents pay. And she wants to make people pay. And that's very, very clear when you listen to Kamala Harris. And that what's weird is that if you look at the Hillary Clinton State Department, you will find this exact same biography over and over and over again. If you look at the Democratic Party and the people that rise up its ranks, you'll see very similar personality profiles. Amy Klobuchar, her father was an alcoholic who beat up her mother. She's stayed with the mother. The father went away. She was estranged from the father. And she grew up to be a prosecutor who started putting people in prison. And Amy Klobuchar, one of her trademarks is that she would, when there was a black man on trial, she would hire these gang experts who didn't know anything about the case. They were just expert witnesses who would get up and tell stories about things that gangs do and scare the crap out of these jurors so they would convict this person. Right? Amy Klobuchar was very good at locking people up, but she also has a very similar life story to Kamala Harris. Estranged from her father, close to her mother. Samantha Power, same life story, very similar. Right? Born in Ireland, her father was an alcoholic who beat up her mother. Her mother left Ireland, moved to the United States with young Samantha Power. Samantha Power's father died shortly afterwards. It's a similar life story. And what's interesting is that shortly before the 2016 primaries, as they got going, it became clear that Hillary Clinton couldn't run again. And so it's widely reported in the press that there was a meeting in the Hamptons where all the people who had been backing and urging Hillary Clinton to run again, they decided that instead of pushing Hillary Clinton to run once again, they would instead decide that they were going to put their money behind Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris became the favored candidate of the forces who backed Hillary Clinton. And Hillary Clinton, you'll recall, is the one who was running the U.S. State Department during the Arab Spring, the result of which was the destruction of Libya, the destruction of Syria. And you'll also notice that Tulsi Gabbard, who was considered a fringe candidate and not treated as a genuine candidate by the mainstream media, she used her very limited time on the debate stage, the little time she had, to go after Kamala Harris. Yeah. And it was one of the most epic political takedowns that we've ever seen.
I want to bring the conversation back to the broken criminal justice system that is disproportionately negatively impacting black and brown people all across this country today. Now, Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence. She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California. And she fought to keep cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Senator Harris, your response.
As the elected Attorney General of California, I did the work of significantly reforming the criminal justice system of a state of 40 million people, which became a national model for the work that needs to be done.
Bottom line is, Senator Harris, when you were in a position to make a difference and an impact in these people's lives, you did not. And worse yet, in the case of those who were on death row, innocent people, you actually blocked evidence from being revealed that would have freed them until you were forced to do so. There is no excuse for that. And the people who suffered under your reign as prosecutor, you owe them an apology. Our Democratic Party, unfortunately, is not the party that is of, by, and for the people. It is a party that has been and continues to be influenced by the foreign policy establishment in Washington, represented by Hillary Clinton and others' foreign policy, by the military-industrial complex and other greedy corporate interests.
But it's important to note also that Tulsi Gabbard, in addition to being anti-war, she's active duty U.S. military. And that when she speaks for more than herself. And her ability to be part of the political discourse and to raise opposition to regime change wars and to point out the Arab Spring and what it meant in spreading terrorism around the world, Tulsi Gabbard speaks for voices within what you might call the deep state. And that there's a real conflict within the deep state. That's very, very clear. There are forces within the deep state who disagree with each other. The ruling class are fighting with each other. And Kamala Harris represents one faction. And Tulsi Gabbard, Donald Trump, and other forces.
Look at revolutions throughout history. This is how they tend to happen. And so we should talk about them in American history. I mean, obviously, we've never had a revolution here, but we've had mass movements. The 1930s, that was the last time we were in a period of strategic equilibrium. What was happening? So we had the Great Depression was happening in the United States. And the economy, 1929, the stock market crashed, and they kept expecting it would get better. They had a song that was on the radio called "The Happy Days Are Here Again." They would play on the radio, but the happy days didn't come. It didn't get better. And it just kept getting worse, and it just kept getting worse. And so a section of the ruling class picked this guy named Franklin Roosevelt, who was just a standard, regular politician in New York State. He was just, from one of the wealthiest families. I believe his cousin or nephew or one of his other relatives had been president president before, Theodore Roosevelt. Distant cousin, yeah. And he was from one of the wealthiest families, and he took office, and he was backed by the Rockefeller oil companies, but he was also backed by the National Association of Manufacturers, and they brought him in, and he was going to make the economy better with the National Recovery Act. And the National Industrial Recovery Act was his plan to make the economy better. And they pushed it very, very hard, and it was largely degrowth. The first National Recovery Act was a degrowth plan. What did they do? They killed half the cows in the country. During 1932-33, he sent the Department of Agriculture out, and they killed half the cows in the country and buried them, and they poured lime on the bodies so no one could dig them up and eat the meat. And that was supposed to make the price of beef go up. And there was all kinds of degrowth measures that were just trying to make the U.S. economy better. But it didn't work. It didn't work. And the Communist Party at that time was aligned with the Soviet Union, and it was building these unemployment movements, demanding work or wages. They had huge hunger marches and rallies demanding, jobs and, worker wages now, don't starve, fight. They had this mass movement of hungry, unemployed people. So then the summer of 1934 happened. And the summer of 1934 is one of the most important summers in American history. Because what happened that year was in San Francisco, the dock workers went on strike led by a communist labor union. And they shut down the docks of San Francisco. And the truck drivers of Minneapolis went on strike, led by the Teamsters. And the auto light workers in Toledo, Ohio also went on strike. And all of these strikes were like national emergencies. The National Guard was sent in, and it was like, communists were controlling the city and things like that. All throughout the South, there were sharecropper strikes. South Carolina declared a state of emergency because the sharecroppers were on strike. And 1934, it was clear the country was in the state of uprising because these labor unions, workers on the job, and unemployed workers were rioting and protesting. So Roosevelt, as the president, and his National Industrial Recovery Act, which was pretty awful, wasn't making things better. So what do we find out? We find out that the National Association of Manufacturers, which is the factory owners, they said these protests, these unions are a big threat, because that could lead to communist revolution, and they're going to force us to sign union contracts. So they began talking with the military about overthrowing Roosevelt and installing a fascist dictatorship. And it was called the business plot. And Smedley Butler of the U.S. Marine Corps blew the whistle and announced that they'd approached him about trying to overthrow the government and install a fascist dictatorship. Why did they want a fascist dictatorship? To crush the protests and the mass movements that were going on. So Roosevelt realizes, 1934, that there's unrest in the country, and that if things don't get better, he's going to be killed. He's going to be overthrown, and the military is going to topple him. So what does Roosevelt do? In 1935, he creates the Works Progress Administration. And over the head of Congress, with the stroke of a pen, executive order, he hires millions of unemployed people, and he puts them to work. In 1935, you had the Works Progress Administration was created. Millions of unemployed people are hired. After that, you then had the Wagner Act, which legalized labor unions and made labor unions legal, 1935. So 1936, Roosevelt ran for president, once again, for re-election. And he's passed all these popular reforms, and the bulk of his own class wants him out. But during the 1936 election, he starts sounding very, very radical. And he starts talking about economic royalists, and he starts talking about war profiteers, and never before has Wall Street been so united in their hatred of a candidate, but I welcome their hatred. And he's inviting labor unions and communist folks to meet him at the White House and all of this. 1936, they have a presidential election. And in 1936, they announce the National Association of Manufacturers. Henry Ford says, if Roosevelt gets reelected, we're going to lay people off en masse because he taxes us too much and we're going to lay people off. Well, Roosevelt wins the 1936 election en masse because he's provided these services to hungry people. So after he gets reelected, the employers start making good on their promise. And they start saying, you know what, we're going to lay people off. And it starts in Akron, Ohio. Rubber workers are told they're laid off because Roosevelt has been reelected. So they don't leave their factory. And they sit down and they occupy their factory. And it's the sit-down strike. And then in other parts of the country, workers are going to lose their jobs. And they don't just protest outside the plant. They sit down and they occupy the plant. So all of this leads to then January, or like the end of the year, 1936, 1937, January, you have the Flint sit-down strike, where auto workers in Flint, Michigan They are on strike and they occupy their factory, and workers from all over the country are driving to Flint, Michigan to support the auto workers that have occupied their factory. And thousands of workers gather, and the police try to drive them out of the plant. And there's the famous Battle of Bull's Run, where they take the fire hoses from inside the plant and knock over the police with the fire hoses. And then the military is sent to Flint, Michigan by Roosevelt, and everyone's expecting that the military is going to come and drive the workers out of the plant. But then everyone's blown away when the military pulls up to the plant and points the machine gun away from the factory and is protecting the workers' right to occupy their plant. And Roosevelt says that workers have the right to occupy their factories. And at that point, then the company surrenders, and that's how the United Auto Workers was created. That's why auto workers have the good wages they have, was because of that. But then at that point, the president of the United States is saying you have the right to occupy your factory. So all across the country in 1937, you had this sit-down strike wave of 1937, where workers began occupying their factories to demand, better conditions. And Roosevelt, the president of the United States, is saying that they have the right to do it. Right? This is a division in the ruling class, and it's because those factory owners are the ones trying to overthrow him, and the people who are backing him are the Rockefellers that are oil monopolies. They're not as threatened by the industrial unions. It's not as much of a threat to them. They're making money from oil. And so there's a division in the ruling class, and in 1937 you have a huge expansion of the Communist Party, and the CIO, the Congress of Industrial Organizations, emerges as this mass organization of workers occupying their factories, the CIO. And this is a moment where you can talk about strategic equilibrium. The Communist Party was a household name that people were following and supporting in mass, and it was leading the CIO, and it was because of this division in the ruling class. Go ahead, Rachel.
Nowadays, people, I think that back then that workers had this right to strike or sit down, but it sounds like what you're saying is that conditions are kind of similar to they are now. Like, it's illegal for my husband to form a union or to sit down strike at Toyota, but if it were the same as back then, they just do it. And when enough people do it, then somebody in the ruling class says,
when World War I broke out all over Europe, there was a woman living in Germany who was very, very opposed to World War I. She was eventually thrown in prison for her anti-war activism. Her name was Rosa Luxemburg. And Rosa Luxemburg, she wrote a pamphlet that she had to put out under a fake name because she didn't want to be arrested. And in that pamphlet, she said something very eerie. This was 1914, when World War I had just started. She said, "This world war is a regression into barbarism. The triumph of imperialism leads to the annihilation of civilization. At first, this happens sporadically for the duration of a modern war. But then, when the period of unlimited wars begins," think about unlimited wars. When the period of unlimited wars begins, it progresses towards its inevitable consequences. The triumph of imperialism and the collapse of all civilization, as in ancient Rome. Depopulation, desolation, degeneration, a great cemetery. She was saying that if the trends that began at the time of World War I were allowed to continue, the West itself would come apart, and Western civilization and Western society would deteriorate. And she compared it to the Roman Empire. As this war-based society became more and more individualistic and more committed to this global international financial system, eventually it just collapsed from within and deteriorated.
You talk to people who lived in socialist countries. This is where it gets interesting. If you ask them what they remember about the socialist countries that they liked, they'll tell you very strange things that sound a little bit weird. They'll tell you things like, quote, "We were happy all the time." Now, what does that mean? We were happy all the time. That can't be true. People must have lost relatives. People must have... But the state in the socialist countries cultivated happiness, right? The state worked very, very hard to try and keep people in an upbeat mood all the time, right? The state, and this became even a thing that socialism was attacked for, right? They talk about some government bureaucrats saying the state orders you to be happy, but this was a reality, right? You listen to those Mao songs, songs that people like. Socialism is good, or without the Communist Party, there would be no new China. And they have this very upbeat, happy tone. The state was constantly working to make people happy, and it was constantly mobilizing people to get stuff done, to go out and build, to go out and construct, right? One thing I will say that I remember, and I'm very critical, I'm very frustrated with the communist groups I was in. But one thing that I thought was very, very good, I went to the memorial for a comrade who died. I'm not even going to say his name. But I remember that there was an individual who was in one of these parties that I was with for many years, and he died. And he was like 80 years old at the time that he died. And he was an older man, and he was Jewish, and he lived in New York City, and he was a communist. And he wore every day a ball cap, baseball cap, with Palestine on his hat. Every day, everywhere he went. He had an apartment in Manhattan, and he walked around, and he went to protests, and he volunteered, and he was retired. Everywhere he went, he wore a baseball cap with Palestine on it. And we know that in New York City, you're not going to get much love for wearing a Palestine baseball cap everywhere you go. It's not going to win you, a lot of friends and respect. But every time you saw this man, this older man, short, every time you saw him, he lit up. And he was constantly telling you, I just met someone the other day, 26 years old, and he told me that I was so cool for wearing this Palestine baseball cap, and he gave me thumbs up. You wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe it. Every time you saw him, I just gave the communist newspaper to somebody in Lower Manhattan, and he loved it, and he was going to get a subscription for his whole family. Every time you saw him, he was glowing with positivism. He would tell you positive things. Positive things. Moscow Does Not Believe in Tears movie. I haven't seen it. He would tell you positive things. And we know that when he was walking around Manhattan as an older Jewish American wearing a Palestine baseball cap, we know people went up to him and said, you terrorist, you self-hating Jew, how dare you. But he never told us about that. Never did he ever tell us about that. Never. Never once did he ever tell us about that. You know that when he tried to give people the communist newspaper, people said to him, get that commie stuff away from me, you filthy, rotten communist. But he never told us about it. Never told us about it. Every time we saw him, every time we saw this older man, so upbeat, so charming, just a happy fellow. And he was constantly telling you, I just gave the newspaper to this people. And he was giving you positive energy, right? And that was what made him such a special person. He gave you energy to keep going on the socialist project and keep getting things done because he was putting out positivism. Really. It's really beautiful. And again, right, part of what made socialist culture, right, so powerful was that these people in these socialist and communist groups would encourage each other. And they were constantly full of positivism, and they were constantly pushing each other to do better and to do more and to get things going. It was really beautiful. And that was when these groups were at their strength, right? Not where they're at now, as they're isolated and whatnot. But when these groups were at their strengths, they eluded this kind of positive energy. And they would all be together, and they'd be working to carry out some goal. And it would be like the 5-year plans, right? That's what people, you talk to these older people who lived under Stalin and all that, they tell you about the 5-year plans. Crazy story here, right? I'm going way back. I'm going back to when I was younger, right? When I was a kid, right? My family, we're in this little small town area, but there was a program where you would host, you'd take out to dinner once a week a foreign student from a local college. So when I was 10 or 11 years old, we hosted, like that meant we took them out to dinner once a week, a foreign student from Bulgaria. You know, and I was 10 or 11, and he was like 22. You know, he'd been in the military in Bulgaria already. We talked to him, you know, and we would ask him about his country and all of that. And I remember this foreign student we hosted from Bulgaria. We asked about communism. And of course, he was anti-communist. Yeah, it was awful, you know, repressive, totalitarian regime, whatnot. I was 10. I didn't really know much. But I said something like, well, did anyone support the communists at the beginning? And I remember this 22-year-old Bulgarian student said, yes, yes, yes. And then he proceeded to tell me that his grandfather was one of the most loyal communists until the day he died. And I said, why? And he said, well, because after World War II, Bulgaria had no roads. And my grandfather was a young man, and the communists organized all these young people to go and build roads all over the country. And he said that his grandfather and all the young men from Bulgaria had gone out and paved roads all over the country. And they felt great about it. And they were doing something great and working for the country. And that every time he'd seen his grandfather, when this, you know, decades later, his grandfather would go on about how great it was when Georgy Dimitrov and the Communist Party mobilized them all to go and build roads. They were working together, this collective effort. We are going to work together and build something new and engage in progress and build something and work hard and create something together, and it's going to be amazing. That was like this glowing memory. That was the strength of the Soviet Union. That was the strength of China. That's the strength of Bolivarian socialism. It's this ability to get people in groups together and to get them thinking positively and get them working together for a joint goal, to get them aiming at the future, to get them having a positive attitude, right? Right? It's a kind of happiness. It's a kind of happiness that one doesn't get simply from making money. It's a kind of happiness one doesn't get from having sex and playing video games. It's a special kind of happiness, this feeling, I'm in a group of people, we have a goal we are working hard at, and we are going to work hard at it, we're going to sacrifice together, we're going to hold each other up, we're going to support each other. It's a kind of happiness that people experience in this society. You know, people volunteer together. You know, people in church groups feel it, but it's a special kind of happiness. And that special kind of happiness, that collectivism, that belief that we're all in this together, we're working hard, that is the special collective mindset, right? That really, really made what you could call really existing socialism or real socialism very powerful and continues to manifest itself even in 21st century socialism. And again, I'm talking psychologically here, I'm talking subjectively here. And forgive me, I'm not sticking to the classical Marxist narrative. I'm not talking about economic, numbers or dictatorship of the proletariat. I'm talking about how people feel, right? And I'm telling you that people felt that way when Roosevelt sent them out to build hospitals and schools, with the Works Progress Administration. People felt that way in the effort to defeat slavery. Abraham Lincoln pulled these feelings out of people. Strong, powerful, good leaders have the ability to pull this kind of feeling out of people. This selfless positivism, this joint effort. It's very, very beautiful. I'm talking about mindsets. I'm talking about psychology here. This isn't classical Marxist analysis, but I'm telling you that city builders, right? That's why I wrote this book, City Builders and Vandals in Our Age. The city building tendency has the ability to get people to experience a very special kind of happiness. The happiness, the love that comes from building and constructing and being part of a group and working very, very, very hard. That's what I'm trying to get at. Space Communist says, much love, brother, and thank you. I mean, I'm doing the best I can here, right? But this kind of mentality, this is what we're trying to do, right? This is very much what the Socialist Project is about. And I hope that I've addressed it.
Okay, we gotta let them do it. Is that kind of the idea? Like they're not asking permission to strike. They just
Yeah, it was illegal to go on strike in a lot of states. It was illegal to have a union at all in a lot of states to go on strike.
see what I'm saying? Like a lot of people these days, they're like, oh, well, we don't have unions. Oh, we don't have this or that. But they didn't have them either. But they just did it.
Right, and it was a division in the ruling class that created this. Now,
Previous attempt ended in just, Pinkerton shooting people.
Right. Yeah. So they tried it before, but
Yeah.
apparently there was enough of a momentum.
yeah, 1934 was not the biggest strike wave in American history. The biggest strike wave in American history was in 1877. It was the railroad workers. They went on strike, but they didn't win a single thing. There was way more of them.
And then Debs, was that?
Yeah, Debs was the leader of it, and he went to prison, and when he got out, he became the socialist leader. But they didn't win a single thing in 1877. But why did they win so much in 1934? Why is it in response to the 1934 strike wave that you got the Wagner Act, you got all this division in the ruling class? Because they were aligned with 1/5 of the world. They were aligned with the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was having an economic boom during these times while the Western world was having the Great Depression. And they were seeing these strikes they were carrying out were in alliance with a major global movement and one of the major countries in the world. And that's one thing that I really wish people could understand. And we'll talk about that later when we talk about the civil rights movement, right? That these, these global situations have a really big impact, right? And that Roosevelt and his popular reforms and the rise of fascism and all of that had a lot to do with the Soviet Union existing. Now, Roosevelt, was he a communist? No, he was not. And that then, he was in favor of an alliance with the Soviet Union against Nazi Germany, right? Nazi Germany arose, and Nazi Germany was a rival of the United States. It canceled debts to American and British banks, and Nazi Germany was doing a lot of things that American and British banks didn't like. But the United States government obviously didn't like the Soviet Union either. And so there was a division. Who should we be more friendly to, Nazi Germany or the Soviet Union? Well, the National Association of Manufacturers, they wanted to be friendly to Nazi Germany and focus on opposing the Soviet Union because they thought communism was the biggest threat. And Roosevelt and a lot of the British capitalists said we want to focus on Nazi Germany, and if we have to have an alliance with the Soviet Union to do that, we can do that. Now, the Soviet Union was constantly asking to form a global, anti-fascist bloc against Nazi Germany. And the Western countries were refusing because so many of the capitalists were tied in with Nazi Germany. And then Spain, right? The Spanish Republic, the king of Spain had stepped down. They had an elected government, and they had a communist majority in the parliament in Spain. And so Franco, the military leader of Spain, violently overthrew the Spanish Republic. You had the Spanish Civil War. And Spain's government was being overthrown, and the Nazis and the Italian fascists were sending weapons and military support to help Franco, and Franco eventually did overthrow the Spanish Republic. So when the Spanish Republic was overthrown and Spain became a fascist country as well, the Soviet Union said, wow, well, we've been trying to make an alliance with the Western capitalist countries all this time, but they don't want to make an alliance with us. And so they said, you know what? Maybe we can make an alliance with Nazi Germany. So you had the 1939 Pact. Well, the U.S. government was obviously not thrilled about that. So Roosevelt reacted very negatively, and he actually put the leader of the Communist Party in prison, Earl Browder, and he sent Earl Browder to prison on a passport violation. The Roosevelt administration kind of went into an anti-communist frenzy after the pact was signed. But then, when the Soviet Union was invaded by Nazi Germany, and the Soviet Union was fighting Nazi Germany, and it became clear that, that the United States and the Soviet Union were allies, he let Earl Browder out of prison, and the communists became an essential part of the war effort. And right before he died, Roosevelt proposed an economic Bill of Rights, which is part of our 4-point plan. Why did he do that? Because he was trying to mobilize the American people to fight the war, because the Soviet Union was one of their aligned countries, because the Communist Party and the labor unions were such a big part of his alliance, because so many of the wealthy capitalists had been doing business with the Nazis. Prescott Bush, had his accounts, seized. He'd been doing business with the Nazis. There were Henry Ford and some others. And so because the capitalists were seen as not particularly loyal, and because the labor unions and the Communist Party were essential in kind of mobilizing the country to fight in the Second World War, he started talking about an economic Bill of Rights. Now, this is all important because we can't view history in terms of good guys and bad guys. It's not a question of Roosevelt being a good guy or a bad guy. It's a question of he was at war with his own class. He was from a wealthy family, and the bulk of the capitalist class was against him. And so in order to maintain his power, he needed working class people to be on his side. Now, what eventually happened is Roosevelt died right as World War II was ending. We got a new president, Truman, and then we had the booming economy and McCarthyism. But I could easily imagine a situation right? Let's play that game, that hypothetical history game that I don't like to play. We could imagine a situation, let's say that Roosevelt had lived, he was not dying, and that the economic conditions in the United States after World War II got worse. They didn't get better. You could imagine a situation where the bulk of Roosevelt's own class was coming to overthrow him. And so as a result, Roosevelt would be forced to give even more support and government backing and all of that to the communists and to strengthen and embolden his alliance with the Soviet Union. And if conditions had been right, you could see Roosevelt becoming like a Hugo Chavez figure. That's not how history went. And it's not because of good guys and bad guys. It's because of the balance of forces. And that's what I really wish people could understand. I meet so many people that are looking for the perfect third-party candidate. Oh, Jill Stein said this. It's about the balance of forces. It's about the balance of forces. The balance of forces pushed Roosevelt in one direction, and then he died, and the balance of forces pushed things in another direction. But it's these divisions in the ruling class that create an opening for the working class. And that's what we need to understand when we're operating. We need to build a movement that can engage in strategic alliances and can push forward what we want. Now, I want to talk about McCarthyism. So after World War II, we had McCarthyism. The USA had the strongest economy of any country in the world at that point because the rest of the world had been blown up in the Second World War, and so we hadn't been destroyed, and so we were giving the world all their steel and all the cars, and the USA had a booming economy. Because the USA had a booming economy, the message of the Communist Party was not very appealing anymore, right? Fight or starve, we're not starving. We need to have a revolution to overthrow the system. We don't need that. Everything's fine. So the Communist Party stopped being very popular. Plus, there was this new invention called the television, right, which put propaganda in everyone's home. And so the television was there to scare the crap out of everybody that the communists were going to come kill them and, murder them and blow them up with atomic bombs, etc. And so the conditions were ripe for a crackdown, right, on the Communist Party. And the Communist Party was outlawed, and the leaders were thrown in prison, and you had, the McCarthy period. It was a very awful time. It started out with the Democrats. The Democrats had like the Roosevelt wing of the Democratic Party that had been friendly with the communists, and they were crushed. The Democrats, the Catholic trade union associations crushed the Roosevelt wing. And then the Republicans accused the Democrats of being soft on communism. They said, who lost China after the 1949 Chinese Revolution? And so the Republicans started calling the Democrats communists. And then Joe McCarthy emerged in the early 50s as this Republican who was very, very opposed to communism and was seeing communism everywhere. And Joe McCarthy, he was a lot like Donald Trump in that he represented lower level capitalists because the Democrats had been accusing the Roosevelt wing of being communist. The Republicans had been accusing the Democrats of being communists. But McCarthy was accusing the Rockefellers of being communists. And he was saying that Wall Street bankers were communists. And he was saying that the richest people in the country were communists. And what it really was, the last stage of McCarthyism, was a kind of middle-class uprising against the ruling class. The big monopolistic corporations had come out of World War II so powerful and strong that the small business owners, your doctors, your lawyers, your lower-level capitalists, they felt like they were being crushed by the big monopolies. And so they, in their minds, they saw the big monopolies as being communists. And of course, as Joe...
And I think if we want to understand the role that we have to play as anti-imperialists and anti-globalists and people who want to see a new America where working families come first and speaking out against imperialism, I would like us to look at something very, very old, a very, very old text. Some of you might be wondering what this painting is. Well, this is a painting from 1844. And this is from Horace Vernet, the American painter. And it's his depiction of the Hebrew prophet Jeremiah from the Old Testament of the Bible. This is Jeremiah, the weeping prophet. And this is his depiction of this Hebrew prophet Jeremiah. And if you read the book of Jeremiah, Jeremiah was born in the year 650 BC in the kingdom of Judea. And at that time, the kingdom of Judea was experiencing a lot of injustice, I guess you could say. At the time, the gap between the rich and poor in the kingdom of Judea was rising very significantly. And the rich people were becoming more and more ruthless. They were finding loopholes in the Hebrew law through which they could utilize poor people as slave laborers to build their great mansions. They also, according to the Hebrew law, they had provisions to care for widows and orphans, but those were being ignored, and widows and orphans were being left destitute and hungry. And at the same time, the rich were also engaging in human sacrifices, and they were burning infant babies, and they were engaging in all kinds of rituals and such. And Jeremiah was not from the priesthood. He was just an ordinary person. And he spoke up against the rich and powerful in the kingdom of Judea. And I want to point out something about that, because it's very, very easy to speak up against people who have no power. It's very, very easy to condemn people who have no power. And I hear that when you turn on CNN. You know, they'll sit there, some Hollywood celebrity. I'm so morally opposed to these people who vote for Donald Trump. These people in Texas and Alabama, they're bad people. I condemn them. I morally oppose them. It's just so wrong. And they sit there, and then the cameras go down, and they're like, all right, time to go party with P. Diddy. Time to get on Jeffrey Epstein's airplane. It's ridiculous. It's so easy to grandstand against people who have no power. But if you start calling out the rich, and you start calling out the powerful, that's when the consequences begin. And Jeremiah did that. And in fact, one of the people who was the most opposed to Jeremiah was the priesthood. Why? Because he was calling out the priesthood. He was saying that the priesthood, they were complicit in the crimes of the rich. They were complicit. They were enabling the rich to get away with what they were doing. And so he called out the priesthood, and he built a movement. And all kinds of people in the kingdom of Judea started gathering outside the temples to listen to Jeremiah's preaching, to put on sackcloth. And the message was, we've got to change our ways. We've got to repent. If not, we're going to lose our country. And he said that if they could change, and if they could start caring for the widows and orphans, and if they could, start having a society that was not tricking people into cheap labor, and if they could actually go back to their principles, they could save their country. He said, for if you thoroughly amend your ways and your doings, if you thoroughly execute judgment between a man and his neighbor, if you oppress not the stranger, the fatherless, the widow, and you shed not innocent blood in this place, and neither walk after other gods to your hurt, then I will cause you to dwell in this place, in this land that I gave your fathers forever and ever. That if you can turn things around, we can stay here. But if not, we're going to lose our country. And Jeremiah was building this movement of people in the kingdom of Judea, calling out the rich and powerful, and he got a great boost in social media terms. There was somebody who really liked what Jeremiah had to say, and that was the king, Josiah. The king Josiah was seeing that they had enemies, and that there were other countries that could attack them, and that the way the rich were behaving and conducting themselves was tearing apart the social fabric they would need to resist a foreign invader. So King Josiah, who was himself from the rich and powerful class, decided he was going to boost Jeremiah. So he began promoting Jeremiah and encouraging people to listen to Jeremiah's speeches and promoting him. And Jeremiah was able to thrive and build this mass movement because he was trying to hold the country together. But then the king died. And after the king died, the new king who came in was somebody who was in with the rich and their human sacrifices and their parties and didn't want to hear what Jeremiah had to say. And so this new king did not protect Jeremiah from the priesthood. And the priesthood moved in to very ruthlessly begin to persecute Jeremiah. Jeremiah was publicly flogged, and he was placed into a pillory in front of the temple. And his family abandoned him and denounced him. And the priests even forbid him from ever getting married because they wanted to just stick it to him, right? Imagine such an awful thing to do to somebody, to deny them the right to get married. And if you read the book of Jeremiah, chapter 20, he's crying out to God as he's in the pillory, as he's being humiliated, as he's being persecuted. He's crying out to God and saying, I wish I didn't have to say this. I wish I didn't have to speak the truth. And he says, I wish that I could just have held it in and not said these things that would get me in so much trouble. He says, then I said, I will not mention him nor speak any more his name. But his word was in mine heart as a burning fire shut up within my bones. And I was wearying of forbearing, and I could not stay. He couldn't hold in the truth. He knew what was going on. He knew how unjust it was, and he just couldn't hold back. He had to keep speaking despite all the persecution he was facing, despite losing his family, despite being put in a pillory, despite not being allowed to marry. He had to keep speaking up. And he's saying to God, why can't you just let me not say it? Why are you not letting me just hold back? That's Jeremiah. And what happened? Well, After Jeremiah was subjected to all this persecution and was isolated, was made into a social pariah, what happened? Well, Babylon invaded the kingdom of Judea, and the Israelites were subjected to 70 years of enslavement. And everybody knew that Jeremiah was right. And the whole reason we have the book of Jeremiah is because somebody, it's funny, this painting is inaccurate. Jeremiah was illiterate, so there's no way he could have been writing. This is an inaccurate painting. Back then, most people couldn't read or write. But Jeremiah, at that point, everyone realized he was right, and he fled to Egypt, and a scribe named Baruch transcribed his very poetic sermons so they can be preserved. And for the 70 years that the Israelites were held in captivity, they were all saying, Jeremiah was right. If only we had listened to Jeremiah. He was right. He was warning us that if we didn't turn around, we were going to be destroyed. We were going to lose our country. But we didn't listen. And look what happened. Now, it's kind of a sad story, but the reason it's important is because Jeremiah became kind of the archetype, right? Fast forward 600 years to when John the Baptist was going around, the voice crying out in the wilderness, wearing camel skin and eating locusts. Well, everybody knew he was modeling himself on Jeremiah. Jeremiah was the archetype that all the Hebrew scholars studied. And later, we've all heard that one of the famous deeds of Jesus Christ is driving the money changers out of the temple. Well, what did Jesus Christ say as he was driving the money changers out of the temple? He says, "You have converted my Father's house into a den of thieves." Well, he was quoting Jeremiah. And to the people that were listening to him in the temple, the scribes, the Pharisees, that word ringed well because Jeremiah had said those very same words in that very same place. So Jesus was quoting Jeremiah. But what does this all have to do with America, right? We're thousands of years in the future. Well, I think that has quite a lot to say about our time.
Demographics are shifting. The white middle class of elderly conservatives, the traditional base of social conservatism, it's dying off. A much larger percentage of the U.S. public is black or Latino, and young white people tend to vote for Democrats and have liberal views as well. As big oil moved out of the Republicans, fracking companies, little oil moved in. Now, big oil is sophisticated in its politics. Huge think tanks studying trends in global economics, but little oil isn't so sophisticated. Sarah Palin, the governor of Alaska, she was nominated as the vice presidential candidate. She would scream, "Drill, baby, drill." What she was really saying was open up Alaska to the small oil corporations. She brags that she fought against big oil as governor of Alaska. There's a little bit of truth in that. For a long time, her husband wasn't even a member of the Republican Party. He was aligned with the Alaskan State Independence Party, the John Birch Society, the Constitution Party. This isn't the neoconservative politics that was carefully constructed by ExxonMobil in the 1970s and 80s. This is ideological right-wing paleoconservatism. These are forces that were driven out of the Republican Party in the 1960s. People who think President Dwight Eisenhower was a communist. People who think that the drinking water has communist poison being put in it. People who say that Abraham Lincoln was a dictator and that the slaveholders of the South were somehow justified in rebelling. There's a big difference between the politics of new money and old money. The new money deeply resents the power of old money. They see themselves caught between two great chasms. And you have the power of the big oil bankers that seeks to put them out of business. On the other hand, you have the rising people's movement for justice around the world, which threatens to redistribute their wealth to the people. They oppose both. They look to the past. Some people call this politics emerging from little oil fascism. I don't know if that's completely accurate. The Democratic Party hates two men in particular. They've become kind of the symbol of little oil. Their names are Charles and David Koch. They are the inheritors of a company called Koch Industries. They're constantly being denounced by the Democrats because they're rising competitors with the big four oil companies. And if you can look at where Koch Industries came from, you can learn something about the role that oil plays in development. The father of the Koch brothers, his name was Fred Koch. He invented a new method of thermal cracking, the process by which crude oil is transformed into gasoline. The big oil bankers tried to put him out of business. And they took him to court 44 times. In one instance, they actually were proven to have bribed a judge to rule against him. Fred Koch was nearly ruined in the United States, but this was 1927, and there was another place to turn, the Soviet Union. Prior to the Bolshevik Revolution, the Russian Empire had been one of the leading oil exporting countries. 150 different oil companies had invested in the Baku oil fields of Azerbaijan, part of the Tsarist Empire. The Baku petroleum output was larger than the entire domestic output of the United States. Half of the oil in the entire world was being produced in areas controlled by Russia. As a result of its important role in the world economy, Baku was one of the few areas in Russia to even have electricity. 95% of electricity was used for industrial purposes. The working peoples of Baku Baku, half of them Turkish Muslims, the other half Christian Armenians. They lived in shacks and they made poverty wages.
Yes.
All throughout the Russian Empire, people were living in extreme poverty. But Russia was supplying the world with oil. The victory of Britain in World War I was dependent on the Russian oil. A famous incident occurred in 1901. There was an oil refinery in part of the Russian Empire called Georgia, the city of Batumi. The oil workers at this refinery went on strike. They were demanding better conditions, and the leaders of their union were arrested. So a crowd of oil workers, armed with guns in their hands, ripped down the walls of the prison. They freed their comrades. The leader of that crowd that broke open the jails in Batumi and freed the oil workers was a 23-year-old seminary school dropout. At the time, he went by the nickname Koba. He would eventually be known to the world as Joseph Stalin. The peoples all throughout the Russian Empire, they knew in their bones that they were supplying the modern industrial economy of the 21st century with oil. They were making a lot of bankers rich, but they themselves were poor. In the aftermath of the Russian Revolution, the British armed forces were sent to seize the oil in Baku. It was a hotly contested area. In 1928, as Russia began to rapidly industrialize, this is when Fred Koch came from the United States to the Soviet Union. He watched as in a few short years, this third world country became an industrial power. Between 1928 and 1936, the Soviet Union became the biggest producer of steel in the entire world. The Soviet Union also produced more tractors than any other country in the world. Of course, oil production went through the roof, and the country was lit up with electricity. The huts of rural villages where Soviet peasants had lived were replaced with modern apartment buildings. Running water was provided to the entire country as well. Illiteracy was wiped out. And this was the 1930s. The rest of the planet was having a Great Depression. Now, the Soviet Union was not the workers' paradise many of the Marxists and communists had expected. It was clearly not heaven on earth. It was a society with many big problems that eventually played a role in its destruction. But what the Soviet Union did between 1928 and 1936 was go from being an impoverished country, controlled by Britain and France as a semi-colony, to becoming a superpower. This doesn't require Marxism-Leninism. This doesn't require Soviet-style command economics. It requires economic independence. It requires mobilization of the people. It requires a leadership that loves the homeland, not the international bankers. Fred Koch. His sons certainly hate communism, cooperation and solidarity, and now they represent a faction in U.S. politics that is competing with the four major oil corporations. In 2014, the high oil prices that had been engineered by U.S. foreign policy came to a sudden, sharp end. Without any real justification, any logical reason, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia began putting oil on the international market, started putting tens of millions of barrels a day out onto the markets. This huge influx of oil caused the price to drop. But the Saudi kingdom did not stop. They continued putting petroleum onto the international markets, taking out loans and expanding their oil production apparatus. By today, the price of oil has dropped so much that the Saudis are laying off workers in mass. They are having huge internal problems. At this point, the Crown Prince, King Solomon's son, he's saying that he wants to move Saudi Arabia away from oil. Now, this is a strategy that might work in Russia or Venezuela, but not in Saudi Arabia. This country is a desert. It has two things, oil and sand. So why is Saudi Arabia doing this? Why are they bankrupting themselves? They're doing it because their bosses in the four major oil corporations are ordering them to. Since the 1940s, when U.S. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt established a relationship with the House of Saud, since that time, the oil has never really belonged to the Saudis. The Saudi oil corporation Aramco, they're just vassals, they're just middlemen, they're just agents. The Saudis now have the fourth largest military budget of any country in the world. They purchase their weapons exclusively from the United States. Saudi Arabia is just an extension of the power of the big oil bankers in the U.S. They are getting their orders from the Council on Foreign Relations to drop the oil price as low as they can in order to cash starve Iran, Russia, and Venezuela, as well as the Koch brothers and the little oil in the United States, and restore the monopoly of the big four. We actually have a confession of this from the son of Ronald Reagan, Michael Reagan. He says, quote, I'll read it to you. Since selling oil was the source of the Kremlin's wealth, my father got the Saudis to flood the market with cheap oil. The lower oil prices devalued the ruble, causing the USSR to go bankrupt. Now Obama is doing the same thing.
But why do we have the Second Amendment in the United States? Why do we have the right to bear arms? We have the right to bear arms because our country was started by English religious dissenters. In England in 1649, there was a war between the Parliament and the King. And the King aligned himself with the Church of England. And so the Parliament, which represented the emerging capitalist system overthrowing feudalism, aligned itself with the Puritans and the Roundheads and the Muggletonians and the Ranters and the Quakers and all kinds of radical street preachers who didn't go along with the Church of England. And they rallied and they protested and they built an army and they defeated the King of England and they cut his head off in 1649. They cut the head of the King of England off. Oliver Cromwell led the English Civil War in which the King of England was beheaded. The English Civil War was quite wild. There was one of these religious dissenters was the Diggers, and they seized control of St. George's Hill, and they created an agricultural socialist commune in England. Very temporarily, and it was just a radical uprising. And at the time, information technology had really changed because this thing called the printing press, and there were thousands of pamphlets being distributed all over England as people were reading the Bible for themselves and reading pamphlets about politics and arguing about who should have the right to vote. It was an upsurge of democracy that these radical preachers, these English religious dissenters were part of. So after all of that was over, and after Oliver Cromwell died, they wanted to kind of cool things down in England. So what did they do? They brought the son of the king who had been beheaded, they brought him back, Charles II. He was fled to France. They brought him back and they put him on the throne. One of the first laws that Charles II made was that no religious dissenter could own a gun. No religious dissenter may own a gun. Why? He didn't want to get his head cut off, just like his father. Well, at that point, a lot of the English dissenters said, now they're taking away our guns. And that's because they don't want us to be able to defend ourselves when what comes next. And they started packing up and fleeing to the New World, to the United States. And when the American Revolution happened, we had the Constitution. Well, you'll notice that the first time the Constitution was proposed, the 13 colonies didn't accept it. They wouldn't ratify the Constitution unless it had 10 amendments to it, changes. And the First Amendment was, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, meaning there will not be a church imposed on you, no church in England imposed on you. You have the right to be religious in your own way, and you will never have a state religion imposed on you. Or restricting free exercise thereof, meaning we will never repress your right to practice your religion as you choose. And then the Second Amendment was, you'll never take our guns away, and you'll never render us defenseless. Yeah. We fast forward to the time we're living in now, and we think about the moment that we're in now.
Forces are tied to another faction. And this is something we can't just ignore. We can't pretend that these things don't exist. It would be nice to just be able to sit back and say, oh, they're all bad. But if you did that, you're not being serious in what you're doing. We have to be aware of the divisions in the enemy camp. And right now, there are divisions in the ruling class. When you think about Kamala Harris, what she did as prosecutor, you could really just say that that's what leftism is if it's stripped of economics, if it's stripped of class struggle, if it's stripped of a desire to have the people rise up and control the means of production, if it's just anger, if it's just revenge, it's just a call for destruction, a call for rebellion, that's what Kamala Harris is. Kamala Harris, she's very much a guillotine meme. That's what she is. It's the glorification of punishment. A desire for revenge, a desire for destruction. And that if you look at the history of socialism around the world, the strength of socialism wasn't the guillotines, it wasn't the firing squads, it wasn't the persecution. That's not what people remember the strength of socialism being. They just did a poll, 75% of Russians say that the Soviet Union was the best time in their history, but they're not thinking that because of executions. I'll read to you what was said. This was from a PBS documentary. They interviewed a woman named Tatiana Fedorova.
Stalin set a task. Build this or build that. And thanks to the fact that people trusted him and this enthusiasm of young people, it was possible. Remember, this was a country where people were illiterate, lived in virtual darkness, wore birch bark shoes. Even now, I think it's like something out of a fairy tale. How was it possible, at one of the most difficult times, to raise these great construction sites? It was only possible through the unity of the people, and the love of the people for their idol. Because for us, Stalin was an idol.
Remember, we were illiterate. We lived in virtual darkness. We wore birch bark shoes. Even now, I think it's like something out of a fairy tale. How was it possible to build all these great construction sites? It was only possible through the unity of the people and the love of the people for their idol. And for us, Stalin was an idol. And the reason Stalin remains wildly popular in Russia, it's not because he executed people, it's because he mobilized them to build that country up from nothing. This was a country... He built some of the world's largest power plants. He wiped out illiteracy, and he built a modern industrial country. He raised millions of people up out of poverty. And then they fought off the Nazi invaders, and then they rebuilt the country again. And a few years later, they were the first country in outer space. And the strength of socialism was not that it punished people and that it persecuted people, but rather that it enabled people to go out and build and construct. Talk about Fidel Castro. The people love Fidel Castro because of the executions and the persecution that happened in the immediate aftermath of the revolution. No. They love Fidel Castro because he brought the people together to build a modern medical system, to raise the country up. He sent medical volunteers all over the world to care for people. And he sent literacy volunteers across the planet. That was the strength of Fidel Castro. You talk about what Kim Il-sung did. Why is it that Kim Il-sung is loved on the Korean Peninsula? Why is it that Kim Jong-un remains popular? Why is it the people of North Korea have not surrendered despite everything they've been up against? Well, it's due to the fact that after the Korean War, every single building in North Korea above 1 story tall was bombed and destroyed. The country was devastated. 4 million people were killed. And a year later, Kim Il-sung had every single child in the northern half of the Korean Peninsula back in school. And he built that country up. And he built up a steel industry. And he electrified the country. And the people saw their living standards rise and rise and rise. And that is the strength. And you can say the same thing about China. Poverty alleviation in China is a story that the United Nations and so many other countries have looked on. This is a whole country that moved up from nothing. We talk about the power plants that they built. We talk about the education that's been provided. We talk about the highways and the high-speed railway that's been constructed. But we can talk about even in the earliest years of the revolution. There were people who saw a doctor, millions of people, who saw a doctor for the first time in their lives because of Mao Zedong and the Chinese Communist Party. Their barefoot doctor program sent doctors to remote regions, up into the mountains, places that had never seen a doctor. In addition to that, but there were children in China who had never seen the sun, because in China they had mines, and children are smaller and they can work in mines. And there were children who they would wake them up in the morning before the sun had come up and send them down into the mines, and they wouldn't be allowed to come out of those mines until the sun had already gone down. They never saw the sun, and it wasn't until the victory of the Chinese Communist Party that they even saw the sun. You cannot underestimate the astronomical achievements of what socialism has done around the world. And when they hit us over the head with this story, this fairy tale that socialism never worked anywhere, I don't know what they're smoking. The evidence of socialism building and constructing and raising people up is absolutely massive. You can see it everywhere. But I'll tell you a couple interesting things. When the Chinese Communist Party was emerging during the 1930s, there was an American writer named Edgar Snow, and he went to China, and he wrote a best-selling book. It was a book that was a bestseller in the United States. It was called Red Star Over China. And he wrote about how the Chinese Communist Party and the Red Army, they had this spiritual power, this spiritual quality about them. People would give up everything they had and go and join the revolution. They would join arm in arm, and people, when you joined the Chinese Communist Party, you got a new name, and people didn't talk about their old lives, and people lived selflessly, and people from peasant backgrounds and people from very, very wealthy backgrounds would work together in the same organization. And it had this beautiful power to it. And if you read what was written by Edgar Snow, what was written by the American feminist Agnes Smedley, who went to China and also was embedded with the Red Army, many times in their writing they compare it to early Christianity. That's what they say. They compare it to early Christianity. And people forget that, but the book of Acts in the Bible, it says, referring to the early church, fear came upon every soul, and many wonders and signs were done by the apostles. And all who believed were together, and they had all things in common. And they sold their possessions and goods and parted them and gave them to every man as he had need. And they continued daily with one accord in the temple, breaking bread from house to house, and they ate their meat in gladness and singleness of heart. And that's going to be tricky. Here, you should have two flags right here. A banner in one hand, a flag in the other, and then I need to put these on doors. You know what I mean? Okay. So one American flag, one Palestine flag, and then a banner between you. And then I'll put palm cards everywhere.
here's, I guess, the question. I just found out. Anyway. Okay, all right. We got a guy, Solidarity. How's this? All right. So we're going to walk around a little bit here downtown. We're promoting a conference that's coming up, an anti-imperialist conference that's happening. Yeah, we're just going to take a walk here. All right, let's walk. How are you? Yeah! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! We need jobs, schools, healthcare in America, not war. Not funding of Israeli crimes. Every single one of these missiles that is dropped on the Palestinians, that's money that's taken away from American teachers, from American firefighters, from American schools, American hospitals. Our government is letting this country fall apart while they spend more and more money on bombing and destroying the Palestinians. They are more concerned about enabling Israel to kill Palestinians than they are in making sure that Americans have hospitals to go to when they're sick or have paved roads. We are here saying money for American schools, money for American jobs, not for Israel, not for Israeli crimes, not weapons for Israel. Food and health care in this country, not war and destruction in another country. That's what we're here to say. We are here to say that the American people and their needs should come before the needs of the occupiers, of the Israelis. That's what we're here to say. That's what we're here to say today. Somebody else want to do what I'm doing? Want me to switch with one of you? I'm good for just holding. Okay. Very good. Okay, so we go. Yeah, couple blocks up and around. And then, all right. Cool. I'm just trying to get palm cards out.
Getting ready to plop them on the cars?
Yeah, that's what we're doing. Because we need to get the banner stretched out so it's readable. Yeah. I think we may need to get in the street at some point when the traffic is stuff. Yeah. Free Palestine! We don't have enough money to continue providing services for our people right here while they spend more and more money on Israeli atrocities and funding Israel's crimes against the Palestinians. We're here to oppose that. We're here to oppose that. Jobs and schools in America, not weapons for Israel. Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
Sucks outside.
It does. Go ahead, Noah, just a little bit. Hi, how you doing?
Hi.
What? Oh, no kidding.
Are you CPUSA?
No, we're the Center for Political Innovation.
Okay.
Yeah. You should check us out. There's a couple of them. We're having a convention. It's our national convention. It's going to be on Saturday in Oregon City. I want to speak frankly here for a moment because I think, we need to be real. As much as I like to point out that, yes, the Soviet Union did have economic successes, I want to back up for a moment because I think there's some things that need to be said, okay? Read the history of the Russian Revolution. We cannot understand the conditions people were living in 1917 in Russia, right? All these people who are like, well, I'm a Trotskyist, right? The Soviet Union was good, and then it became a dictatorship, but I'm a Trotskyist, right? Oh, I'm a Trotskyist, right? You get that. Or these people that are like, well, Lenin was good, but after him wasn't good, or the Bolshevik Revolution was originally good, and the Bolsheviks took it. All these people. Okay, read some Soviet history. After the 1917 October Revolution, all over, for the first week, we're talking like weeks after the revolution, there were all these drinking parties. People were celebrating. Right? And that became a problem because the White Army and the forces that wanted to overthrow the Bolsheviks were en massing and preparing to attack. And so the Bolsheviks confiscated all the alcohol. And then they implemented the death penalty for drinking alcohol. Right? The death penalty for drinking alcohol. Now, I'm not saying that they're bad for doing that because this was a military situation. They needed to get the population ready. They conscripted all the men, put guns in their hands, forced them to join the Red Army in order to fight the coming onslaught. And it happened. And the White Army came in there and they fought and lots of people died.
But they conscripted all the men, you know, it was, you know, you join the military and you desert. If you desert, then you get the death penalty. And they shot people for drinking alcohol. And I'm not saying they were wrong to do that, okay? Because it was a military situation. When your country is facing a blockade, when, you know, I mean, when people are fighting, it's a kill or be killed situation. But I as a person, cannot ever imagine myself in a situation where I would shoot somebody for drinking alcohol. I just couldn't do it, right? Because I'm not in those circumstances. I'm not in a kill or be killed situation. I'm not facing, you know, I'm not looking death right in the face like people were in 1917 in Russia. And that was a week after the revolution. That wasn't evil Stalin who did that, you Trotskyites. That wasn't evil Stalin who did that. That was Lenin. That was a week after the revolution. That they're in a situation where people are getting the death penalty for drinking alcohol. That's how intense the military situation was, right? And that's what was going on. That was happening, right? And that's why when people in the USA put on, you know, Red Army costumes and like to pretend that they're, you don't know what you're talking about. The conditions that the Bolsheviks were in, the conditions that Tsarist Russia was in, with World War I going on and millions of people dying, we can't relate to that, right? In those circumstances, it would make sense. It would make sense in a military situation. It would make sense that you would institute the death penalty for drinking alcohol. That's not my point, is that they're evil for doing it. I'm just saying I cannot imagine those circumstances. And neither can you. Neither can you, right? This is something that we cannot relate to. And so, yes, the Soviet Union, in order to survive, became a very, very authoritarian place, right? And you had factions. They tried. They had three parties at first, right? At first you had the Bolshevik Party, and then you had the Left Menshevik Party and the Left Socialist Revolutionary Party. All the parties, these three parties that supported the Bolshevik Revolution, they were all aligned, right? And they tried. And then pretty soon anyone who really, really supported the revolution joined the Bolsheviks. And then a member of the Left Socialist Revolutionary Party shot Lenin, right? And the left Mensheviks were seizing government buildings and assassinating people, and pretty soon they outlawed those two other parties. And then you have Lenin coming forward and outlawing factions in the Bolshevik Party and saying, look, if we're going to succeed in these situations, we can't even have factions within our own party. You know, they outlawed factions in the Bolshevik Party. Right? And the Soviet Union was a very authoritarian place. It was a very authoritarian country. But my point isn't that they were bad because of that. My point is because that's the circumstances that they were in. They were building socialism surrounded with 15 countries invading them, with a blockade so they couldn't get medical care, with all kinds of attacks. I mean, it was bad. Those years following the Russian Revolution were bad. And in that situation, we can't relate to what was going on there. We can't. We just can't. And we can't judge them for it. And we can't say to them that, oh my gosh, you didn't have the level of freedom that people have in New York City, in Brooklyn in 2018. Oh, you're bad. No, we can't. We can sit here and say, well, we would have done it this way. Well, if we had been there, we would have done it this way. And that's really nice to think, but we haven't been in those situations. I mean, people talk about, they make all these allegations about millions of people dying. You know how many millions of people died in the aftermath of the Russian Revolution during the Russian Civil War, when food wasn't being imported into the country? Those years immediately following the Russian Revolution were bad, bad years. And that's why the Trotskyists, that's one thing I don't get. It's one thing to uphold Lenin and defend Lenin. I've read Lenin's works, I've studied a lot of it, I've learned a lot from it. But to say that the Lenin years were good and the Stalin years were bad, it really shows a disconnect, okay? The Lenin years, those were some pretty bad times. That was a point where, like the Quakers and the Red Cross were going in there and delivering medicine, where people were starving, and it was a bad time. The economy in Russia started getting better when Stalin came to power in 1928, when they established diplomatic relations with Western countries.
And they had the 5-year plans, and they mobilized the population to start building up a socialist planned economy in one country. And that's when you got, hydroelectric power plants being built. That's when you had illiteracy being wiped out. That's when you started building universities and schools, and the steel mills started churning out more steel than any other country in the world. And that's when the population that had been living in huts started living in modern housing units. That's when the collective farm system, they built it, and all of a sudden they had, tractors and mechanized agriculture and factory farms and all of that. That's when life started improving in the Soviet Union in 1928. And really it began improving with the 5-year plans. And for Trotskyists to go, well, the books that were written, while all these millions of people were starving to death and all of that, the books that were written were more pure. So I'm for the Lenin years. But I'm against Stalin. That's just kind of crazy. In Russia today, Stalin is very, very popular. And a lot of people who are not communists actually admire Stalin because of what he did for the country. Meanwhile, Lenin, communists in Russia like Lenin. His body is still in the mausoleum. Communists like Lenin. But that's about it, that Lenin ain't too popular in Russia these days. He has a group of admirers. There are certain people who like him. There's a strong communist party in Russia that has a solid base of support. Grudinin was the second place candidate in the elections. The Communist Party, they're a significant political party. But at the end of the day, Stalin is far more popular than Lenin is, because Stalin's policies are associated with Russia becoming a strong country, with the standard of living rising, with defeating the Nazis during the Second World War, with ultimately taking the measures that got them into outer space. And that we can't, as people living in the first world, as people who haven't gone through harsh military situations, we can't relate to what went on in the Soviet Union. I cannot ever imagine myself shooting somebody for drinking alcohol. I can't imagine ever doing it, but I haven't been in those dire circumstances. And that's the point, right? That we don't know what we're talking about. And when people say, oh my God, the Soviet Union's an evil country, I heard somebody got arrested for reading a book. Well, you don't know what they were up against. You really don't. I mean, read the situations that they were in. What the Soviet Union did when they got themselves from the darkest situations that they were in right after World War I, after the revolution, the fact that they got there to outer space. They got there, they defeated the Nazis, they built a modern country, they built a modern steel industry, they built, they created a world superpower. The fact that they went from those dire circumstances after the revolution to where they were by the 1950s and 60s, that shows that socialism works, that socialism did not fail, that socialism is a success. Right? And that's what you need to learn from the Soviet experience. That's what I take from the Soviet experience. And I stop there. I don't judge. I don't know what I would have done in those circumstances. I really don't know. The kind of choices the Bolshevik leaders had to make. I can't even relate to those choices. The kind of decisions that they had to make, we cannot relate. We really can't. I believe in socialism. And I think the Soviet Union, what they achieved, despite everything, and the same for China. What China has achieved, despite everything, shows that we don't have to have capitalism. But beyond that, step back, right? We don't know the situations we're in.
McCarthy went in that direction. He was crushed, and they revealed that he was gay, that he'd raped some people, and they outed him as being gay, and and he eventually drank himself to death, right?
Very parallel to how some of our conservatives talk now.
Exactly. It's exactly. And after Joe McCarthy died, they formed the John Birch Society. Do folks know the John Birch Society? It was a far-right organization. Yeah. And they were people who admired Joe McCarthy, but also had this belief that the big monopolistic corporations in the United States were all communists, right? So after the downfall of McCarthyism, right, you have what's called the wave of Cold War liberalism, right? McCarthyism is broken. Eisenhower is a Republican president, so he can stand up to McCarthyism because he's a Republican. And Joe McCarthy is censured by Congress. He's eventually dies. And there were problems that Joe McCarthy was carrying out, one of which is that Stalin had died, right? And the new leader of the Soviet Union, Khrushchev, was somebody who wanted to accommodate with the United States. But Joe McCarthy and his crowd would never want to accommodate with a communist leader. Yugoslavia had cut ties with the Soviet Union. It was the first communist government to align with the United States against the Soviet Union. So the USA wanted to send lots of aid to Yugoslavia to help break up communism. But Joe McCarthy and his allies were saying, no, we can't possibly aid any communists, right? So you have the wave of what you call Cold War liberalism. The Communist Party had been crushed and destroyed, and you had the civil rights movement.
and the civil rights movement was breaking out. 1954, 53, I believe, was the Montgomery bus boycott. What was going on there? What was happening was that Jim Crow segregation is what the Soviet Union used to lampoon the United States on the global stage. The United States said it stood for freedom and democracy. And all the Soviet Union had to do is show the image of Emmett Till's mutilated body and say, yeah, that's freedom and democracy for you. And on top of that, while the bulk of the population was in an anti-communist frenzy, the black people in America were very well aware of the fact that the Soviet Union was constantly talking about their oppression at the United Nations and had taken a petition, We Charge Genocide. And that's one of the great activities that the Communist Party did during the time when they were completely illegal. I try not to start crying when I talk about this, but I met old communists who talked about how they had relatives in jail, and they took, mimeographed copies of We Charge Genocide door to door in black neighborhoods. Did you know the Soviet Union supports you? And gave copies of We Charge Genocide. And that put a huge amount of pressure on the American government. And so as part of this wave of Cold War liberalism, you saw the United States, sections of the ruling class, the Kennedy family and others, saying we need to address Jim Crow segregation. There was a division in the ruling class over Jim Crow segregation. And the Ford Foundation and a lot of these liberal foundations were paying for the civil rights movement. They had what they called freedom schools and freedom summers, where they would have Dr. Martin Luther King or somebody, and they would have young people, white and black, go to these schools, and they would sing and clap, and they'd learn about civil disobedience. And no communists were allowed. Communists were completely banned. We're not communists here. We hate communists. We just believe in the American Constitution and civil rights. But there was the civil rights movement was a mobilization by the upper level capitalists to try and kick around the Joe McCarthy and lower level capitalists in order to deal with the Jim Crow issue to strengthen U.S. imperialism. They were not communists at all, but they saw that as a way of strengthening imperialism, a division in the ruling class. And it was the ultra-rich who were paying for it, and the Communist Party was largely forbidden from it, but it brought all kinds of people into politics. All kinds of people who wouldn't have been thinking about politics were getting recruited. There was an organization called Students for a Democratic Society, SDS. That was the big activist group. And what started out, it was funded by the United Auto Workers Union, the UAW union, and it was done in coordination with the Democratic Party, and they were given millions of dollars. And on every college campus, the liberal activist group people could join was called Students for a Democratic Society. And in order to join it, you had to actually sign a card that said you were not a communist. You were not a communist, and you could join Students for a Democratic Society. But after a while, you get a bunch of young people involved in politics, and you get them reading about things, and pretty soon, SDS was overwhelmingly led by communists. And the civil rights movement eventually became the Black Liberation Movement. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee eventually gave birth to a group called the Revolutionary Action Movement, which was like a secret communist party for black people only, that led to the creation of the Black Panther Party. And that even though it had started out as this was the liberal capitalists trying to stabilize things, they had opened the door to the rise of, in the 1960s, you had the beginning of what they called the new communist movement in the 1970s. You had the Black Panthers, you had the Maoist communist groups that came out of Students for a Democratic Society. You had a layer of about 1 to 2 million people that were getting interested in communist politics because they had protested the Vietnam War and because they had protested, for civil rights, and they saw that the communists were right in the process of that, and communism was still a big force around the world. And you had the new communist movement. Now, a lot of those groups realized that they needed to get to the masses, and a lot of them went and got jobs at factories, and they did what you're supposed to do. But the U.S. economy was still strong. You still had the aristocracy of labor. And in Detroit, they got people elected to city council, and they had support. And in Atlanta, Georgia, and some other places, they had some support. But overwhelmingly, the American white working class didn't want to hear it, right? Now, and then that brings us to, and I have a timeline in the back of, in some of our books, I talk about the events of 1978 through 1981. This time period is very important. If a lot, if you get into leftist history, there's a lot about 1968 and Vietnam. But this time period, this was a period where there was a very clear division in the U.S. ruling class because they had the first serious economic downturn since the end of the Second World War. And there was a big fight in the ruling class. And Jimmy Carter represented kind of the ultra-rich. And he first went after his own party. He went after the smokestack Democrats, they were called. Democrats that didn't believe in degrowth. Democrats that wanted to build up the infrastructure. And he used what he called abscam.
And the FBI sent an FBI agent dressed as an Arab sheik to go and try and bribe these members of Congress. Yeah, American Hustle. It's portrayed in that movie. And they purged the Democratic Party of Democrats that actually believed in growth that were tied to organized labor. And then in addition to that, as the U.S. economy was crashing, he implemented policies of creating energy scarcity, right? And driving the gas prices up because there was the OPEC boycott that was happening. And so he, in order to benefit the big oil monopolies, the Rockefellers, they drove the oil prices higher than they'd ever.
Inflation was at 15%, right? I heard your...
Yeah, the economy was very bad.
Yeah, it was huge.
And if you read what he published a document called the Global 2000 Report, which was a White House document that said the only way to solve the economic crisis is with what? Degrowth. We got to degrow the U.S. economy. Depopulation. Yeah, he was trying to implement degrowth policies. And so
Wall Street hated it.
Of course they did. And so then what happened is Ronald Reagan emerged, and Ronald Reagan was part of the aligned with the military-industrial complex. He was going to restart military spending. And there was a fight in the ruling class between Carter and Reagan,
where it seems like the question of the American Revolution and a question that has hung over U.S. society is once again back. Are we going to be an imperialist country, or are we going to be a country where working families come first? Are we going to embrace the English system, or are we going to embrace the American system? Or are we going to be a civilization of the sea or a civilization of the land? Because the rich and powerful, they look at the United States and they don't see a country full of vast resources and population. They see overpopulation. Too many people. We need to drive down the population, reduce consumption. And they don't look at the population as having potential and having the ability to innovate and invent new things. They see us as an obnoxious horde that needs to be managed. And there is a real divide. Donald Trump gave a speech before he came back to office during his time during the Biden administration. He gave a speech where he talked about the quantum leap, and he talked about building cities all across the American heartland.
We should hold a contest to charter up to 10 new cities and award them to the best proposals for development. In other words, we'll actually build new cities in our country again. These freedom cities will reopen the frontier, reignite American imagination, and give hundreds of thousands of young people and other people, all hardworking families, a new shot at home ownership and, in fact, the American dream.
And he also talked about increasing, paying out a bonus to every family in America that would have children.
And lowering the cost to build a single-family home. And they will be beautiful homes. And I will ask Congress to support baby bonuses for young parents to help launch a new baby boom.
This is very, very interesting because at the same time, the World Economic Forum and the Club of Rome and all of the rich and powerful are talking about overpopulation and reducing the population. There are two distinct alternative views before the world right now. And so what we need is for Donald Trump to be King Josiah. We need Donald Trump to see that it's time to have a mass movement to oppose imperialism. Because he's got to see that the country is coming apart. He's got to see that we're headed in a bad direction. We need Donald Trump to boost anti-imperialism for his own reasons. That's what we need him to do. We need him to do everything he can to boost the kind of mass movement. Because if Donald Trump is actually serious, if he's actually serious about opposing the FBI, opposing the deep state in their wars, he's going to realize that the only hope he has is to have millions and millions of Americans who will have his back when he does it. There's no way he can do it without a mass movement. And so he's going to need people like us to build that mass movement. The best hope for him is to realize that as soon as he possibly can. We need Donald Trump to boost an anti-imperialist movement to help him stand up to the FBI.
Lots of statistics in this section. All right. So September 11th, 1973, the CIA worked with Augusto Pinochet, who was a general in Chile, to overthrow Salvador Allende, who was the elected president, who was a Marxist. The military seized the government, rounded up 20,000 communists and socialists, and detained them in the National Sports Stadium, torturing lots of them, killing them. Just a really horrendous episode, and still to this day, I mean, it's had a huge impact on on Chile, which I'll get into later. But it was a big dramatic event when you saw the Chilean government just violently overthrown with the help of the CIA, and instead replaced with Augusto Pinochet, who is declaring himself a military dictator. Now, Milton Friedman, who was at that point at the University of Chicago with his Chicago School of Economics, they called them the Chicago Boys. They were flown to Chile to be the economic advisors. So immediately, Friedman is there, and he's working with Pinochet. They cut all government spending except the military by 10%. They legalized forms of financial speculation that had not been legal before. They lifted all price controls, and that was very important because at that point in Chile, the price of food was very closely regulated. There were heavy price controls on food. He allowed unlimited foreign imports, no tariffs, nothing. Total free trade. And then he had a policy of killing labor union activists and leftists. So there were not many strikes and protests going on because you got killed or disappeared. One thing they would do is they would dump the bodies of people who'd been killed, leftists who'd been disappeared, in the streets. There's a lot of pictures of dead bodies of leftists. Somebody would be known to be a communist or whatever, and then their body would show up in the street a couple of weeks later, just as kind of a message like, don't be a communist, don't be a leftist. The other thing is that, and there was a huge underground Marxist movement. Like people would talk about, like they would on the roof of buildings, they would have stacks of leaflets like tied with string, and they would like light a candle and then run away, and then when the candle burned, the paper would break, and then the leaflets would scatter and fall from the building, and people would collect it. And there was a widespread underground resistance to the Pinochet government. But yeah, it was pretty brutal. If you were a leftist or a Marxist, you were killed. That was pretty much their policy. And the result was 20 to 30% unemployment. They laid off the government workers in big numbers, and also you had all these domestic companies now were competing with products coming in from all over the world, so they went out of business. You had 117,000 industrial jobs eliminated. But more importantly, and this is really one of the most shocking things about Pinochet's government in Chile, is the price of food skyrocketed. The average family was spending roughly 74% of their income on food. Can you imagine 74% of your income on food? Like, what do you have left for rent? The average calorie intake dropped to less than 1,200 calories. Now, the school milk program, that was one of the Allende's programs, is they were giving kids milk in school, right? Well, they eliminated it. And there was widespread instances of children fainting in school from lack of food. And there was a lot of children who just dropped out of school because they couldn't be in school. And there was a huge epidemic of homeless children. That became a big thing. Now, the Organization of the American States actually commissioned a study because there was so much child malnutrition going on in Chile at this time that they wanted to see what the effects were. And they were actually able to document that if children don't eat properly, they will lose their motor skills and they will not be able to walk, and that they will become permanently mentally disabled. And there are a number of people in Chile to this day who were malnourished as children during the aftermath of the Pinochet coup, and as a result, they are mentally disabled. The other thing is that, when the overall economy is in this bad of a state, an underground economy emerges. So the drug trade escalated and child prostitution escalated in big numbers, right? People have to find a way to survive, and if the economy, the real economy collapses, an underground economy emerges. Now, interestingly, advocates of neoliberalism will often say that there was a Chilean economic miracle, and that it was just this economic miracle, and that he saved Chile, and it was so amazing. Milton Friedman went in there and he saved Chile. That's not the case. Pinochet took power in 1973, September 11, 1973. The result, mass unemployment, mass malnutrition, 375% inflation. Then, things continued to get worse. You had between 20 and 30% employment until the 1982 financial crash, right? And that the speculative markets, he'd legalized all this, all this speculation in the stock markets. They ultimately crashed in 1982. And at that point, Pinochet was tired of listening to Milton Friedman because clearly the economy wasn't going too well. And the Pinochet government began changing its policies. They renationalized some industries, and they began trying to stabilize the economy. The stabilization and the growth, that people describe as the Chilean economic miracle didn't really come about until 1988. So this is a long time after Milton Friedman's in Chile. And even then, poverty remains at 45%. So yes, the GDP is rising by the mid-'80s, things are stabilizing, corporations are making profits, but you still have a huge rate of poverty. And still today, you have a lot of poverty in Chile. The middle class that had been created in the 50s and 60s was largely decimated. It's still there to some extent. It's actually interesting, the National Association of Manufacturers, which is not a liberal organization, those are not, socialists or communists, those are, pretty right-wing free market folks. The president of it, he said that what happened in Chile under Milton Friedman was one of the greatest failures of economic history, right? So this idea that Chile is an economic miracle, it just doesn't pan out. Now, one thing, I'll throw this in there, is that, when Milton Friedman was confronted about the fact that he worked with this brutal military dictatorship, his response was, well, eventually Pinochet was overthrown, and that proves that capitalism leads to democracy, right? And so I had to do what I did in order to, and that free markets eventually create democracy. So, that was his argument. And actually, Pinochet was removed by a widespread mass democratic uprising, protests, people in the streets fighting back, and the people leading it, surprisingly, were the underground socialists and communists in a lot of cases. So, but after the coup in Chile, you had, the populist leader Isabel Perón in Argentina. She was removed by a coup by her military. They brought in Chicago school economists. The military dictatorship in Brazil also started following. Uruguay followed them, and that was kind of widespread. It started out in the Southern Cone with Chile and then Argentina, and it started spreading all throughout Latin America in the 1980s. Now, you get an individual in 1985 named Jeffrey Sachs from Columbia University, and he's a little bit different than Milton Friedman. Now, Jeffrey Sachs, he is from Columbia University, and in 1985, Bolivia has an election, and he moves in and he becomes an advisor to the new government. And they're able to carry out a lot of the similar policies where they privatize things very quickly. And by 1987, they're having 25% to 30% unemployment, mass layoffs, wages go down by 40%. The number of people with jobs with retirement pensions goes down by 61%. So they're getting rid of the pensions of people who were working. Eventually in 1995, the Bolivian president auctions off the state industries at a hotel, and it's kind of like a carnival atmosphere, and he's selling off the oil and the railways and the phone companies, and the price of water goes up by 300%. But what's different about Jeffrey Sachs is Jeffrey Sachs was able to carry out Pinochet-style economic reforms without a big, brutal military dictatorship. There was no war in Bolivia. There was no, military junta seizing power. He's able to carry out Pinochetism without Pinochet, right? And so that's why he's widely praised. And, the economy does start to improve. The GDP is going up, poverty is increasing, wages are going down, but people are making profits. It's not a huge economic disaster. So Jeffrey Sachs, he's kind of the superstar of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, and he becomes kind of the superstar. And he hangs out more with liberals, like, the Democratic Party. He's not an extreme right-winger. He's more considered a liberal. And he makes friends with a Hungarian billionaire by the name of George Soros. People have heard of George Soros. Now, George Soros is a Hungarian billionaire, and one of the main things George Soros did was he funded protest movements in Eastern Europe against communist governments. The Solidarity movement in Poland, a group of workers who were striking to the Roman Catholic dock workers didn't like the communist government. Well, they're being funded by Soros. Charter 77 in Czechoslovakia, various anti-communist artists in the Soviet Union. Soros is, paying them. And Soros is a liberal. I mean, he's very liberal-minded, but, he doesn't like communism. And he's working with the US CIA to help kind of coordinate these protests all over Eastern Europe to help bring down the Marxist governments. And we know the Soviet Union fell in the fall of the Soviet Union, and he's paying a lot of these protests and supporting them. And he's a friend of Jeffrey Sachs, and he actually pays for Jeffrey Sachs' travel across Europe. Whenever Jeffrey Sachs, as communist governments are falling, Jeffrey Sachs comes in, and his airline tickets are paid for by George Soros. And interestingly, in the mid-90s, George Soros actually starts to question. He doesn't believe in free markets and neoliberalism anymore. He starts to say, well, he's for more of a Keynesian model, and he backs away from all of this after he'd been the main sponsor of Jeffrey Sachs throughout the early 90s. And so then in 1993 in Russia, you have the constitutional crisis. The Soviet Union has fallen. They have their first election in Russia, and they elect a communist majority to the parliament. And the communist majority, it's Yuganov, the Communist Party of the Russian Federation. They're trying to stop Boris Yeltsin from implementing free market reforms, from selling off state industries, from privatizing things. So at that point, Yeltsin then uses his power in the Constitution to dissolve the parliament, right? And to just say, nope. So, the communists who are elected to the parliament say, well, we're not going to leave. So at that point, people pour out into the streets. There's a big mobilization of people to defend the parliament. The military is sent in to clear the parliament. 187 people are killed. It's just a mess, right? The constitutional crisis of 1993 in Russia. And now you would think, and I wanted to throw this in there, you would think that while something like this was happening in the former Soviet Union, while elected socialists and communists are being kicked out and are defending their right to be in the parliament, you would think that Marxists, especially all over the Western world, would be out in the streets supporting their comrades, right? That didn't happen. In fact, all over the Western left, this memo got sent out that because the Communist Party of the Russian Federation was aligning with a lot of Slavic nationalists and right-wingers, that this was a, quote, red-brown alliance. And they were saying this is a fascist gathering, this is a red-brown alliance. And there was very little solidarity. There were a couple protests in support of the Communist Party of the Russian Federation, but very little. And there was this saying that this feeling among Western leftists that if you go out and support the Communist Party of the Russian Federation, you're supporting anti-Semitism, you're supporting fascism, you're supporting Russian nationalism, and there was very, very, very little solidarity with the Communist Party of the Russian Federation during the constitutional crisis in 1993. And so, of course, Jeffrey Sachs comes in, and he's the advisor to Boris Yeltsin. So he comes in, privatization, selling off state assets. 80% of Russian farms go bankrupt. 70,000 state factories close down. And what's interesting is a lot of these state factories, they're sold, and Western companies buy them, American companies buy them, and just shut them down. And what's that about? Well, because if they're producing, they're in competition. Right? And at this point, as the farms are going bankrupt, as the factories are going bankrupt, Russia starts importing huge amounts of products and food, especially from the United States. So the farms are going bankrupt and all that. So they're buying American food, they're buying American products. In 1989, before the fall of the Soviet Union, there were around 2 million people in the country that were in poverty. By 1996, that number is 72 million. 70 million people go into poverty. 1 in 4 Russians are living in poverty at that point. 37 million are living in conditions described as desperately poor. The number of drug users, this is according to the Russian Ministry of Drugs, increases by 900%, right? The suicide rate doubles. And overall, they lose 10% of their population. Now, it's not just people dying, it's also people just fleeing the country and moving somewhere else. And economist Andrei Gunder-Frank calls it economic genocide. And actually, and this quote, I actually was in the room when he said it because he was speaking at NYU. Bill Bradley, the former senator, he was there and he was going over there with the Clinton administration, and he said 30% unemployment, rampant inflation, pensions gone, savings gone, 30 or 40 years it's all gone, no jobs, a few people doing very well who bought all the assets from the state, but the average person, no. That's how he described, this is U.S. Senator Bill Bradley, how he described what was going on there in the 1990s. But it's not just, it's not just Russia, it's all the former socialist countries. And a couple examples, in 1994, in the Ukrainian city of Lviv, you have running water and electricity for only a few hours in the morning and the evening, because they have so little money, they can't afford to keep the lights on, they can't afford to keep the water running. The average life expectancy in Russia goes down by about 3 years during this time. A 50% increase in the price of food in the city of Prague in 1989 to 1990. And what's interesting is, during the time of the Soviet Union was prevented from importing a lot of Western products, right? Like bananas and, Coca-Cola and all of that. And people, they tell stories about people in the Soviet Union. They would keep like a little Coke can, and it was like a treasure. This is, the glorious West. I've got my little treasure here. But now, all over Eastern Europe, you can buy Coke, and you can buy bananas, and you can buy all these products. They're on the store, they're on the shelf in the store, but people can't afford to buy them. People don't have the money. And people are fleeing in big numbers. There was a huge rise in human trafficking, sex trafficking during this time. Heroin is all over there. It's just a disastrous time for Eastern Europe as they're implementing all these free market reforms. Also in the 1990s, you have the rise of what you might call globalist institutions. The World Trade Organization is founded. So the World Trade Organization is a trade deal that essentially the economic laws that you pass in your country are subject to review by the World Trade Organization. So there's a group of people appointed by corporations, and if you want to raise the minimum wage in your country, or if you want to regulate spending or whatever, you have to go to the World Trade Organization, and they can approve or disapprove of it and fine your country if you do it in a way they don't approve of. The International Criminal Court is set up in 2002, something Soros really campaigned hard for. They've so far indicted 39 people
Every single one of them is African. Among them are a number of the leaders of the Libyan government of Muammar Gaddafi that have been indicted. Every single one of them has been indicted. And the International Criminal Court is set up in the aftermath of the International Criminal Tribunal for Yugoslavia. And it's set up in which they're, after the destruction of Yugoslavia, they're bringing in all the leaders of the former socialist government there and charging them. Interestingly, now the UN Charter is adjusted to include the phrase responsibility to protect. The UN Charter allowed no violations of the sovereignty of any country. But advocates of neoliberalism worked very, very hard, including Samantha Power and others, to get added to the UN Charter this phrase, responsibility to protect, where if people's lives are in danger, it's okay to infringe on the sovereignty of the country, right? Libya, that's a sovereign country, but, they said Gaddafi was killing people, so NATO was allowed to go and bomb the country and overthrow the government. Serbia was the first example of responsibility to protect being implemented, but it's been used all around the world. Humanitarian intervention is now allowed according to the UN Charter under this change. And we've had our share of neoliberalism here in the United States. There's the Taft-Hartley Law, for example. That was passed in the aftermath of the Second World War, 1948. Solidarity strikes. If you're in a workplace and you want to go on strike, by law, it must be about something in your workplace. You can't have a solidarity strike with people in other workplaces. It used to be unionized, they had what they called card check, which is that, if half the people, 51% of the company, people working there, agreed to be represented by a union, the union represented them. Not anymore. Now they have the National Labor Relations Board process where it can take up to 2 years and it's a long process. This also, interestingly, allows the president, the Taft-Hartley Law, to order striking workers back to work for a cooling off period. So there's a strike at a company, it's extreme, so he says, you know what, the president can just say, well, you all have to go back to work for up to 2 years for a cooling off period. We're going to let things cool off, right? Basically allows the president to prevent strikes. It's a very, very anti-labor law, and there's been a lot of talk of repealing it. There was proposals. Obama said he was going to pass what he called the Employee Free Choice Act, which was going to repeal the Taft-Hartley Law. He seemed to have forgotten about that as soon as he took office. But we also have, private prisons and military contractors and charter schools. This is a big point that Milton Friedman really pushes in his book Free to Choose and his mini-series. Why have the government do something? Because a private corporation can always do it better, right? So why, when we have prisons, right? When criminals get arrested and put in prisons, why have them be run by the government? Why not have a private company that gets paid, money to lock people in jail? What could possibly go wrong with that, right? Or schools, right? You have education. Well, schools aren't good. Why don't we set up schools for profit where private companies get paid per student to send people to schools? Or, we send the army to go out and fight our wars. Why don't we have these private companies that get guns and weapons and send people into conflict zones, right? And one example of this privatization is, the Metropolitan Transit Authority. A lot of people think the subways in New York are government. They're not. The MTA is a public beneficent corporation. Banks make profits of it. And you see kind of the rise of, people like to talk about crony capitalism, where things are private, but the government is facilitating a monopoly. So private companies are set up that make profits for corporations and for investors, but the government is facilitating it. And that seems to be almost a staple of neoliberalism. It's different than classical liberalism, which is the government does nothing. It's things that are done by the government are handed over to private corporations to make profits off of them. You have the deregulation of lending, and the famous housing bubble, 2007, 2008, where it suddenly became legal. All kinds of lending practices that had been completely illegal were being legalized in the lead up to the financial crisis, where you could take a mortgage on your house and it would be a certain amount for 2-3 years, and then the payment would be triple that, all of a sudden. And of course, people lost their homes in big numbers. Student loans, for example. Most industrialized countries allow, the government provides education. In the USA, the government facilitates the lending of money for people to get into student debt for the rest of their lives to pay for their education. So that's neoliberalism in the United States. And I just wanted to throw this in.
Yeah. And Ronald Reagan was a hard-right conservative who had ties to the John Birch Society and all that, but he believed in economic growth. And Jimmy Carter was the first Democrat who was a new left Democrat. He wasn't like Kennedy. He wasn't like Lyndon Johnson. He didn't believe in growth. He was a deep breather. Right? And so you had this fight in the ruling class that got very ugly, that got very extreme. And you can read about all kinds of things that happened. What's also interesting is that there were a lot of communist groups around at that time. There were a lot of different political movements, and all of them were being heavily infiltrated by the CIA and the FBI and used to fight each other.
George H.W. Bush was head of the CIA and didn't attempt people that he would, right? And he became the vice president of Reagan. And also there's William Casey, who was head of the CIA and Reagan's campaign director, was the dirty guy who installed the PROMIS software, which I've researched, the prosecutor management information system, and then used it to bring about total information awareness, which means total disinformation.
Right. So
control the media with dirty aesthetic politics.
Ronald Reagan is elected president, and Ronald Reagan loves nuclear weapons. He loves nuclear weapons, and nuclear weapons in America are also tied in with nuclear power.
Yes, because that depleted uranium or whatever that you're using is what actually then fuels the missiles.
So,
and the Cherokee was selling it to Israel, and that's a big secret. So, right, they got the Karen Silkwood case.
So what does all the leftist and communist groups start doing? Start protesting against nuclear power, against nuclear weapons, and against nuclear power.
Yeah.
And who's paying for it? The big oil companies. Because nuclear power would put them out of business. And so that wealthy Eastern establishment is funding a movement against nuclear war.
And I was thinking it'll just be in the ground forever. Right. And so it felt like the land will cause.
It's a side note. The issue is there was a division over nuclear power and nuclear weapons in the nuclear arms race. That was
3 Mile Island.
Yeah.
Which a lot of people think was deliberate sabotage.
Yeah. And that there was a fight, but the people that are opposing nuclear power, what are they saying? They're saying you can't play God, right? By splitting an atom. Well, that's not science. That's not Marxism, right? And they're saying that they're saying things that are largely unscientific.
Yeah.
But it's being promoted by big oil, and it's accompanying a degrowth narrative. Growth is bad. Nuclear power is the expression of growth. Right. And the Rockefeller oil people kind of, and what's interesting, so I've done a lot of research on the various communist groups at the time and what they were doing. Right. And, I was for many years in the Workers' World Party. Well, the founder of the Workers' World Party, Sam Marcy, he said, we will never say we're against nuclear power because we're not against nuclear power. Maybe we don't trust capitalist companies the way they operate it. Maybe we don't like how it's tied in with the Pentagon and all of that. We're not against nuclear power. You can't say you're against nuclear power and be a Marxist. And the Communist Party of the United States, at first, they said that too. They said, nuclear power, we believe in it. We just don't trust the corporations. But then they gave in. And they all kind of joined this mass movement against nuclear power that was paid for by big oil companies. But what's also interesting is, who was also supporting this movement against nuclear power? The Soviet Union, because they want the arms race to go down, right? Because the nuclear arms buildup is also a threat to them militarily. And so you started having joint days of action against nuclear war and against nuclear weapons in the United States and in the Soviet Union, right? And so in the name...
That's not in the remember, though, as being necessarily connected to the anti-nuclear power.
They were sending thousands of American anti-nuclear activists went over to the Soviet Union, and there were days of action that were coordinated. And Bernie Sanders, this is when he went over to the Soviet Union and made friends over there, and that all kinds of these liberal activists are going over to the Soviet Union in the 1980s, and they're befriending the Gorbachev wing of the Soviet Communist Party. And that this is all pointing to the fact that
neoliberalism, or is about like the Scott Ritter stuff, actually, negotiable treaties. That was the anti-nuclear weapons, right?
Well, that was official. That was after the war was over. But I'm talking about there were mobilizations, big parades and stuff in the Soviet Union opposing nuclear weapons. And they were coordinated with the American anti-nuclear movement and the Democratic Party. And that we see that the left has basically become the foot soldiers of the degrowth wing, the ultra-rich. Whereas the lower-level capitalists, the people that were with the John Birch Society, they still believe in economic growth. There's a really good book that I've quoted a lot that really explains a lot of things. It's called The Yankee and Cowboy War by Carl Oglesby. And he talks about how the 1960s, the Watergate scandal and the assassination of Kennedy was a fight between the lower levels of capital that were aligned with the Pentagon and the ultra-rich that were aligned with the CIA and the intelligence agencies. And basically the conclusion that we've come to is that the Yankee and Cowboy War has flipped. At this point, it used to be that the Pentagon and the Ronald Reagan people were the ones that were the most anti-communist and all of that. And the and the upper levels were the ones that wanted to negotiate, the defended unions, etc. But we're coming to the conclusion that the Yankee and Cowboy War has flipped. And the lower levels of capital at this point have more of an interest in socialism and a planned economy, especially because 21st century socialism involves lower levels.
This is the son of Ronald Reagan. The oil price drop of the 1980s also served political purposes, and it was also carried out by Saudi Arabia. At this time, the Soviet Union was reorienting its economy. It was trying to export more oil. They constructed a huge pipeline. It connected an oil field in Siberia with France. They put billions of dollars into this. But when it was completed in 1984, the CIA and the Saudis had dropped the oil prices, and it didn't even pay for itself. In the United States, we call this a Walmart scheme. The company Walmart, it goes into a town, lowers its prices, puts all the stores out of business, and it raises the price back up again. However, there's a danger in this, because the oil price drop, it's taking place in the context of a bigger crisis. You'll notice a lot of Walmart stores across the United States and around the world are closing. President Obama likes to talk about how cheap gasoline is. But if you go to any gas station in the Midwestern or southern parts of the United States, if you wait there all day and watch, you'll see a mother with children pull up. She'll very carefully put $2 worth of gasoline into her car. You can't do much with $2 worth of gasoline. There's an economic crisis in the United States, and it's a global crisis. It's not just the price of oil that's down. The price of steel is down. The price of copper is down. The price of gold is down. The price of all the commodities are down. What's causing this? Well, this is a result of the computer revolution. The process of production has become so efficient that there isn't room for millions of people on the global assembly line any longer. People are fleeing Africa for Europe. People are fleeing Bangladesh. People are fleeing the Philippines. People are fleeing Central America. The global economy has become so efficient that they don't have room to employ millions of people. In the United States, after the Second World War, the working people, at least the white ones, and the wealthy and the rich and powerful, we had kind of an agreement. The agreement was that they got to go around the world, they got to carry out their coups, they get to murder people in Korea and Vietnam, they commit these horrendous crimes, and we do nothing about it, and we wave the flag like patriots, and in exchange we get a house, and a car, and a TV set, and the American dream. But the Soviet Union is gone. They don't need the American dream any longer. This agreement has been terminated. At this point, production is so efficient. Let me give you an example. At one time, there were these places called bookbinderies. Hundreds, thousands of people would be employed. They would spend the whole days just binding books. Well, now they have a machine where a single book can be published, can be printed, by simply uploading a computer file and pushing a button. As my friend, the brilliant economist, as he explained, the capitalism of the United States, it has moved into a mode that they can call accumulation through destruction. Why is it that the U.S. is the center of the world economy? It's because Western Europe and so much of the world was destroyed in the Second World War. And with the rest of the world reduced to rubble, the big bankers and billionaires of the U.S. could get rich selling things to the rest of the world. We have militarism in the United States, the kind of vulgar Keynesianism. In order to keep the economy going, you have to constantly be spending on the military. These bankers, they've even turned the prison system in the United States into a way to make profit. The reason that we have the largest prison population in the entire world is because a number of our prisons are not owned by the government. We have private prisons. A corporation gets paid for every person that's locked up. They have an incentive to keep crime going. This is insane capitalism. One of the biggest myths we hear the defenders of neoliberalism and markets, they put forward this idea that markets are the only way to have innovation and creativity. If you think that the free market and capitalism promotes innovation, tell me, why does Hollywood make the same movie over and over and over again? Yes, capitalists take risks, but they'd prefer not to. They want to have a secure investment. They want to maximize profit. When were the first computers created? There's many different debates about this. A lot of people trace computers back to the Second World War. This wasn't an innovation of the market. This was when Franklin Roosevelt went to the corporations and said that if we're going to win this war, you're not going to be free to do whatever is profitable. You're going to do what's in the interest of the country and in the interest of the people. And that's how the fascists were defeated. Yes. And that's how we got computers. One thing that they often say, and I must talk about this, when we talk about the global economic crisis, the Western media has one answer. They think they can explain it with one word. If you ask them why there are economic problems in the world, they say China. That's all they have to say. They don't really explain it. But let's get into what's behind this Chinese slowdown. Back in the 1920s and 30s, China was the sick man of Asia. A very large percentage of the people were drug addicts. British had actually forced China to import narcotics when they tried to stop stop the importation. A lot of major parks in China had signs, and the signs actually said no dogs or Chinese allowed. Can you imagine how humiliating that was for a people with such a vibrant history as the Chinese? You see, history's been rewritten by the Western imperialists. We're taught in the United States that Asia, Africa, and Latin America have always been poor. This is a lie. When my ancestors in Ireland and France were living in caves, people on this continent had vibrant civilization. The Incas, the Aztecs, the Mayas. The Middle East was the cradle of civilization, with Hammurabi and Mesopotamia and Persepolis. The African continent had Timbuktu. They built the pyramids. The Western colonizers are not civilizing people. They're not developing people. When the British Empire went to India, they didn't put the people of India to work in the textile mills. They burned the textile mills of India, and they forced the people of India to buy their cloth from Britain. Look at Mexico today. Once there was a vibrant agricultural industry in Mexico. Since the intervention of Western corporations, millions of Mexican farmers have been tossed out their land, and now they're forced to import food from the United States. For centuries prior to 1949, the West had been investing in China. They'd been doing business there, but the people were poorer than they ever had been. But 1949 changed everything. A new government came into power. Prior to 1949, China had no steel production whatsoever. With Soviet assistance, they launched their steel industry in the 1950s. China began to produce its own cotton and its own clothing. They built power plants and hospitals. In 1961, the Soviet Union cut off aid to China. For a brief time, they tried to have the most egalitarian kind of utopian system that they could have. In 1978, Deng Xiaoping said, "To get rich is glorious." Now, many see this statement as somehow an embracement of capitalism, but it was the opposite. He said, "Poverty is anti-communist, but to get rich is glorious." He said that China could not become prosperous by redistributing poverty, that huge efforts had to be made to increase the productive forces. Wall Street started in
Good morning, guys. This is Penny up in Minnesota. It was nice to meet you all in Chicago. Just giving you some little sneak peeks into the Putin press conference at BRICS. It's so fascinating to listen to Putin handle the different country leaders and the just arrogance from the Western countries. So some countries were asking questions about investment and the logistics of how BRICS is going to work and how different countries can get along, like Venezuela and Brazil. And BBC had to butt in and start trying to bully Putin over his invasion of Ukraine, saying that there was no drone strikes or invasions of Kursk until Putin invaded Ukraine. So Putin fired back at him and said it's really the NATO that's creating the chaos. Gave him a little history lesson of the Maidan coup and the Minsk Accords and Germany's lying about trying to maintain peace. And then he brought up an interesting point when he was asked about trying to sow chaos in the streets of London. And he said, of course, that's nonsense. The economy in the UK is floundering because of their policies towards the Ukraine war. They've cut themselves off from accepting energy from Russia, and they've stopped manufacturing because of their green policies, and people just know it. And he also said, if the global South countries have to rely on these expensive technologies and nobody's investing in these countries, they're just giving them high interest loans, are you prepared to deal with that chaos? He just let the man have it, but very politely. So it was just fascinating to watch the different attitudes from BBC, Sky News, and NBC compared to the rest of the world. And I just hope that it will just be a wonderful new page in history.
capitalists, and they also have more of an economic interest in trading with the socialist countries. That's why they're so go ahead.
So I've heard in conversation like Trump's assassination. Is that like the one with the capitalists or whatever?
It looks like it. This guy who tried to kill Trump was a Ukrainian. Yeah, and he was, it's the liberals that are pushing the Ukraine insanity like crazy and cultivating a layer of people that are hysterically anti-Russian. And there's a fight in the ruling class. And this all leads to the question of strategic equilibrium, right? As we move towards strategic equilibrium, we can strategically align ourselves with the faction that believes in growth. And that is how we can develop and build an organization. And our 4-point economic plan that we've put forward is a plan that would benefit lower level capitalists. They would benefit from a national bank. They would benefit from rebuilding the infrastructure of the country. They would benefit from public control of our natural resources, and they would benefit from an economic bill of rights. Right now, the lower levels of capital, they think that the answer is to just get the government out. Just get the government out. What they're going to realize as the big monopolies come down on them harder and harder is that they're going to need a government that punches up. And they're going to need a government that punches up. And then that leads me towards what was it that at the end of World War II, the Communist Party said that they believed in, right? The Communist Party, you go to page 2 of your packet. For some reason, it's missing from mine. I see especially, right, it starts on page 1 in order. Right, if someone wants to read that, this is what they put forward. Okay, Tim, go ahead. Page 1 starts in order for the people. This is what the Communist Party said they were for right after World War II. So go ahead and read, Tim.
In order for the people to put the United States firmly on the path toward peace, democracy, and general well-being, the power of the monopolists who dominate our country must be curbed and finally broken. And the people themselves must take political charge under the leadership of the working class. The struggle for socialism grows inevitably out of the everyday fight of the workers and their allies, especially against the present menaces of economic chaos, fascism, and war. In all good times, the American people, on the basis of their existing conditions, will decide how and in what forms they will introduce socialism. The way our party foresees the possible development of the future is along the following general lines. First, we propose the regular election of a democratic coalition government based on a broad united front combination of workers, small farmers, Negroes, professionals, small business groups, and other democratic elements who are ready to fight against monopoly, economic breakdown, fascism, and war. This type of united front government could well have behind it an overwhelming majority of the people, as it has in other lands. It goes without saying that the election of such a democratic government could only be brought about in the face of powerful and very surely violent opposition from organized reaction.
All right, somebody else read the next part, second. All right, okay, go ahead, and then, we can do short. I'll do a second.
Second, our party contends that such an anti-fascist, anti-war, democratic coalition government, once in power, would be compelled either to move to the left or to them. When state power in its hands, it would be forced to pass over the more or less defensive program along which it was elected to the defensive policy.
So talking about a government punches out, right? The offensive policy, right?
Confronted with the sabotage and open resistance of big business, it would have no other alternative than this if it hoped to realize any of the progressive legislation of its framework to ensure its staying in power. A people's government would be forced to proceed directly to curb and modifying the power of the monopolies by adopting far-reaching policies of nationalization of the banks, nature, and histories, the breakup of big landholding, the beginnings of a planned development, the elimination of reactionary elements from the control of the army, schools, industry, as well as various other measures to weaken monopoly and distracted the working class, was the leading reported in the nation. Go ahead.
Third, a democratic, anti-fascist, anti-war government under the violent attacks of the capitalists and its efforts to find solutions to the right economic and global problems, if it were to survive, would necessarily move leftward towards socialism, much as the people's democracies of Eastern and Central Europe are now doing. American socialism be outparcel will have its own specific wants and methods. But basically, it will be the same as socialism in other countries, with monopoly capital completely defeated, that industries and natural resources in the hands of the people, production for generations set up for profit, and the working class to lead the full people.
Okay, you can stop there. But that was what they advocated, the construction of an anti-monopoly coalition to defeat the power of the imperialists. And ultimately, in order to defeat the power of the imperialists, the working class would have to become empowered and would have to break the power of the imperialists.
A lot of people are coming to town, so it's going to be good. Good to meet you. My name's Caleb, by the way. What's your name? The weather's starting to slightly improve.
A little bit. It does look like there's a parking lot there.
Money for jobs and schools in America, not weapons for Israel to murder Palestinians. We're out here saying jobs and schools here in America, not weapons for the Israeli murderers. That's what we're here to say. Absolutely. We're having a convention this weekend. We're out here saying free Palestine, free Palestine. We're here to say that this country could have a whole great future beyond imperialism. Beyond the rule of the big corporations and banks and monopolies, we could rebuild this country and make it into something beautiful. The global imperialist system is oppressing people across the planet, and it's also oppressing people right here. We are against the imperialist system. We are for a new America where working families have what they need and growth and innovation is promoted beyond the rule of profiteers. We are opposed to the system that spreads war and spreads destruction across the planet to enrich a small group of billionaire monopolies. And that includes backing up Israel and its crimes against the Palestinian people. We are for a whole new society, a new America, where the working class controls the means of production, the banks, factories, and industries. A new America where human needs come first, not the profits of a wealthy few. A new America where innovation and scientific advances are being carried out and promoted. That's what we're for. A whole new America under the rule of working people. That's what we're out here to promote today.
Decolonizing the Starbucks here.
Oh, this is Starbucks. Decolonize Starbucks, eh?
We're having our national convention this weekend in Oregon City. Some great speakers are going to be there, and we are here to stand up. We believe we could have a new America beyond the rule of billionaires and bankers, beyond the rule of monopoly corporations.
Sorry.
Set up for political innovation, jobs and schools for America, not weapons for Israel. Free Palestine, solidarity with the people of the world in their struggle against imperialism. That's what we're out here to say. Join us. It's going to be a great event in Oregon City this weekend. Dare to struggle, dare to win. A world beyond imperialism. Money for jobs and schools in America, not for Israeli crimes against the Palestinian people. Join us. Center for Political Innovation. It's going to be good. Let's roll.
Hi.
Over American jobs and schools and healthcare. We need a whole new America for working families. Jobs, healthcare, and education, not crimes and bombing and destruction. That's what we are out here to say. Free Palestine. Stop the attacks on the Palestinian people. End the destruction of Gaza. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Good times, huh?
You see that guy all mad about tankies?
Internet shit.
Tankies.
Tankies.
Did he say Mildred?
That's what he said, yeah.
Oh my God, that's thought slime.
What he's talking about. Where this is real life, it's not his favorite internet show.
He was a whisperer. No one else was caring. They were all just
Yeah, they're all just like, yeah, okay.
Whatever.
I'm not.
He very much wanted to be the main character. He wanted that to be his moment that he got
I said
added
hi
to
to
the
him.
MCU.
We're out here
I go,
talking about-
hi.
We're all out here talking about Gaza and
Yeah.
talking about internet stuff. So it's going to be a great event this weekend.
Again, he wanted his entry into the Vouch CU or whatever. The
All right.
Cinematic universe.
The destruction of Gaza, the murder of children being carried out by Israel right now is something we oppose.
It is bad for the Palestinians. It is bad for the people of the world. It's also bad for America. We envision a whole new society beyond the rule of corporations and banks. An America for working families, people before profits. That's what we are out here to talk about here in Portland, Oregon. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Hands off the Palestinian people. Jobs, schools, healthcare for America. Not more money for Israeli crimes against the people. We are here as the real patriots, the people who really love America, to say that American funding of Israeli war crimes is unacceptable. Jobs, schools, and healthcare. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Investing in China, but it was tightly controlled. The Chinese Communist Party keeps a firm hand on all the corporations. They only do business for the benefit of the country. There's no other society on earth that has ever executed billionaires. But every Chinese business owner knows that if he gets on the wrong side of the Communist Party, he could be dead. Recently, the owners of the McDonald's meat supplier, it's a U.S.-owned corporation called OSI, they were serving rotten meat to the public. The Communist Party bosses in Shanghai brought them out of their offices in handcuffs. So what is this Chinese slowdown? China has stood up. What started in the mountains with Mao Zedong and the 8th Route Army has drastically changed the world situation. 50% of the world's steel is produced in China's government-owned steel industry. China makes its own cars, its own cell phones, its own satellites. The Chinese slowdown is simply the fact that China is no longer buying things from the colonizers and the imperialists. Wall Street bankers can't depend on making money from China because the Chinese people don't have to buy it from them anymore. The Chinese people have stood up and they have their own economy. Now, there are problems on the stock market, but the Chinese stock market is very small. Less than 2% of the population is invested in it. But the wages of Chinese industrial workers increased by 14% in 2012. The world tourism industry is having a boom because there's a new wave of Chinese people going on vacation. First time in the history of their families. China has lifted itself up out of poverty. It has taken control of its resources and its economy, and now it's leading the world. If I have learned anything from Bill Doors, the economist who got me to think beyond ideology and about economics, is that the imperialists don't want to make people rich. They don't want to lift people up. They don't want to stabilize. They want to tear things down so people are dependent on them. There's a lot of confusion about capitalism and socialism. In the U.S., we have a guy named Bernie Sanders. He's running for president as a socialist. When they asked him what socialism means, he says socialism is a government that works for everyone. By his definition, every candidate would be a socialist. None of the candidates say, I only want the government to work for some people. That's not very good campaign rhetoric. What is capitalism? Well, the best definition that I've found comes from Frederick Engels. He said, under capitalism, the means of production only function as preliminary transformation into capital. Houses don't get built so people can live in them. Houses get built so landlords and bankers can make money selling and renting them. Food isn't produced so that people can eat it. Food is produced so that capitalists can make money selling it. This system based on naked self-interest can't be left to its own devices. So what is the alternative? Well, you can call it socialism. You can call it people's power, central planning. You can call it whatever you want. But the alternative is when rational human beings run the economy, not the chaos of the market. Give this alternative whatever name you want. It's defined by governments that are not accountable to Wall Street bankers, but accountable to the people from whom they govern. I'll tell you this, and I don't tell this to you as an American. I tell you this as somebody looking at the world economy, looking at what these oil bankers have done to the world. I've got to humbly urge you, don't give up Petrobras.
Desistam da Petrobras.
Don't let Rockefeller, Carnegie, DuPont, and Rothschild come into Brazil. Preserve the republic and the control of natural resources. The forces of evil behind modern international capitalism, they have no loyalty of any kind. They aren't patriotic, they aren't religious, they don't worship any god but money. They blindly and fanatically worship their own profits. They obediently follow whatever the crazed, irrational invisible hand of Adam Smith directs them to do. The only alternative to the insane greed that has seized the Western world is popular power. When the people stand arm in arm and fight for their rights, and they take control of the economy, and they force them to function for the good of the public, this is how the world changes. This is how people's lives improve. You know, I'll just end. I was really touched to get this invitation to speak at a trade union conference. The first time I ever did anything in my life that one could call political, I was 10 years old. I didn't know anything about politics. But my mother in Ohio in the US, she was a librarian. And at her library, there was a problem of crime. And the librarians went to their bosses, and they demanded that security guards be put in the library. It's a very sensible demand, but the bosses refused. So the librarians went on strike, and I, as a small 10-year-old child, walked the picket lines with my mother. Her library was much safer than some of the other ones in the system. They didn't necessarily need security at their library. But when their sisters walked out, they walked out together. This is the union movement. This is solidarity. This is the hope for the human race. Long live CSB!
Vida longa CSB!
Long live Petrobras!
Viva Petrobras!
And long live popular power!
Viva o poder do povo!
Espera aí, companheiros, eu quero falar alguma coisa com ele aqui ao meu lado. Não é fácil para nós, por favor, Caleb. Please, come in. Side by side. Não é fácil. Vocês têm ouvido altas personalidades brasileiras tentando entregar a Petrobras. É emocionante para nós, numa central combativa, nacionalista, getulista, que defende a Petrobras, depende, inclusive, o monopólio do petróleo para todo o Brasil. Ouvir de um americano que vem aqui e pede, por favor, companheiros, defendam a Petrobras. É de emocionar o coração. Não bastasse, cara, todos os dados, todas as informações profundas e com conteúdo massivo, very deep, profundo, das informações que você colocou aqui, que nós vamos transformar numa brochura em português, para que todos nós, todos os dirigentes, além de colocarmos o filme que está gravado da sua palestra, com legenda, para que todo mundo compreenda claramente o que você quis dizer, para saber como é que funciona esse monopólio dos banqueiros do petróleo. E para entender efetivamente que o capitalismo, como você disse em outras palavras, não tem amigos. Capitalismo tem interesses. Eu estou profundamente orgulhoso de ter acertado no convite de nós trazermos o Caleb fazer essa apresentação para nós. E emocionado. Muito obrigado. Long life to you, Caleb.
Praising God and having favor with all the people, the Lord added to their number daily, as they should be saved. It describes how the early Christian church was living together and sharing things and trying to build a mass movement. And if you listen to the teachings of Jesus, he's constantly warning his followers that they're going to face some persecution. They're going to face some persecution, and many of them did. We know what happened. But it was about living for something bigger than yourself, about sacrificing for your fellow human beings. You know, we talk about persecution and cancel culture. There's a story that I always love to hear, and this is a really, really amusing story. When Mao and the Chinese Communist Party were expanding and fighting a civil war against Chiang Kai-shek, Chiang Kai-shek wrote, and he didn't personally write it, but he had his supporters write a song that they played on the radio constantly. And the lyrics translated to something that went along the lines of this. When Mao appears and he's killing and burning, what are you going to do? And they played this song on the radio all the time. When Mao appears and he's killing and burning, what are you going to do? And they actually made the kids sing it in their schools. When Mao appears and he's killing and burning, what are we going to do? When Mao appears and he's killing and burning, what are we going to do? And it was everywhere. And people could not stand this stupid song that was constantly being played on the radio that all the kids were learning. And apparently, when the Red Army would march into a city and they would be victorious, the people would come out of their houses with tears rolling down their faces, and they would put their fists up in the air and they would sing, "When Mao appears and he's killing and burning, what are we going to do? When Mao appears and he's killing and burning, what are we going to do?" They turned it into its opposite. And we will have that day in America. I don't know if anyone's ever heard, there's a song from the Civil War, about the Union Army when they liberated plantations in Georgia. It's called Marching Through Georgia. I don't know if you ever heard it. One of the choruses, one of the verses, "There were many Union men who leapt with joyful cheers when they saw that honored flag they had not seen for years. Hardly could they be restrained from breaking forth in tears as we went marching through Georgia." And that was referring to the fact that back then the American flag stood for defeating slavery, and it stood for defeating the British Empire, and it stood for bringing people together to break their chains. Harriet Tubman became the first woman to ever lead soldiers into battle as she began liberating plantations along the Combahee River in South Carolina. In this city, the Republican Party newspaper, the New York Tribune, they hired Karl Marx as their London correspondent. That was the only jobs Karl Marx ever had, was to work for the Fox News of the 1860s. And he wrote about Abraham Lincoln as the single-minded son of the working class, rescuing an enchained race and leading people to raise up their heads, breaking the chains. And at that point, it was the British Empire that was trying to support the Confederacy. And there was talk of the British Navy being sent to break the blockade and allow weapons and other things to get to the South. And let's not forget who sent their Navy to this city, to New York City's harbor. That was the Russians. The Russians supported Abraham Lincoln. We will have that day in America. Because I've heard the stories about how when Gus Hall and Bill Foster and the leaders of the Communist Party USA used to tour the South, and they would go to speak to crowds of tenant farmers. And in some of these states, they even had Jim Crow laws. They had to have a wire down the middle of the room because you couldn't have blacks and whites sitting together. And they would tell them about how their enemy was the big banks and how racism was a tool of the bosses. And I've heard the stories of how tenant farmers, low-income Southerners in Alabama and Mississippi would stand up and rip up their Ku Klux Klan membership cards and sign up for the Communist Party in those meetings. How powerful it was. And I've also heard about a generation later, when the Vietnam War was happening. It wasn't just hippies and the counterculture folks. There were young men from Wisconsin, young men from Iowa, good, wholesome Midwestern boys who went over to Vietnam, who came back from Vietnam and said that war was unbelievable, it was horrendous. They took their medals and they threw them over the fence at the White House. And they said, "We'll never make the mistake again. We will not fight a rich man's war." We will have that day in America. But the reality of the situation is that we're in a long-term capitalist crisis. I talk about overproduction and the tendency of the falling rate of profit and how they've built up their economic system. They've made it so efficient now to produce cars, to produce iPhones and iPads. They're churning out products like they never have before. And the role of the worker at the assembly line is being drastically reduced. They don't need us to run their factories anymore. And so we stand outcast and starving amid the wonders we have made. And their system is having a nosedive. It's having a meltdown. And the ruling class are fighting amongst themselves. And they're fighting against each other. And this is something that happens in a capitalist crisis. This is called Bonapartism, where the capitalist class divides. And they begin fighting with each other. And they want state power to stabilize the crisis. But they all want that state power at the expense of the other guy. They want protection. This is the division in the ruling class. And Silicon Valley and the big oil bankers are aligned with one faction. And there are other forces that are on other sides. And there's a fight in the ruling class. And January 6th was allowed to happen the way it did because there is a division in the ruling class. But I think what we need now more than ever is we need some of that classic American spirit. I've many times been in front of an audience and said, faster than a speeding bullet, faster than a locomotive, able to leap a tall building in a single bound, look up at the sky, it's Superman. That's right. And I tell people that not only is Superman identified with the United States around the world, but it's also pretty progressive. Superman, let's not remember that the first comic was him protecting a group of striking workers. from their crooked boss, that Superman fought against the Ku Klux Klan in the comic books and exposed their secrets on the radio programs that happened. But there's something good about Superman. When you watch Superman, you feel good. There's an optimism that comes out of it. Superman could rule the world with his superpowers, but he doesn't. He lives a humble life as mild-mannered reporter Clark Kent. Superman doesn't like killing and violence. He's sickened by all the cruelty and injustice he sees in the world. He's an innocent, wholesome guy from Kansas who just wants to see people get along and just wants to protect those who've been hurt. There's something very, very beautiful about the Superman comics. I pointed out many times that Superman, the man of steel in Russian, that's Stalin, but I think Superman says a lot more about Roosevelt. And it says a lot more about the unemployment councils. It says a lot more about the trade unions and the anti-fascist progressivism of that period than it says necessarily about Stalin. It's about a side of the American spirit that they've been trying to crush, a side of the American people that believe in growth and optimism. And I think that what we need to do is we need to have a society that finds the Superman in every child, that finds the Einstein in every child. And I think that we will have that day in America. You look at all the money they spend on these wars, they could very easily be building high-speed railway. We could build high-speed railway all across this country. We could be putting all the brightest minds that are figuring out Wall Street derivative rip-off schemes and destroying people. We could put them to work, figuring out fusion energy, getting us beyond fossil fuels. Jose's guy, Lyndon LaRouche, there's one clip of him where he says, if we want to build 100 nuclear plants, we can do it. Understand American methods. Well, what are those American methods? That's that Superman mindset, that belief that we can go out and build a better world, that belief that we need to stand with the oppressed. And it's not a guillotine meme. It's not Kamala Harris. It's not vengeance. It's not woke. It's something else. It's optimistic. It's hopeful. And that is part of the American spirit. I think we could develop a social media app that makes people smarter, not dumber, that makes our kids more physically fit, more mentally healthy, gives them more hope. I think we could do a lot of things. But I was recently in a debate with some libertarians. It was hosted by the Convo Couch, and they were talking about the U.S. government and all the awful things it does. And they were saying, well, why would you want the government to expand? And I said, I want you to imagine that instead of having a government that gives Jeff Bezos whatever he wants and grinds this country into poverty, we had a government that was kicking Jeff Bezos' ass. Yeah! Imagine a government of action that would fight for working families. I've said to many people, I'm not a socialist because I want to destroy America. I'm a socialist because I want to save America. And we have to save America from the horrors that are being unfolded by an irrational system where profits come before people. I want to save America. I want to build a better world. If all the apparatus they've created for destroying people, for imprisoning people, for breaking people psychologically, could be utilized to build and to construct. If popular power were put in control of the means of production and control of the state apparatus of the United States, we could build something very, very beautiful. But that requires us to talk about a new kind of leftism. It requires us to not just go along with the crowd and go along with what's trending. It requires us to endure persecution, to buck the trend, to challenge the status quo. And it requires us to tap into that old American spirit. It says growth and innovation and hope. That's the American way. I'll just end tonight. There's a beautiful poem someone once recited to me. It went like this. On a busy street, on a busy town, I saw them tearing a building down. With a ho-heave-ho and a lusty yell, the men swung a beam and a sidewall fell. So I said to the foreman, are these men skilled, like those you would hire if you wanted to build? And the foreman just smiled and said, no, indeed. Common labor is all that I need, for I can easily wreck in a week or two that which took builders years to do. So I thought to myself, as I walked away, which of these roles have I tried to play? Am I a builder who builds with care, measures my life with a compass and square? Am I living my life by a well-made plan and striving to do the best that I can? Or am I that type that scours the town, content with the labor of tearing things down? Thank you very much.
I mean,
how much support we're getting.
you have tons of support. It's awesome.
This is great. We are here to stand up for America, jobs, schools, and health care for Americans, not bombs and weapons for Israel to kill Palestinians. We're the Center for Political Innovation. We have a message of true patriotism, true love for the American people, opposing war and destruction, and believing in humanity, love for our brothers and sisters, against the hateful ideology of Zionism, for brotherhood and solidarity of all people. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Get your Palestine right here. Free Palestine.
I'll take it. I got the thing wrong. That's right. All the tea.
I mean, a lot of people receptive to this.
Slow down, guys. Slow down. Free Palestine! Money for jobs and schools in America, not Israeli crimes against the Palestinian people. We are out here with a message of hope, optimism, and true patriotism against the crimes of the Zionist occupiers.
Actually, this is one of the better places to be doing this because literally it's the left coast.
Yeah. No, as it turns out, people don't hate us here. That's pretty much the opposite of what I expected, based on our track record.
Well, you know, it's important to remember that the people important are your people.
Which I think is pretty much the defining aspect of the period that we're living in. I think neoliberalism was defining things in the 1990s, but we're living in the aftermath. We're living in the period of resistance to neoliberalism. At this point, the IMF is even saying that they were too neoliberal and they made mistakes. All right, so in 1989, in Venezuela, the price of public transportation vastly increased. And as a result, you had a huge uprising called the Caracazo. People went out to the streets and it was a rebellion. And then Hugo Chavez, who was a paratrooper and was kind of a political figure and a military leader, tried to seize power in a military coup after this uprising had taken place. It didn't work. He was put in prison. He was released from prison. After he was released from prison, he formed a political party called the Movement for the Fifth Republic. And at the time, the Movement for the Fifth Republic said they didn't believe in either capitalism or socialism. They were for what they called the third way, which would be what was best for Venezuela. So then, 1999, Chavez took power, and he used the military to help the population in the aftermath of some mudslides. And that was unprecedented in Venezuela's history. The military had never been mobilized to protect the public, and that was big. He was able to pass a new constitution, the Bolivarian Constitution of Venezuela. And then in 2002, there was an attempted military coup against him, but he was popular among the rank-and-file soldiers, and so they rose up and brought him back to power, and the coup was defeated. 2003, then Chavez announced that he no longer believed in the third way. He said that he wanted to build what he called 21st century socialism in Venezuela. So, in 1998, Venezuela had only 12 public universities. Now it has 32. Free health care is provided to citizens in clinics that are staffed by Cuban doctors. They made the arrangement. They gave Cuba oil in exchange for Cuba sending doctors. The population gets free heating and cooking gas. They actually wiped out adult illiteracy by bringing in Cuban teachers. That's one of Cuba, it sends these literacy volunteers around the world. So with Cuban literacy programs, they've wiped out adult illiteracy. Poverty has gone down since 1995 by about 50%. And they have a program where people are able to buy homes with interest-free loans. And I walked through a neighborhood in central Caracas, and I remember they told me, they said every single one of these houses was built on an interest-free loan provided by the government. Cheap public transportation, all of this paid for by state control of the oil. The government oil is used to pay for a huge increase. Now, obviously, as people know, more recently Venezuela has been having some problems. These problems started in 2014 when the oil prices dropped. We had the lowest oil prices in recent history. It was something like $27 a barrel. It was under $30 a barrel. You could actually buy a family meal at Kentucky Fried Chicken for less than, for more than a barrel of oil cost. So the oil prices had dropped very, very significantly. The government economy was centered around oil. And so you had some big problems. This was also in the aftermath of the death of Hugo Chavez, when there were political divisions within the party. Now, and interestingly though, whenever you talk about Venezuela, no one wants to acknowledge that they were having decent rates of growth and significant increases and reduction of poverty prior to the 2014 oil price drop. But the Wall Street Journal admits this freely. This is, a quote from the Wall Street Journal. When I arrived in Venezuela in 2013, the party was still on. Oil was fetching $100 a barrel, and Mr. Maduro's popular government was showering petrodollars on everyone. The Caracas skyline was dotted with grandiose construction projects. Steakhouses were loaded with, were buying vintage scotch by the container load, and hotels had to be reserved for weeks in advance. That's what was happening in Venezuela up until 2014, when you had the oil price drop. So it doesn't sound like people were starving and dying. And this narrative that people in Venezuela were starving and dying the entire time, and that's because of socialism, that's just not factual, right? The problems that happen now, which are greatly exaggerated in the media, the UN has actually confirmed it's not a humanitarian crisis there. There are problems, but there's not a humanitarian crisis. But this notion that all of these problems are all caused by socialism, the moment they became socialist, all these problems happened, that's simply just not the case. And it's interesting that that narrative gets constantly repeated in the media. Socialism caused the crisis. Well, they've been moving towards socialism since 2002. They had Chavez in power since 1999. So why did the problem start in 2014 if socialism itself is the problem? But it's not just Venezuela. For example, in the government of Nicaragua, which is not an oil-based economy, right? They've had significant growth with the Bolivarian government. The Sandinistas, they took power in 2006. They had, they'd been defeated. They originally came to power in 1979 in the revolution. They had lost the elections in the early 90s. They were voted back into power in 2006 on the slogan Christianity, Socialism, and Solidarity. They reduced poverty by 30%. The GDP has risen by 36%, and they're working very closely with China to build a $40 billion canal project that would be an alternative to the Panama Canal. Because Nicaragua is also there in Central America, and that way the United States would not have the ability to block the Panama Canal in some kind of emergency situation, which is one thing that the U.S. holds over China. In fact, that's why China is very anxious to keep control of the South China Sea, because China depends on oil imports. If China doesn't get oil, the lights go off. It's their industrial, huge apparatus of production is dependent on oil imports. So there's a huge effort to make sure that they are able to keep, the oil tankers flowing. And so they're actually building this canal in Nicaragua. And actually, it's run by, I wanted to note this, the World Happiness Index of the United Nations is a project of Jeffrey Sachs. And Jeffrey Sachs admits that in 2016, the country with the highest increase in happiness in the world was Nicaragua. So even Jeffrey Sachs is admitting that they've had their successes. And one of the things that they've done in Nicaragua, interestingly, is a lot of the things at the top of the economy are government-owned, but the government has helped a lot of people in Nicaragua to start their own businesses. And they've loaned people and helped a lot of Nicaraguans to start their own businesses. And there's been land reform and other policies. So that's interesting. But the other government that is very much a reaction to neoliberalism is Vladimir Putin's government in Russia. Right? Vladimir Putin was a PhD student when he was in the 1990s, and he wrote his college dissertation on the concept of national champions, which are big corporations controlled by the government that are used to stimulate an economy. And he wrote his college thesis about this. He got elected in 1999, and then, from then until about 2006, he went about creating Gazprom and Rosneft. And these are two gigantic state-controlled corporations. One is an oil company and the other is a natural gas company. And these are huge corporations, and they generate huge amounts of revenue, and that revenue has been used to get the Russian economy back in order from the disaster of the 1990s. At this point, Gazprom is 17% of the world's natural gas production, 18% of the world's natural gas reserves, and it's been used to build up an economy in Russia. Poverty has been reduced by 14%, the GDP has well more than doubled, and John Brown, the CEO of British Petroleum, he says that no country has ever come so far in such a short space of time, and that compared to how things were in the 1990s when Jeffrey Sachs was there, advising Yeltsin on how to loot the country and privatize it, things in Russia have vastly, vastly improved under Vladimir Putin. It's also interesting to note they have a flat tax in Russia. The tax is about, I believe, 13 to 14%. no more than that. Everyone pays about the same amount. And just like Nicaragua, the state-controlled energy corporations and industries have been used to help small businesses. There's a lot of small businesses in Russia, stimulated, a lot of them subsidized by the state. I think that's very interesting. Now, Putin is deeply influenced by Deng Xiaoping theory in the Chinese Communist Party. There's actually a picture there of Putin meeting with Deng Xiaoping's daughter. And according to Philip Thayer, the author of the book Europe Since 1989, Putin's advisors actually began consciously trying to study Deng Xiaoping theory. And the theories of Deng Xiaoping about how to have a state-controlled economy with a market sector. I think that's very interesting. But I also wanted to mention there's a political theorist who's very popular in Russia right now named Alexander Dugin. He's a political scientist. He was a founder of the Russian Communist Party. Eventually he started another organization called the National Bolshevik Party. Now he currently leads what's called the Eurasian Movement. And he wrote a book in 2009 called The Fourth Political Theory. And this book was widely circulated around the world. And it basically argued that liberalism, what he calls liberalism, which is, he defines that as the Western ideology that says individualism takes precedence above all else, that's the source of the problems in the world. He calls that the first political theory. He says communism was the second political theory. It failed to defeat liberalism. Fascism was the third political theory. That failed to defeat liberalism. And he argues that emerging in the world now is what he calls the fourth political theory, which is an attempt to, another attempt to challenge Western liberalism, which he sees as the source of problems in the world. And he's a very, very, very well-known Russian political thinker. So I just wanted to throw that in there. Now, I also wanted to mention, I didn't want to get too much into China, but President Xi Jinping, he was elected president in China in 2012. He was made a core leader of the Communist Party in 2016. And many see his presidency and his leadership as an effort to roll back the influence of neoliberal ideology in China. The Ford Foundation was funding a lot of think tanks in China. There's something called the Institute for Socialism with Chinese Characteristics, and a lot of efforts to promote free market ideology in China. And President Xi has really rolled that back. And he's actually, one of the things he's famously said is that we need to carry on the enduring spirit of Mao Zedong thought. And he's been emphasizing the Communist Party's ideology. Like, for example, it was pointed out that at a lot of the big universities, every university student in China is required to study Marxism. But in some of these Marxism classes, they were watching George Orwell's 1984 movies and things to that effect. And that he's actually been really pushing the communist foundations of the Chinese Communist Party very hard and kind of re-emphasizing that. And of course, the Western media is now calling him a dictator. But he's also leading a huge crackdown on corruption. And that's a big problem. And he's started to enforce the Communist Party's rules about taking bribes and things to that effect. So that's quite interesting. The most important thing that President Xi has done is he's launched the One Belt, One Road initiative. And basically, all over the developing world, China is building infrastructure. It's kind of the opposite of what the IMF and the World Bank have been doing. The IMF and the World Bank, they go into a country and they demand that they cut government spending, deregulate, stop funding infrastructure, stop, hiring government employees. China does the opposite. It lends money to governments to build bridges and highways and airports and essential infrastructure. And this has the effect of then stimulating the domestic economy. And the domestic economy gets stronger, and then China has more of a domestic economy to trade with, and they call it win-win cooperation. And China has actually asked the United States to join the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank and join the Belt and Road Initiative. The United States has refused to do that.
And would have to ultimately set up those planned economies. And that planned economy would benefit the small business owners. And it would benefit the overall population, and it would be at the expense of the ultra-monopolistic corporations. And that's what we're for in CPI. We are for an anti-monopoly government, an anti-war government, an anti-fascist government, a pro-growth, pro-humanity government. And what we seek to do is to stimulate the conversation toward creating that. And that is the vision of this organization. And we have a list of everything we've done this year, and I'll go over that tonight when I talk. But what I'm thinking that we could do to change the conversation, we've done a lot to change the conversation. We'll talk about that tonight. But that convention that we do next summer, have 400 people gathered from different political perspectives, all kind of talking about this. There's a lot of people that we can nudge the conversation in a good direction. There's a lot of people that have a vague understanding of this. There's small business owners that understand we're being degrown. There's working people saying, what the hell has happened to the country? There's people saying, why are we going to all the wars around the world? We can put forward a program that, first of all, links it all together and explains where it's coming from, and could lead toward the conversation that could lead to the formation of an anti-monopoly government. what I wanted to point out is that we don't have one true party syndrome, okay? If there's going to actually be an anti-monopoly coalition, it's going to be a real coalition. There's going to be all kinds of different people in it, from all kinds of different perspectives who believe in economic growth and want to oppose the power of the big monopolies. And we're going to be one voice as part of a much bigger conversation. And, I think, there's people who've talked in the past about throwing the newspaper over the wall. That sometimes we might have an idea of a proposal and, we'll go out there and we'll talk about it and somebody else will pick it up in the establishment. We've seen this happen already. Right? My book about Kamala Harris. I wrote the book about Kamala Harris that you see, already Tulsi Gabbard was reading it and people were talking about it. And and to be a factory of ideas, to be developing policies, proposals, slogans, and analysis that can be constantly pushing us toward the building of an anti-monopoly coalition. That is why the Center for Political Innovation exists. We want to nudge and change the conversation toward the construction of a real anti-monopoly coalition with the understanding that the actual anti-monopoly coalition that emerges is going to be way bigger than us. We're just going to be one group that puts on conferences and has rallies, and if for it to really work, it's going to be way bigger than us. But we have the ability to push the conversation forward. I talked about the Velvet Underground before. During the 1960s, everyone knows about the Beatles. Everyone knows about the Rolling Stones. There's another rock band called the Velvet Underground. People don't know about the Velvet Underground.
I go with the line.
Well, some people here might know about that. But they did things. They did things that the Beatles and others could then look at and do. They pioneered. They innovated. They did things with rock that then could change the. If you have a big, huge record label, you can't take all these experiments, but they were smaller and they were able to try things out. They worked, maybe they didn't. And then that opened the space for other people to try them out. And that's why we're called the Center for Political Innovation. We're going to try things out. And that's what we have been doing. We've been blazing new trail by being, breaking out of leftism, right? And becoming what we are by talking the way we do about different topics. We're blazing new trail and changing the conversation. And that is what we aim to do. We're not a political party, but we hope that political parties read our stuff and become influenced by it. And it leads them to help build the anti-monopoly coalition, right? And we're not a Leninist vanguard party. We don't have democratic centralism. And that also, I want to mention that I've been to socialist countries. Modern socialist countries are not like the Soviet Union. In the Soviet Union, there was, for lack of better words, a cult of personality around Stalin. There was one state ideology. When I go to Venezuela, I see that there are, within the ruling coalition, the patriotic pole, you have the United Socialist Party, you have the Communist Party, you have the Fatherland for All Party, you have the Tupac Amaru Party, and you have many people with many different ideas that are part of this ruling coalition. And often, because those folks are part of the coalition, they get subsidized by the government to open their own businesses, to have housing cooperatives and things like that. Remember when I was in Venezuela, we went to one housing cooperative and it was run by a Catholic priest who had run an orphanage, right? There was a young woman who was there and said that she believed, her purpose in life was to die for the revolution. They had a painting of the Last Supper on the faces of all the disciples. They had the faces of famous communist leaders and all of that. And so then we got back on the bus and they took us to another collectivo. And as soon as we got back from the bus, they said, all right, now when we get to this other collectivo, whatever you do, don't mention where we just were. And I said, why? And I said, well, this Catholic priest guy, he hates these guys and they hate him. And there's a rivalry, but they're both part of the coalition. You know what I'm saying? And that the coalition can be intellectually diverse, right? Nowadays, the kind of, we might call it psychological totalism, the demand that everyone agree on everything, it's just not realistic, right? The free flow of information, people are going to have their own ideas, people are going to disagree, people are going to challenge each other. But the question is, how can we build a broad movement? And on top of that, if CPI is really going to work, and this is really important, what Peter talked about not being a fan of, if we're going to not be a fan of and be a real group, we need as many people in CPI to develop their own project, their own business, their own outreach, their own organization as possible, right? We need you to take your own idea and let us help you develop it so that you can build something of your own that is part of the bigger CPI and innovationist community. That's the only way this organization is really going to grow. Go ahead.
Careful with the American flag.
All right. All right. All right.
Did the volume go down? Is there a volume knob on it? On.
LED. Check.
No,
Check.
that doesn't sound good.
All right, I'll just.
Yeah.
Can you do one hand or?
Yeah, I got it. I'll put it on my.
All right, we're having an event this weekend. Money for Jobs and Schools for America, Not Weapons for Israel. We're the Center for Political Innovation. We think the USA could be reborn with a new society where people come first, not the profits of a wealthy few. Check out the Center for Political Innovation. It's going to be a great conference happening this weekend in Oregon City. It's going to be awesome. We're putting up flyers everywhere. We are for jobs and schools and healthcare for Americans, not money for Israel, not weapons. We want to end the wars and rebuild America. That's what we're talking about. So the Center for Political Innovation, we're here. Join us this weekend. We got a conference coming up. It's going to be great. So we just want to let people know about it. It's going to be good. Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Yes! Free Palestine. It's going to be good. Conference happening this weekend. Oregon City. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Absolutely. Free Palestine. Join us at our conference this weekend. It's going to be awesome. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Come to our conference. It's going to be great. Come to our conference. It's going to be awesome. Free Palestine. All right. Good times. Good times. Whew.
The cold air is good for the lungs.
Good? Okay, so if we go there, are we like in the campus now? Very good. All right, and classes tomorrow. So good.
So I wanted to make this morning message and talk about the importance of staying engaged, because there is so much negativity out there. First of all, you have the internet, and online interactions bring out the worst in people, all the negativity, all the hate, all the bullying, all the complaining. And on top of that, we all have our trauma in our lives. In addition to that, we all have pain. We all, experienced hardship of some form or variety of others. Many of us were abused growing up. There are many of us who experienced betrayal at the hands of a good friend.
There are many of us who lost a loved one that we cared about or experienced some dramatic setbacks, had experienced times in our life where we felt no one was there for us and no one was standing with us. And all of that is there, but the best way to fight against it is by being engaged. It's by constantly going out and trying to make a better world, doing outreach. It's by engaging with optimistic and revolutionary messages. It's by listening to music that uplifts you. It's about, studying the world around us and how it works. That is how we can push back against the negativity that's everywhere. And if you give that up, if you give in to the negativity, if you surrender, you're going to fall. And, I think about people I know who've been in the revolutionary movement and given it up. And it's always a conscious choice. It's a conscious choice, but it comes as a result of not engaging, right? They're not listening to the morning messages in the morning. They're not, at this point, they're not coming to events. They're not engaging with people. They're not listening to optimistic things. And they start making a choice to listen to people that are negative, to listen to people that want to incite them against other people, to listen to people that want to stoke their resentment and stoke their trauma. And when people make a choice to not be engaged, they're handing themselves over to the dark forces. Look, the ruling elite, they all want us dead because they think there's overpopulation in the world. They want us all dead. They want us all to be not politically active. They want us all to be not connected with other people. They want to stoke our resentment, our pessimism, our hopelessness. That's what they want to do. And the only way to fight back against it is to stay engaged. Listen to the morning messages. Listen to revolutionary music. Study revolutionary ideology. Study organizations and get involved with other people, be involved in the community, do outreach, etc. This community gives you the ability to remain engaged and not give in to the dark forces. But you have to make the choice to do it. And and if you just decide to give in to the dark forces, you will. They say there's an expression, an old Christian expression. They say that the idle brain is the devil's playground. And it's true, right? If you decide, you know what, I am not going to, I'm going to withdraw. I am just going to be out alone. And pretty soon all that negativity from the internet and all that negativity from your own past, your own trauma is going to seep back in, right? It's a daily battle. It is a daily battle to keep optimistic, to keep connected to other people, to keep on the revolutionary road and not give up. But you have to fight that battle, and you have to make a choice. People, it's funny, people accuse this of being totalitarian, of being mind control. No, you make the choice. You can decide what to do. And when people decide to turn against the revolutionary movement, it is their own decision. But the way they get tricked into making that decision is by not engaging, by not listening to the morning messages, by not listening to other people, by not directly talking to people when they have a disagreement, but instead keeping it to themselves or only talking to other people that are angry in order to enhance their resentment. That's what happens. And if you want the love that being a revolutionary brings, if you want to be part of the community, if you want to have the spiritual energy and the hope that comes from being a revolutionary, you have to make a conscious choice to keep engaged, to focus on the positive and the optimistic and keep building. And it's tough. It's not easy. And sometimes people fall and they can return. They can patch things up or whatever. People make mistakes, etc. But you have to make a choice. And if you don't make that choice, if you don't remain engaged, you will fall. So that is my challenge to you. Is we need more morning messages. There's a link below to record morning messages. We need you to make morning messages. We need you to support other people and give them the support so they can remain engaged. I need you to come to the Saturday meetings. I need you to constantly be, helping produce more content for the web, but also doing outreach to meet real people and fulfill the in real life aspect of this. We are helping each other by keeping each other engaged, by standing strong. That's how we're helping each other and protecting each other from the dark world that exists, by bringing people in and mobilizing to build and construct. So keep engaged. Please keep engaged.
I've said before that if a parent was not feeding their child, was not providing them with proper clothing in the wintertime or something like that, they would be arrested. And they wouldn't be arrested for what they did, they'd be arrested for what they did not do. And criminal neglect. Well, the government of the United States, if you look at the wildfires in California, you look at the crumbling infrastructure, children drinking lead in their water, the power grids collapsing, the government of the United States is guilty of criminal neglect. Absolutely guilty of criminal neglect. And we've put forward a 4-point economic plan that you can look at on our website. Public control of banking, public control of natural resources, a mass mobilization to rebuild the country, an economic bill of rights. If you implemented those 4 things, you could transition the United States toward being a healthy, prosperous society. But again, there is an economic question that is here, which is central to the Malthusian worldview of the ultra-rich, is this idea of what they call non-productive consumers, or to put it more globally, useless eaters, more rapidly. This idea that human beings are just a leech on society, etc. Well, the reason that we're innovationists is because we celebrate human creativity. Ants have been making their ant farms the same way for thousands of years. Beavers have been making their beaver dams the same way for thousands of years. But in just 5,000-6,000 years, human beings have gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel, iPhones, and artificial intelligence. And it is human creativity and our ability to reinvent our relationship with nature that defines what it means to be a human being. Human innovation is beautiful and it should be celebrated. We have a piece of godlike creativity, a gift within us. That's beautiful. Henry Charles Carey, he also said in that pamphlet that I referenced, he said, to raise the value of labor throughout the world, we need only to raise the value of our own. To raise the value of land throughout the world, it is needed only that we adopt measures that shall raise the value of our own. To improve the political condition of man throughout the world, it is needed that we ourselves should remain at peace, avoid taxation for the maintenance of fleets and armies, and become rich and prosperous. To raise the condition of woman throughout the world, it is required us only that we pursue a course that enables men to remain at home and marry, that they may surround themselves with happy children and grandchildren. To substitute true Christianity for the detestable system known as Malthusianism, it is needed that we prove to the world that it is the population that makes food come from rich soils, and that food tends to increase more rapidly than population, thus vindicating the policy of God to man. Perfect obedience to the greatest of all commands, do unto others as you would have others do unto you. This is the object and the results of the mission of the United States. Now that was Henry Charles Carey. And that's a patriotism and a view of what it means to be an American that I can get behind. I look at this painting that hangs in the state capitol of Kansas. This is the mural, and that's John Brown. And John Brown was executed for treason. He was actually the first person in American history to ever get the death penalty for treason, because he tried to lead an uprising against slavery. He was so opposed to slavery that he tried to seize Harper's Ferry and distribute guns to slaves and lead an uprising against slavery. He was given the death penalty. When they asked him why it was that he did so much to oppose slavery, he cited what I just read, the Golden Rule. He said, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And if I was held in slavery, I would want someone to fight for my freedom. So that is what I must do. And you look at John Brown, and you look at him there waving his Bible and his rifle in one hand. That's our heritage as Americans. And they can't rob that from us. And my objection to a lot of the wokeism is it points to all the evil things in American history, all the racism, all the horrible wars, all these things, and it makes it sound like that's the only side of the story. They're forgetting about Eugene Debs. They're forgetting about Dr. Martin Luther King. They're forgetting about all the brave people who built mass movements and organized to fight against the evil things. And we have just as much right to that history, just as much right to call that American history as the European. Not going to let them take that from us. And I want to end by saying this. You know, Donald Trump's rallies, I love the soundtrack. He plays YMCA, he plays the Rolling Stones. You can't always get what you want, you get what you need. And he plays that, and his rallies are very optimistic. He gets very fired up, and he criticizes, and he talks about bad conditions, but he's always celebrating and partying. And I said, you know, you really don't help anybody by telling them how bad things are. You really don't help anybody by making them feel hopeless and making them feel like the world is going to hell. The world's not going to hell. The world is going to God. And you help people by showing them the good time that is coming. And good times are coming if we can get people to think. People must learn to think. And that is what we were trying to do. That's why we cobbled all this together and spent all this money to get ourselves to Washington, D.C., to hand out pamphlets and put this poster out here. We're trying to get people to think. People need to wake up and think because our country is in a bad shape. But if we can learn to think, the sky's the limit. And the world can get beautiful and even better. So we got to just keep doing our jobs. And it's hard, and it's not easy. And sometimes it's really cold outside, you know, and sometimes this happens or that happens, but you have to just keep being optimistic and just keep looking forward, even if you feel sometimes like a voice crying out in the wilderness. Thank you very much.
This is Dare to Win. Dare to struggle. Dare to win.
We pledge that we shall remember this unity.
We pledge that we shall remember this unity.
Forged at the end of the Second World War.
Forged at the end of the Second World War.
Not only today, not end of this week, this year, but always.
Not only today, not only this week, this year, but always.
Until we have built the world we have dreamed of and fought for.
Until we have built the world we have dreamed of and fought for.
We pledge ourselves to build the unity of the people of the world.
We pledge ourselves to build the unity of the people of the world.
All races, all colors, all nationalities, all beliefs.
All races, all colors, all nationalities, all beliefs.
To eliminate all traces of fascism from the earth.
To eliminate all traces of fascism from the earth.
To build a deep and sincere international friendship among the peoples of the world.
To build a deep and sincere international friendship among the peoples of the world.
To keep a just, lasting peace.
To keep a just, lasting peace.
To eliminate want, frustration, and enforced idleness.
To eliminate want, frustration, and enforced idleness.
We have to come to confirm the unity of all people.
We have come to confirm the unity of all people.
To salute our comrades who have died.
To salute our comrades who have died.
And pledge our word that skillful hands, keen brains, and bold enthusiasm.
And spread our word that skillful hands, keen brains, and bold enthusiasm.
Shall never more be wasted in war.
Shall never more be wasted in war. Dare to struggle, dare to win. Dare to struggle, dare to win.
Dare to struggle, dare to win. Dare to struggle, dare to win. Right. Thank you.
Are you still tired? Or are you awake now?
Thanks for coming, everybody.
Hey everybody, it feels good to win, and that's why I'm proud to say that the year of 2024 has been a year of victory for the Center for Political Innovation. I said last year when I gave my annual report that in 2023 we did more than any other year in our existence, and this year I can say the same thing because the activity of the Center for Political Innovation has more than doubled in the year of 2024. Let me just go over some of the highlights of what we accomplished this year. January 7th, the Center for Political Innovation held a National Day of Action to stand in solidarity with Yemen. Protests were held in Portland, in Humboldt County, California, Chicago, and in New York. January 26th, we published a book, Who Are the Houthis and What Are They Fighting For? This book provided a history of the Ansarullah movement and its origins. On February 15th, we convened an official press conference at the United Nations, announcing the American delegation of the World Youth Festival. At our press conference, we highlighted the Uhuru Three and expressed our concerns about facing similar retaliation for attending an international gathering in Russia. We took questions from the UN Press Corps, and the event created a splash in international media. February 29th to March 7th, CPI led the United States delegation to the World Youth Festival in Sochi, Russia. 3 of our members participated in the festival, and 2 of us spoke directly with Russian President Vladimir Putin during the last day at a special session. Our remarks focused on how we could work to improve relations and integrate the United States into the new alternative economy emerging around the world as the Western financial system declines. March 15th to 17th, we acted as official observers of the Russian election. During that election, we gave eyewitness to the massive public support that the government has as the war in Ukraine continued and the NATO imperialists have maneuvered against them. April 26th through 29th, 30 people attended a CPI workshop in Vermont entitled Out of the Movement to the Masses. We published a new textbook for the gathering, reviewing the history of anti-imperialism and exploring how an effective anti-imperialist movement could be created in our time. On May 26th, we were invited as guests to the Libertarian Party's National Convention in Washington, D.C., where U.S. presidential candidate Donald Trump was welcomed as a guest speaker. For the convention, we published 1,000 copies of this pamphlet, Do You Believe in Growth?, and distributed them all throughout the convention hall. The pamphlet explains our anti-imperialist perspective, and it's pretty fair to say we reached a lot of people. June 7th, the Center for Political Innovation co-sponsored an event at the Los Angeles Family Church dedicated to the peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula. 100 people attended the event, people of diverse backgrounds, all focused on how it was we could improve U.S. relations with the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. On July 22nd, our book, Kamala Harris and the Future of America, was suddenly banned from Amazon.com without any warning. Now, the book had been written 4 years prior, and the censorship occurred just as Kamala Harris became the Democratic Party's presumptive nominee. The sudden ban sparked outrage on social media, leading to an explosion of interest in the book. Over 3,000 copies were sold in the following days, and Amazon did restore the book 7 days later. August 19th to 22nd, the Center for Political Innovation team of volunteers distributed books at the Democrat National Convention. We printed 1,000 new copies of the book Kamala Harris and the Future of America and handed them out, along with 1,000 copies of our pamphlet called Do You Believe in Growth? We made our mark at the event, ensuring that our perspective was heard by protesters, Democratic Party members, and others. September 3rd, CPI members attended the opening of the Uhuru 3 trial in federal court in Tampa. CPI addressed the press before the trial began alongside Jill Stein, Pam Africa, and New York State Assemblyman Charles Barron. On September 28th, CPI co-sponsored the second Rage Against the War Machine rally in Washington, D.C., as we did for the first rally back in February of 2023. This anti-war gathering, organized by the Libertarian Party and the People's Party, was extremely important, and we are very proud that we stepped up to become official sponsors of the event. On October 2nd, we launched our Peace MAGA operation, kicking off at Trump Tower. For the final month of the election, CPI members unfurled a large banner of Donald Trump and Kim Jong-un shaking hands, along with the words, "Only peace can make America great again." We took to the streets of New York City, loudly promoting this message, highlighting hopes for peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula and amplifying the best parts of Trump's message. October 12th, CPI held an all-day workshop in Chicago. The event was attended by 25 people and included strategic discussions for the fight ahead. October 27th, CPI's Peace MAGA operation attended Trump's rally at Madison Square Garden. We engaged thousands of Trump supporters outside of the event, and our banner was even noticed by The New Yorker that highlighted Peace MAGA in their coverage. On October 30th, CPI member Penny Arcos confronted U.S. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar.
We would like to know as American people why you continue to support sending billions of taxpayer dollars to Nazis in Ukraine to start a nuclear war with Russia. China is not our enemy.
I need you to leave, please, ma'am.
China's not our enemy. Russia's not our enemy. No more money for rich men's wars.
Take your stuff.
No more money for rich men's wars. No more money for rich men's wars.
On November 2nd, the Center for Political Innovation participated in the Black is Back March in Washington, D.C. to support the Uhuru movement. November 23rd, the Center for Political Innovation released our letter to President-elect Donald Trump, urging him to become a peace president who stands against the war makers and the emerging low-wage police state. The video has been viewed by hundreds of thousands of people across various platforms. December 16th, CPI attended the sentencing hearing of the Uhuru Three in Tampa's federal court. We were overjoyed that after being acquitted of the main charge of acting as foreign agents, the Uhuru defendants did not receive any jail time or fines. They expect to overturn their conviction on appeal soon. Needless to say, this has been a big year for the Center for Political Innovation. We exposed Kamala Harris for what she truly is, a sadistic narcissist who would have been very dangerous if she ever entered the Oval Office. In addition to that, we amplified the pro-peace aspects of Trump's message. Furthermore, we raised the Uhuru Three case as loudly as we could, not only in the United States, but at the United Nations and in Russia. We won so many victories this year because through our relentless work, we are giving voice to what the overwhelming majority of the American people want: economic justice, freedom, and an end to the wars. Our organization possesses a clear understanding of what stands in the way, and that is the system of globalism, imperialism. And with our clear understanding, we can lead the fight. This year has been a year of very significant changes in our organization. We liquidated the nonprofit for legal reasons. We are now incorporated as an LLC in the U.S. state of Texas. We made the decisive choice to break with leftover Cold War ideology and clarify that our view, known as innovationism, represents an entirely new stage. Additionally, we have begun defining ourselves in opposition to the toxic trend called fandom, which traps people in a negative cycle of social media cynicism rather than building the communities of solidarity and networks of resistance that are urgently needed. So what's next? Well, we're headed to Washington, D.C. for Donald Trump's inauguration. Not to join the protesters, but to engage with MAGA supporters and continue to highlight our message of peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula, as well as the need to build the Peace Bridge, connecting Alaska to Russia over the Bering Sea. We have scheduled a big reception for Inauguration Day, January 20th, featuring free food, music, entertainment, speeches, and much more. Our event will take place just a few blocks from the White House. Please join us in Washington, D.C. If you can't make it, please donate to our inauguration fund to help us cover the costs of this big event. We are also excited to announce that on July 12, 2025, we will hold our national convention in Chicago, Illinois. The event, titled Working Families First, Defeat the Deep State, Embrace a New World of Peace and Innovation, will take place near Chicago O'Hare Airport in an auditorium where we expect to gather no fewer than 400 people. This will be the flagship anti-imperialist and anti-globalist event of the year, sending a message of patriotism, solidarity with countries that are under attack, opposition to the emerging low-wage police state, demands for a new growth-oriented economy, and a celebration of the love and passion that holds our movement together. We need you in Chicago, July 12th, 2025. We want to thank everyone who has donated to the Center for Political Innovation. Rest assured that your contributions have been put to good use. If you have not yet rejoined since our incorporation, we encourage you to sign up on the website and once again start paying dues. If you're not yet a member, please register today. Upon signing up, you'll receive invitations to our weekly online membership meetings, and you can connect with other local members in your area. There is much to do in the coming months. If Trump fulfills his promise to take on the FBI and promote peace around the world, we must support these efforts. This is not about offering blind allegiance. It is about building a grassroots movement to back up and encourage any positive action from above. We are prepared to support Tulsi Gabbard as a key anti-war voice as Trump brings her in as intelligence director.
She also has some connections to the Center for Political Innovation, which is a very pro-Russian outfit run by a man called Caleb Maupin.
We stand ready to support Donald Trump and his efforts to restrain the FBI, to improve relations with North Korea, and to negotiate an end to the war in Ukraine. The danger of war against Iran remains a primary concern, as many voices within the upcoming administration hold troubling perspectives on the Middle East. We will continue to stand with Palestine and oppose U.S. aid to Israel. For us, America first does not mean Israel first. U.S. funding of Israel's continued crimes against the Palestinians must cease immediately. We also plan to launch mass distributions of our book, Who Are the Houthis and What Are They Fighting For?, at Palestine protests around the country. We want to educate people about the origins of the Ansar Allah movement and put them in touch with our anti-imperialist, pro-American, and pro-working class perspective, a populist view that is rarely heard in left-wing circles. We are proud to say that our organization played a very significant role in ensuring that the Uhuru Three, Penny Hess, Jesse Neville, and Omali Yeshitela, did not go to prison. From the start, we recognized how dangerous their prosecution as foreign agents for their anti-imperialist activism and development in the black community really was. While the majority of the online left abandoned the Uhuru Three, we stood with them. We have principles, and we will never stand by while the state targets anti-imperialist voices.
Did I say anything about the Center for Political Innovation? I want to, because these comrades were some of the first out of the gate. When this attack happened, they were first out of the gate. They didn't ask any questions or anything like that. They were the first out of the gate, and not only in words. They began to take actions everywhere they were located. We can see the actions they were involved in, defending the Uhuru Three and opposed to what the FBI was doing to us, trying to do to us. And they understood the relationship that it had to the whole question of free speech for everybody.
The Center for Political Innovation is completely unique. We are focused on solidarity, optimism, and comradeship in a time of pervasive cynicism, pessimism, and nihilism. Our work is essential. We offer a light in the darkness and a hope in a time of widely engineered hopelessness. We need you to join our ranks and become a member, to donate and support our work, to promote our work online, and attend our in-real-life events and gatherings. If one thing is clear, it's that we will not surrender. No matter what obstacles we face, we will not back down. Our mantra remains, dare to struggle, dare to win. And one thing is clear, if you look back at all we've accomplished this year, and if you look ahead to all the exciting plans we have coming up in the year of 2025, it's pretty clear that we are winning. Happy New Year.